The story begins with a scene in a room. Our Nan Cam is currently sitting and putting on makeup in front of a mirror. Her maid stands beside her and says, "Young miss, you seem different from before." Nan Cam asks so. Her maid continues, "I feel like you're more thoughtful when you spend money. And your makeup has more flair. You look much more beautiful than before." Nan Cam calmly draws her eyebrows, then continues to apply lipstick, saying, "Tui Bao, your mouth is as sweet as ever." Nan Cam thinks to herself, no one knows that. Half a month ago, the eldest daughter of the Nan residents, Nan Cam, had drowned, her soul scattered. And now, the one occupying this body is the current me. In my past life, I was the rich second-generation heir of a corporation, having defeated all the monsters and demons in the family and earned a large sum of money. It's a pity that before I could enjoy life, I suddenly drowned, unable to take a single coin with me, and thus transmigrated. Now, I want to be a great young lady living in luxury, enjoying myself until I die. Back to reality. She says to Tui Bao, bring the blood ginseng to give to young Master Pei. Upon hearing this, Tui Bao asks in astonishment, "Ah, young miss, you want to go see young Master Pei? But he's getting married today." She lets out a cold laugh. "Is that so? That's great. I can even rekindle our past connection with him." She thinks to herself, with money and looks, what is there to fear? At this moment, a wedding ceremony is being held in the Pei residence. The master of ceremonies shouts, "The husband and wife shall bow to each other." Suddenly, Nan Cam steps in, saying in a loud voice, "Why wasn't I invited for a celebratory drink on such a joyous day?" Tui Bao also follows behind her, holding the gift. When young Master Pei sees her, he is immediately stunned. The surrounding guests whisper amongst themselves, "Why is the great young miss of the Nan family here? She must be here to cause trouble. She's not here to snatch young Master Pei, is she?" As soon as young Master Pei sees her, he shields his wife, asking angrily, "What are you doing here? Coming uninvited? How utterly shameless." She frowns at the person before her, thinking to herself, "This scum man and this white lotus are the two who caused the original owner's death." Recalling the original owner's memories, that young Master Pei had smiled smugly and asked, "I deceived your feelings because you were willing. You have money and power, yet you still cling to me. Now I have found the love of my life. I will only marry Nu Ni and no one else. Don't you dare try to humiliate me with money." At that time, the original owner had said tearfully, "I spared no expense to treat your father's illness, and even asked someone to go to the capital to buy you an official position. It turns out you consider that a humiliation. If that's the case, give me back the pair of earrings." With that, the original owner rushed towards that white lotus girl, saying, "Give them back to me. That was what my mother left me as a token of love." That young Master Pei angrily slapped her bitch. Seeing this scene, the original owner said in pain, "You people," then she slipped and fell into the lake. Back at the Pei residence, Nan Cam sighs, then says with a smile, "Of course, I'm here to sincerely offer my blessings." I came to offer my blessings and even brought a rare ginseng as a gift. "Pei Lang, do you like it?" As soon as she finished speaking, Tui Bao opened the box. He sees the blood ginseng and says with a cold laugh, "My father is already being cared for by a female physician. I don't need your concern, and I don't need this ginseng either. Get out." Upon hearing this, Nan Cam says, "Since you don't need it, don't regret it." She thinks to herself, "You say not to humiliate you with money. Fine, then I'll use money to crush you." Just then, the door is pushed open again. A servant runs in and says, "Young Master Pei, it's not good. The female physician has taken the old master out, saying she will no longer care for the old master." Upon hearing this, young Master Pei immediately asks, What about the old master?" His servant replies, "He's on his last breath. His breathing is weak. We can't find any medicine. I'm afraid he won't make it." Upon hearing this, young Master Pei runs to his father's side, calling out in pain, "Father." He then asks, "That audacious female physician, why did she take my father out?" His subordinate immediately says, "I heard someone bribe the other medical halls. All the doctors have taken the money and won't treat the old master. And all the ginseng in the streets has been bought up." Young Master Pei is extremely shocked to hear this. The others, upon hearing this, begin to discuss who is so bold as to go against Pei Kexuang. In our Qingzhou city, to have such financial power, it can only be the Nan residents. Nan Cam smiles and curtsies. That's right, with everyone as my witness, this young miss is just doing what ought to be done. Upon hearing this, Pei Kexuang, both shocked and angry, curses at Nan Cam. You bitch. She immediately frowns and asks, I kindly came to give a gift and offer my blessings. Why are you still cursing at me? If that's the case, I'll just have to leave. He hurriedly stops her. Wait, leave the blood ginseng. She smiles and asks, Young Master Pei, I'm afraid it's a bit late to want it now. He scowls and asks you, what exactly do you want? She smiles and holds up one finger. First, that pair of jadeite earrings. Second, one call a bitch. Third, 3 unforgettable slaps. Return them all to me, and this blood ginseng will be yours. Hearing this, he breaks out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, if the old man dies, I'll have to observe mourning for 3 years. Nan Cam originally spent 5,000 taels for me. I might as well endure the humiliation. So he turns and walks up to the white lotus, lifts her veil, and says, Nuni, bear with it for a moment. It's all for father. She says, husband. Before she can finish, Pei Kexuang rips the jadeite earrings from her ears, causing her to scream in pain. Pei Kexuang turns and hands the earrings to Nan Cam, saying, blood jadeite for blood ginseng. Is that enough? Tui Bao respectfully steps forward to receive the blood jadeite. Nan Cam glances at it and says, now this is more like young Master Pei. Hearing this, he grits his teeth, turns back to look at his new bride, then slaps her and curses, bitch, causing her to fall to the ground. She cries out, don't, it hurts. But he doesn't listen and slaps her repeatedly. Bitch, bitch. She cries and begs, please, save me. Seeing this, Nan Cam thinks coldly. This beast, for his own benefit, has finally revealed his true nature in front of everyone. The guests in the Pei residence, seeing this scene, all whisper to each other. The bride, on her wedding day, is beaten to the ground by the groom. After Pei Kexuang is done, he immediately kneels at Nan Cam's feet and begs, Kamer, I've done as you said. Quickly give me the blood ginseng. My father can't die. If he dies, my life is as good as ruined. Nan Cam lets out a cold laugh upon hearing this. At this moment, in another residence, our male lead is lying on a recliner, gazing out the window. His servant approaches and says respectfully, young master, the betrothal gifts are all arranged. We're just waiting for an auspicious day to deliver them to the Nan residence. He is the heir of the Prince of Jinnan, Meng Tianku. His servant comes over, pours him tea, and says, but the great young miss of the Nan family was originally a pampered young lady, and now there are rumors that not long ago, she was so in love with that young Master Pei that she didn't even want her life. This is truly heartbreaking for the great young master. After speaking, the servant sighs and hands him the tea. Meng Tianku takes the teacup and says, my older brother, the dignified eldest son of the Prince of Jinnan, with his outstanding demeanor and mastery of both literature and martial arts, is admired by countless women. Nan Cam is not worthy. He lifts the teacup and thinks to himself, she's just a noble young lady. I have ways to make her back out of this engagement. At this moment in the Pei residence, Nan Cam stands coldly before Pei Kexuang and asks, was the silver good to use? He nods vigorously and replies, good to use. Nan Cam smiles and asks, I didn't humiliate you with money, did I? He hurriedly shakes his head and says no. Nan Cam continues with disgust, Pei Kexuang, do you think you look like a dog right now? He immediately barks and begs, Kamer, as long as you're happy. I beg you, actually, you're the only one in my heart. Hearing this, she angrily kicks him and curses, shut your dog mouth. He holds his face and cries out, Kamer. She turns around coldly and asks, Uncle Wong, do you understand everything now? I was the one who paid for him to become an official. Otherwise, how could this piece of trash ever become one? The scribe from the prefectural office, standing outside, hears this and frowns, looking coldly at Pei Kexuang and saying, his words are insulting, his thoughts are selfish, he is fundamentally unworthy of being an official. I will report this to the prefect, and he will not be allowed to enter the examination hall again. Upon hearing this, Pei Kexuang is immediately dumbfounded. The surrounding guests discuss, not being able to take the imperial examinations. Isn't his whole life over? No way. He can't be an official. and he beat his new bride. This marriage is over too. I never thought young Master Pei was this kind of person. It's truly a case of evil begetting evil. Hearing their discussions, Nankam raises her head and thinks to herself, Nankam, I have avenged you. You gave me this life, and I will cherish it. An incensed sticks time later, Nankam is carried home in a sedan chair by a group of people. She is sleeping soundly in the sedan chair. At this moment, Tui Bao runs up and says, Matron Wong, the sedan chair in front is probably for the female relatives of an official. Should we slow down a bit? Matron Wong says coldly, it's just some official's wife. On what grounds does she dare to block our young Mrs. path? She orders the servants to hurry past. The servants immediately obey. Tui Bao sees this and wants to stop Matron Wong, but Matron Wong refuses. The servants, following her orders, just carry the sedan chair and rush forward, causing Nankam, who is sleeping soundly in the sedan chair, to be startled and fall over. Nankam's sedan bearers, listening to Matron Wong, charge forward with all their might, quickly overtaking Meng Tianku's sedan chair in front. The sedan bearers even flash a smug smile at Meng Tianku's bearers, looking extremely obnoxious. Meng Tianku's trusted servant sees this scene and asks furiously, is there any reason in this? He turns and orders the 8 sedan bearers, brothers, chase after them for me. The sedan bearers immediately reply, you got it. Then they immediately charge forward with all their might. Meng Tianku, who was peacefully sitting in the sedan chair drinking tea, suddenly finds the chair moving too fast, and the tea he was about to drink spills all over his face. The two sides begin to compete. Nankam's sedan chair shakes nonstop, causing her to fall left and right, unable to sleep peacefully. It's the same for Meng Tianku next to her. The two sedan chairs just keep chasing each other. Nankam is shaken to the point of being unable to bear it and hastily sticks her head out to ask Tui Bao, what's going on? Tui Bao is also panting as she runs after the sedan chair, finally catching up. Meng Tianku's and Nankam's sedan chairs simultaneously race towards a bridge, neither side willing to yield on the small bridge. The two sedan chairs collide as soon as they get on the bridge. Meng Tianku and Nankam are also thrown into the river below due to the collision. Nankam still doesn't understand what's happening. She looks down and sees the lake's surface, breaking into a cold sweat with fear, thinking to herself, damn it, I'm falling into the lake again. Just as she falls, Tui Bao on the bridge screams in fear, young Mississippi. On this side, Meng Tianku's servant also cries out, young master. Tui Bao cries in fear. The young miss fell into the water again. We're dead for sure. Meng Tianku's servant also cries in anguish. The young master can't swim. The young master is going to die. At this moment under the lake, after some effort, Nankam manages to swim to the shore. As soon as she climbs up, Tui Bao immediately runs to her side and asks worriedly, young miss, are you all right? On the other side, Meng Tianku's servant also helps him up from the lake and asks, young master, are you all right? Quickly take the young master to change his clothes. Don't let him catch a cold. Nankam is now soaked like a drowned rat, smoothing back her soaking wet hair. She glances at Meng Tianku and thinks to herself, which noble family's young master is that? Going out in a sedan chair carried by 8 people. Can he die from swallowing a mouthful of water? But please don't die. If you die, it'll be another problem. She stands up and looks left and right for a moment, then immediately points to a house and says to Tui Bao, over there, I'm all wet. I can't stand it anymore. Tui Bao immediately replies, yes. Nankam walks up from the bank, with Tui Bao following behind. She and Tui Bao walk past Matron Wong and the sedan bearers. She glances at them, seeing them kneeling on the ground trembling, and thinks angrily, you like to run so much. I'll let you run until you've had enough. Inside a room at an inn, Nankam is currently sitting and bathing in a tub of hot water. Suddenly, Tui Bao pushes the door open and runs in, calling. Young Mississippi Tui Bao sits down next to Nankam and says with a laugh, I'm dying of laughter. Tui Bao recalls the scene of Matron Wong sitting in her sedan chair, scattering money. The young miss of the Nan residence is giving out money, 100,000 taels. Free of charge, a rare opportunity. Come and get it. Tui Bao continues. Matron Wong sat in the sedan chair throwing money out of the chest. The remaining silver was for the sedan bearers. She was so scared she screamed her head off the whole way. The sedan bearer said, old woman, This is the reward the young miss gave us. Don't throw it away. Matron Wong in the chair cursed. Bullshit, this is an order. Tui Bao continues her story. The sedan bearers didn't want to throw all that silver away. They carried the whole chest of silver and Matron Wong and ran for their lives in the southern part of the city. They ran while saying no. Matron Wong screamed in fear. Stop running. My back is about to break. The people behind them chased, saying, hurry up. The young miss of the Nan residence is giving out money. Chase them and you'll get money. The sedan share was so heavy and the Nan residence was so far, all the silver on the road was snatched up. After giving out the money, Matron Wong and the sedan bearers were half dead. They were panting and exhausted, lying on the ground. And Matron Wong was so motion sick, she was throwing up. Tui Bao continues. Matron Wong, relying on the fourth concubine's backing, usually bullies us maids quite a bit. This punishment the young miss came up with is really brilliant. Hearing this, Nan Cam thinks to herself, rewarding 50,000 taels for a long-distance race in Qingzhou City. Worth it. On the other side of the screen is Meng Tianku's room. He hears her ask her maid, have you bought the things? Stop just watching the show. Did you forget the soap and perfume? Tui Bao then says, how could your servant forget what the young miss instructed? Young miss, let your servant attend to your bath. She replies, all right. He hears these words. His face flushes red, and he leans his hand on the screen, saying, the 4 sedan bearers of the Nan residence were rewarded with 500 taels. So, shouldn't you 8 get 1,000 taels? His servants, upon hearing this, kneel down in fear and tremble, saying, young master, spare us. Meng Tianku immediately signals for silence. Nan Cam on the other side of the screen speaks up. Tui Bao, you said this is the most high-end bath in Qingzhou City? Tui Bao immediately replies, yes, it costs quite a bit of money. At least 50 taels of silver. Nan Cam picks up a flower in the tub. It's not even worth 5 taels. This bath is good, but not exquisite. If it were me, I would change the stone tiles at the bottom of the pool to Taihu bluestone, Longshan precious jade, and Lioli glass. The windows would use 100-year-old fragrant wood. The curtains would use green gauze silk. The natural hot spring would be built by the best craftsmen, and the room would be inlaid with luminous pearls, in an instant creating a sparkling galaxy. That's what you call beautiful. Meng Tianku, sitting in the bath next door, hears this and scoffs, thinking to himself, I thought she was a bit interesting just now, but I didn't expect her to be just a hedonist, a well-fed and well-clothed young lady who loves pleasure. Is she even worthy of me? In Nan Cam's bathroom, she soaks and says to her trusted maid Tui Bao, bring out this young Mrs. Rose soap. Meng Tianku, sitting in the hot water tub, sees the bar of soap next to him. Just as he picks it up, he hears Nan Cam say, the soap from this shop is too coarse. Only a pig's trotter would use it. Hearing this, Meng Tianku angrily clenches the bar of soap, causing it to slip and fall in front of his servant. His servant, standing to one side, hears Nan Cam's words and cries silently in his heart, young master, I don't dare to pick it up. Nan Cam on the other side of the screen says, Tui Bao, take this brush back to the stables. It's so hard. Is it for scrubbing cowhide? Meng Tianku is about to pick up the brush to use it, but as soon as he hears her words, he throws away too. After bathing, Meng Tianku is about to reach for a towel, when Nan Cam on the other side says to Tui Bao, this towel is too dirty. It's better to use it to wipe feet. Tui Bao, add some more flower nectar. Let the fragrance wash away the weary thoughts. Tui Bao, following Nan Cam's words, brings her a pile of things. Seeing that she is not satisfied with anything in the bathroom, she asks curiously, young miss, this is a hot spring pool that only rich people come to. Is it still not refined enough? Nan Cam replies, of course, rich people also have to know how to spend money. Compared to those who don't know how to spend money, the one who knows how to spend money is your young miss. Not knowing how to spend money, unlike the fools from some family. Her words hit Meng Tianku like a rock, making him extremely angry. His servant, hearing this, covers his mouth, trying to hold back his laughter. Meng Tianku, hearing her words, thinks angrily, very good, very good. Daring to say the fools from some family. I'll remember that. Not just unworthy, but completely unworthy. On the other side of the screen, after Nan Cam finishes changing, Tui Bao helps her out of the bathtub. On this side, Meng Tianku has also finished changing and walks over to take the teacup his servant offers. Just then, the roof suddenly cracks and someone smashes through the roof and jumps down. He also smashes the screen, separating Meng Tianku and Nankam. He stands up and enthusiastically introduces himself. I'm the flower-picking thief, Qing Feng Ling Dai. I wonder who will be the lucky one to spend a spring night with me today. The scene immediately falls silent. The flower-picking thief turns his head to the left, sees Nankam's appearance, and thinks happily, a charming little beauty. Turning to the right, he sees Meng Tianku and assesses. On one side is a tall, cold beauty. After a moment of confused thought, the flower-picking thief says, "Wow, I like them both." Tui Bao is extremely angry upon hearing this. The little girl immediately steps forward and points at him, scolding, "How audacious! My young miss is the precious daughter of the Nan residents. Do you not want to live anymore?" Hearing this, Nankam can only hold her head. Nankam immediately rushes up from beside Tui Bao, goes in front of Meng Tianku, shielding him before the astonished eyes of the servant. She shouts loudly, "Don't touch my young miss." As soon as Meng Tianku hears this, his face darkens and cold sweat pours out. The flower-picking thief and Tui Bao are also extremely confused. Nankam continues, "My young miss is as beautiful as a flower. Though her chest isn't large, her full buttocks add a few more degrees of charm. How can a flower-picking thief like you be allowed to enjoy her?" She points at the flower-picking thief and scolds him. Meng Tianku's face darkens upon hearing her words, and he says, "I say." She immediately turns her face, her eyes sparkling as she looks at him, grabs his hand, and says, "Young miss, don't worry. Even if you lose your virtue, the master will have the money to ransom you." He sweats even more upon hearing this. She hurriedly lets go of Meng Tianku's hand, pulls Tui Bao, and runs away, saying blankly, "We're going to report this." She immediately runs away with Tui Bao, leaving Meng Tianku and his servant with the flower-picking thief, all silent, not understanding what had just happened. After a moment, the flower-picking thief turns to look at Meng Tianku and smiles. "The great young miss of the Nan residence. Then I won't be polite." Just as he is about to rush towards Meng Tianku, he is immediately knocked to the ground by his servant. A moment later, Meng Tianku's servant steps on the flower-picking thief's head, who is now bruised and battered. "So many people desire my young master. Who the hell are you?" Meng Tianku says, "All right, take him to the authorities." His servant hurriedly says, "Young master, that Miss Nan just now is your future sister-in-law." That shocking maneuver. I'm still scared just thinking about it. Meng Tianku angrily retorts, "Sister-in-law? But I don't think she'll be able to marry my older brother smoothly." At this moment in the Nan residence, Master Nan hears the news and runs to Nankam's room, saying, "My darling daughter." Nankam is currently leaning on a chaise lounge, pretending to be weak and calling out, "Father." Master Nan says in pain, "Thank goodness you're all right. Amitabha, the heavens and Buddha be praised." Seeing him overreact, Consort Xiao speaks up, "Master, the doctor said the girl was just a little frightened. She might even be faking it. It's nothing serious." The fourth concubine also immediately tugs at his sleeve and says, "If that's really the case, Master must seek justice for me. That girl came touch my East Sea pearls and even had my gold jewelry melted down." As soon as Nankam hears her say this, she immediately covers her face and cries, saying, "Father, the fourth concubine said I was born ugly. That's why no man likes me. She said pearls can beautify the skin, so I took them to use. As for the gold jewelry, I wanted to cast something to give back to the fourth concubine as a return gift." She points outside the door. Just then, Tui Bao returns with a box. Tui Bao immediately places the object in front of the fourth concubine. "Congratulations to the concubine, a pot full of gold ingots. May your body be clear," the young miss says with this golden chamber pot. "What you excrete will no longer be just that, but gold ingots." It's very auspicious. Upon hearing this, Master Nin immediately points at the fourth concubine and scolds, "You're upset over a few ruined pearls. You're not fit to be someone's concubine. Besides, Kammer didn't even take your gold jewelry." The fourth concubine grits her teeth and thinks to herself, "Nankam, sooner or later I will kill you." Consort Xiao steps forward and says, "Master, I heard that a few days ago the great young miss bought up all the good tea leaves and ginseng on the market." Master Nin shrugs. "Just buying some tea leaves and ginseng. Pocket change, pocket change." Consort Xiao reminds him, 5,200 taels. Upon hearing this, Master Nin immediately chokes on his saliva. Consort Xiao walks to Nan Cam's side and continues. The great young miss acts strangely and spends money like water. Perhaps the master should temporarily cut off her allowance to let her reflect on herself. Hearing this, Nan Cam holds her head and thinks, No, spending money is my only hobby. It can't be taken away. Master Nan finds Consort Xiao's words reasonable and walks over to say to her, My good daughter, why did you buy so many tea leaves and so much ginseng? Hearing this, Nan Cam says this. She thinks to herself, How can I put this delicately? I actually just wanted to eat tea leaf eggs. Just then, the steward runs in and says, Master, startling everyone in the room. The steward, third uncle, bows and says, A business opportunity has fallen from the sky. Master Nan then asks, What business opportunity? Nan Cam is also full of doubt. The steward then says, I heard that the merchant ships had an accident at sea, so there will be no tea or ginseng this year. And in Qingzhou City, all the high-quality tea and ginseng in stock have been bought by the great young miss, and now the market price has doubled. The owners of the major tea shops and medicine halls are all here to see you. Want to buy it back from you. This leaves everyone in the room extremely surprised. Nan Cam, hearing this, thinks with a blank face, What? A way to squander the family fortune? No. Why is it that the more I squander, the more money I make? Master Nan, upon hearing this, happily grabs Nan Cam's shoulders and says excitedly, My treasure. You are truly my treasure pot. He waves his hand and says, I've decided the great young Mrs. Allowance is doubled. The fourth concubine immediately wails, Pity my sewer. Her allowance isn't even a fraction of the great young Mrs. Master, you're too biased. Master Nan angrily says, Camer's mother passed away early. So what if I dote on her a little more? Camer has no other hobbies besides spending a lot of money. So what if I give her a little more after she spends it? She can even earn it back for me. Can the daughter you gave birth to do that? Hearing this, Nan Cam thinks smugly, What's this about treating all bowls of water equally? Master Nan, this is wanting to smash all the other bowls. Only dotes on his precious daughter. She was incredibly pleased and happy, while the secondary wife glanced at her and spoke up, Old master, things are different now. The marriage with the prince of Jinnan's manor has already been discussed. If the eldest miss is still so mischievous after she marries over, how will she face her husband and parents-in-law? Nam Cam was startled to hear this and asked, Since when was this decided? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Old Master Nam hurriedly clapped his hands, sweating and saying with a laugh, Surprised? Shocked? I was originally going to wait until your birthday to tell you this news. Your father went through countless hardships and even put up half of the Nam Manor's assets as your dowry to finally marry you off. She imagined a man embracing half of the Nam Manor's assets, her heart aching unbearably. No way. I just transmigrated here. I just want to lie around and enjoy life. I don't want to get married, serve parents-in-law, or have any children. Old Master Nam excitedly introduced the marriage partner he had found for Nam Cam, the eldest young master of the Prince of Jinnan's manor, Meng Shanzi. 100 times better than that fool Pei Kachong. You'll like him. After hearing Old Master Nam's description, Shui Bao also excitedly congratulated her mistress. Congratulations, Miss Nam Cam, congratulations. I heard young Master Meng is handsome and a refined gentleman, just the scholarly type you like. Hearing this, Nam Cam, with tears welling in her eyes, pitifully called out to Old Master Nam, Father. She meant for him to call off the engagement, but Old Master Nam misunderstood and said excitedly, No need to thank me. Father loves you. Hearing this, she wept silently in her heart. Just then, the butler continued to report to Old Master Nam and Nam Cam. Old Master, young miss, actually the betrothal gift from the Prince of Jinnan's manor have arrived. They also prepared a gift for the eldest Mississippi. Upon hearing this, both Shui Bao and Old Master Nam's eyes lit up. As for Nam Cam, she was stunned with fear. A while later, everyone had left, leaving only Nam Cam still lying in her room. She stared at the sachet placed on the nearby table, examining it. Shui Bao also stood by the table, staring blankly at the sachet for a moment, then let out a cold laugh, picked up the sachet, and held it high. The young girl turned it over and over, pouting as she said to her mistress, I thought it was some precious gift, but it turns out to be just this little thing. It's not fragrant and even has a strange smell. Nam Cam glanced at it, remaining silent. Then Shui Bao said again, "Let's open it and see." As soon as Shui Bao opened the sachet, she was so scared she dropped it on the floor. "Young miss, it's full of straw inside." Hearing this, Nam Cam immediately sat up and looked at the sachet and said coldly, "A sachet stuffed with straw means it's useless trash." She recalled an hour ago. Shui Bao let a mama in, saying, "Mama Shun, please have a seat." The mama said, "No need. I have other matters to attend to." Nam Cam stood up and said, "The lady who just sent the gift is toothless and shameless." She frowned and thought to herself, "This is too much. This bronze bell is calling me promiscuous." She then said, "The refined gentleman Meng Shansua, the meaning behind this gift is too vicious." Shui Bao also cursed angrily. "Young miss, the young master-in-law, young master Meng is too much." She thought to herself, "That's right. Outsiders only know that half a month ago, I threw myself into the river to commit suicide after a failed confession. Today, I caused a scene at someone else's wedding out of jealousy. No one would want to marry such a woman, let alone the incredibly wealthy and renowned prince of Jinnan's manor." Shui Bao said angrily, "It was clearly young Master Pei who bullied you first, young miss. How can he go around spreading such rumors?" She smiled and said, "Thank heavens, that's just perfect." She tossed her hair and said, "He doesn't want to marry me, and I don't even want to marry him." Nam Kim glanced at the things that were sent and said to Shui Bao, "Take all these things back. I'm going to find father to complain and call off this engagement while I'm at it." Hearing this, Shui Bao immediately stopped Nam Cam. "You can't?" young Mississippi Nam Cam asked back. "Why not?" Shui Bao said worriedly. "This servant happened to find out. The Prince of Jinnan's manor owes the Nam manor a sky-high favor that has been passed down for several generations. They have always been reluctant to use this favor. The old master knows you were hurt by young Master Pei and thought that the eldest young master of the Prince of Jinnan's manor, whether in terms of family background, talent, or appearance, is far superior to young Master Pei. And with the favor in place, he specifically requested this marriage." Nam Cam frowned upon hearing this. Indeed, if the Prince of Jinnan's manor were to propose breaking the engagement, the favor would remain unpaid, and they would still be indebted to the Nam manor. But if the Nam manor initiated the breakup, not only would this favor be wasted, but they would also be criticized by the public, saying that the eldest miss of the Nam manor is arrogant enough to even dare cancel a marriage with the Prince of Jinnan's manor, causing more trouble for the Nam manor. She picked up the sachet full of straw and cursed inwardly. "So they sent this gift to humiliate me and provoke me into breaking the engagement. What a vicious heart." Shui Bao called out worriedly, "Young Mississippi." She laughed coldly. "Don't worry, I have a plan." At the same time, in the reception hall, old Master Nam was praising Nam Cam profusely. "Your Highness, my camera is not only as beautiful as a flower, but her fortune was also told when she was young. Her birth chart is auspicious for her husband, as long as one marries her. Her husband is guaranteed to soar to great heights." Meng Tianxiu heard this and said, "Oh, my Prince of Jinnan's manor is already second to only one and above tens of thousands. I really don't know what this soaring to great heights means." Hearing this, old Master Nam broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Your Highness, please don't be offended. This old man misspoke." After hearing this, he calmly drank his tea. Old Master Nam continued, "My Camerous birth mother passed away early, so I can't help but dote on her a little more. I only hope her future in-laws will be more tolerant. If there's anything improper, it's because of my lax upbringing, and I am willing to apologize to the prince. As for her future expenses, I have prepared a dowry for Camer, enough for her to spend for a lifetime. She will absolutely not cause any trouble for the prince's manor." Meng Tianxiu put down his teacup after hearing this and replied, "Does old Master Nam think my Prince of Jinnan's manor cannot support a female family member?" He hurriedly shook his head. No, I didn't mean that." He wiped his sweat and thought to himself, "This heir apparent is indeed, as the rumors say, moody and extremely difficult to serve." Meanwhile, Meng Tianxiu thought to himself, "It seems the Nam manor has indeed gone to great lengths. But I only hope that my elder brother can marry a wife he likes, not marry a debauched young lady with a bad reputation because of so-called favor. Moreover, only by having the Nam manor initiate the breakup will my elder brother avoid being punished by our father." Just then, Shui Bao ran into the reception hall. Seeing this, he thought smugly, "As expected, she's here. With that young lady's personality, I'm afraid she's about to cause a huge scene." Shui Bao curtsied and said, "Old master, the eldest miss says she likes this gift very much." Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu almost spat out his mouthful of tea. Shui Bao continued, "She wants to ask when the wedding date is. She is already prepared and is happy to marry into the prince of Jinnan's manor." Meng Tianxiu couldn't stop coughing after hearing this. Seeing this, old Master Nam asked in alarm, "Is your highness all right?" He thought to himself, "Everyone says the heir apparent is frail, and he is indeed fragile." As for him, his head was covered in sweat. "She didn't take the bait and even turn the tables on me." "A little interesting," old Master Nam said with a laugh. "Tell the eldest miss not to be hasty. I want to keep her for another year. Although the engagement is set, the wedding will have to wait." Meng Tianxiu frowned. "Fine. Elder brother has to stay in Jinlang for a month before he can return. Within this month, I must make Nam Cam back off and initiate the breakup." 3 days later, on a bustling street, the city's people were coming and going. Meng Tianxiu was currently sitting on the second floor of a tea house, watching the street below. People were whispering, "Have you guys heard? Pei Kachang was retaliated against by the eldest Miss Nam. Now, besides his father being gravely ill, he has nothing left. How tragic. Today is the flower viewing party. Maybe eldest Miss Nam will come. But all the ladies are avoiding her like the plague. Who would dare to receive her? Have you guys heard? Old Master Nam went to the Prince of Jinnan's manor to propose a marriage. Is it for the heir apparent or for young Master Shansa? No matter who she marries, it's too humiliating for them." At this moment, Nam Cam's carriage stopped. Shui Bao helped Nam Cam out of the carriage, and everyone immediately gestured. "Shu, stop talking, that fool Nam is here." The moment Nam Cam stepped out of the carriage, she stunned everyone. Nam Cam walked upstairs under everyone's astonished gazes. At this time, on the upper floor, Xia Rushuan was showing off. This hair ornament set was bought from Jinlu Pavilion in the capital. Besides the royal family, you all know that shop only makes 3 sets for commoners, and mine is one of them. The other young ladies exclaimed, "So exquisite, so beautiful. Oh my god, this set is inlaid with gold and jade. It must be at least 1,000 taels." Xia Rushuan said with a smug smile, "What's that? My mother dotes on me. She's willing to pay 1,000 taels." She thought to herself, "My family used to be famously wealthy too. It's a pity the Nam Manor stole our spotlight. Nam Cam is extravagant and luxurious, always stealing my position." She recalled how in the past, whenever Nam Cam appeared, the young ladies would happily gather around her, while she stood aside, jealous. So on the day of that banquet, she came to do Nam Cam's makeup. The original owner looked in the mirror and asked her, "Young Master Song is also attending the banquet today. Will he like how I look?" She immediately said, "Camer, this is the most popular makeup style in the capital. I want to do it too, but I was afraid of stealing your thunder." She thought to herself, "But at last year's flower viewing banquet, I set her up." The people in the capital laughed as soon as they saw Nam Cam's makeup. The original owner could only cover her face and run away. She thought smugly again. This year, with the Pei Kachang incident, she probably won't come, right? Without Nam Cam, I am the phoenix, second to none. Just then, a series of footsteps was heard, making her turn to look. Nam Cam gracefully and gently walked up the stairs. Her green attire accentuated her snow-white skin and her flawless, exquisite face. All the young ladies and masters were endlessly amazed. "We haven't seen her in a while. How has Miss Nam become even more beautiful? I wonder what brand of powder she uses to look so natural." Shui Bao followed behind, carrying a cloth bag, thinking smugly. Others would surely never guess that the lipstick was handmade by the young Mississippi. Several hundred caddies of fresh roses were pressed to make such a small jar, something 1,000 gold pieces couldn't buy. As soon as Xia Rushuan saw her, she immediately ran over, calling Camer. But before her hand could touch Nam Cam, she was pushed away. She covered her nose with her hand and asked, "What oil did you put on your hair today? The smell is so strong. It's making me uncomfortable." She thought angrily in her heart, "Stay away from me, you two-faced snake." The original owner couldn't see it, but how could I not know what you are? Xia Rushuan was angry, but she held it in and asked, "You're probably not used to this scent. It's my mother's fault. She insisted on choosing this fragrance. My mother handles all my clothing and accessories. It's so troublesome for me too. Camer, if your mother were still alive, you would have to suffer this hardship with me." She looked at Nam Cam smugly, but she said coldly, "I admire that you have someone who loves you, yet you admire my deceased mother. I wonder if old Master Xia would regret having given birth to you, if he knew." These words directly stunned Xia Rushuan. Nam Cam walked to a chair and said, "Shui Bao, Shui Bao immediately replied, "Yes, young Mississippi." Then the young girl threw out the cloth bag in her hand, surprising everyone. The cloth bag was immediately spread over the table. Xiao Ruxian was furious, while Nam Cam calmly sat down in the chair. Everyone in the tea house whispered. I was just staring in a daze. That precious fabric on Miss Xia. For Nam Cam, it's only worthy of being a tablecloth or a seat cushion. The most embarrassing part is her pretentious showing off, which isn't even worth a pair of chopsticks from the other's house. Hearing this, Xiao Ruxian angrily walked past the young lady who had just spoken and bumped into her, making her spill her teacup. She thought angrily, "Damn you, Nam Cam, for making me lose face in front of everyone. I'll remember this debt." She carried a jug of wine and walked to Meng Tianxiu's room. Meng Tianxiu's servant saw her and immediately stopped her, saying, "Miss, please stop. My young master is receiving a guest and not seeing outsiders." She smiled. "I heard the heir apparent is here, so I specially brought a jug of 100-day, drunk to liven things up for His Highness." The servant blocked her. "You can't." Just then, someone in the room spoke. 100-day drunk is indeed a fine wine. Xiao Ruxian was startled to hear this and thought, that voice belongs to Lu Qingshu, one of the 4 young masters of Jinling. So he's here too. She immediately said, "Then I'll see young Master Qingshu." She thought to herself, "Anyway, as long as I can get inside, I can see Meng Tianxiu." Meng Tianxiu's servant understood her intention and replied, "That's easy. Young Master Qingshu has always had a clear price list. 20 taels for a word, 50 taels for a love letter. And to drink with him and discuss life, it goes to the highest bidder." Hearing this, Xiao Ruxian was furious. She pulled out a stack of banknotes from her sleeve and threw them at the servant, saying, 100 taels, let me in." Just then, someone called out, 200 taels. This made her stop in her tracks. She turned around abruptly and saw that the person who had come was Nam Cam. She was looking at Xiao Ruxian with a smile. Xiao Ruxian then asked, "I treat you as a sister. Why are you going against me?" Nam Cam replied, "Haven't I always been the one who's crazy about handsome men? You know that young Master Qingshu is exceptionally handsome and dashing. I've admired him for a long time. Sister Ruxian, can you yield to me?" Hearing this, Xiao Ruxian cursed angrily. "Nam Cam, do you know how rotten your reputation is? Do you think young Master Qingshu would even look at you?" Nam Cam replied, "Sister Ruxian, if you have the energy to fight with me, you might as well try to raise the price." Hearing this, she gritted her teeth and said, "You." Then she immediately bid 500 taels. Nam Cam looked at her bracelet and replied lightly, 600 taels. She shouted, 800. Nam Cam bid 900. She immediately raised the price to 1,000 taels. In the room, Meng Tianxiu was listening intently. Meanwhile, Nam Cam thought to herself, so what if young Master Qingshu is handsome? 1,000 taels is a waste. Isn't the #1 beauty in the world said to be Meng Tianxiu? I'm spending money in this auction to build up my foolish persona and annoy my future little brother-in-law. What's wrong with this Xiao Ruxian? Sister Ruxian, you know?" Then she pulled a banknote from her sleeve and said, "When it comes to money, you'll never be my match. I'll give you this 1,000 taels. You should go. Staying here will only bring you shame." As soon as Nam Cam finished speaking, all the onlookers were stunned. While Xiao Ruxian thought angrily, "I've already lost once in front of everyone. I absolutely cannot admit defeat now." She immediately took out her banknotes and said, 1,001 taels. "Eldest Miss Nam, why don't you take the money and get lost?" She was sweating as she held the banknotes in front of Nam Cam, which surprised the others even more. Nam Cam stared at her for a moment, looked at the banknotes in her hand, then immediately said excitedly, "All right, I'll get lost right away. Shui Bao, take the money." And so, Nam Cam turned and left smugly, leaving Xiao Ruxian and the other servants stunned. Meanwhile, Meng Tianxiu in the room thought, Nam Cam got 2,000 taels from Xiao Ruxian with just a few words. It seems the rumors of her being useless are not true. Leaving just like that is more interesting. As for Shui Bao, who received the banknotes, her eyes lit up and she immediately followed Nam Cam in admiration, praising, "No wonder the old master always gives you countless treasures. The money spent is so easily earned back." Behind them, Xiao Ruxian angrily pointed at Nam Cam and shouted, You stop right there?" Nam Cam turned around perfectly, sparkling as she said, "It's all right, don't thank me. Who said we weren't good sisters?" Hearing this, Xiao Rushuan was immediately speechless. Just then, the servant walked over and said, "Miss Nam, my young master invites you." This startled Xiao Rushuan. While Nam Cam asked back, "Your young master wants to see me?" The servant replied, "Yes." Nam Cam asked excitedly, "How much does your young master cost?" The servant felt disrespected, but still had to smile and say, "My young master doesn't cost money." Hearing this, Nam Cam immediately snapped her fingers and asked, "Oh, so it's free?" Just then, a crab claw was thrown from inside, hitting the servant on the head, making him cry out. Nam Cam was also startled to see this. The servant held his head and said, "That hurts." Seeing this, Nam Cam's head was covered in sweat. Then she followed the servant inside. Xiao Rushuan wanted to follow, but the servant immediately stopped her, saying, "You can't go in." Xiao Rushuan immediately asked angrily, "Why? I've already paid." Another 2,000 taels. Meng Tianxiu's servant immediately pointed to the room next door. Young Master Qing Shu has been in the room next door all along. When Xiao Rushuan heard this, her head was full of question marks. Her face darkened in disbelief. Nam Cam smiled. "You reap what you sow. I wish Sister Rushuan and young Master Qing Shu a happy day. It would be even better if you could convey my admiration to him." Hearing this, Xiao Rushuan cursed angrily. "Nam Cam, your father went to the Prince of Jinnan's manor to propose marriage for you, right? You're so shameless." "Oh, I get it. Young Master Qing Shu was just an excuse, right? You must know that Meng Shanzao is not the Prince of Jinnan's biological son, so you want to marry the heir apparent, right?" Hearing this, Nam Cam immediately smiled at her, thinking to herself, "Good idea. It seems there's a new direction for breaking off the engagement." As soon as Xiao Rushuan saw this expression on Nam Cam's face, she said angrily, "Nam Cam." She recalled how she had previously taken the enemy's path, leaving the opponent with no way out. She was sweating as she handed the money to Nam Cam and said, "How about you take the money and get lost?" Who would have thought Nam Cam would immediately say, "All right, I'll get lost right away." At this moment, she said again, "You must know that Meng Shanzao is not the Prince of Jinnan's biological son. So you want to marry the heir apparent, right?" Nam Cam said cheerfully again, "Good idea, you're right." She was immediately speechless. Nam Cam followed the servant into the room, glanced at Meng Tianxiu, and thought to herself, "Meng Tianxiu, my future little brother-in-law, has given me 3 such thoughtful gifts. I must naturally return the favor properly." She looked at the man before her, who was currently sitting by the window, calmly drinking tea. The moment she saw Meng Tianxiu's face, Nam Cam immediately thought of the man she had met in the bathhouse before. Realizing who this person was, she was speechless. She immediately turned her head away, sweating profusely as she thought to herself, "Damn it, why is it that flat-chested sissy?" She was about to sneak away when Meng Tianxiu spoke up and asked, "Eldest Miss Nam, since you're here, why the rush to leave?" Hearing this, Nam Cam immediately stopped in her tracks. She was sweating as she thought, "So we've been enemies for a long time. No wonder he's stepping up for his brother, trying to force me to break the engagement. This is even better, the deeper the grudge." She immediately turned around aggressively and sat down in front of him, thinking, "Add some more firewood, pour some more oil. I must force the Prince of Jinnan's manor to initiate the breakup." She calmly picked up the teacup and took a sip, which made Meng Tianxiu extremely angry as he asked, "Where are your manners? The guest sits before the host invites them. I'm afraid that's a lack of proper upbringing, isn't it?" She put down the teacup and said, "Your Highness, I can be considered your future sister-in-law. In terms of seniority, you should have been the one to serve me this cup of tea." Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu was stunned. Nam Cam continued, "I'm not holding it against you, yet you question me about my upbringing. Could this be the family custom of the Prince of Jinnan's manor?" Hearing this, the heir apparent frowned. Nam Cam continued with a mocking smile, "I forgot the heir apparent's health is poor. If I anger you to the point of something happening, your elder brother will blame me." Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu cursed angrily. "You throw money around like dirt for other men. Your behavior is wanton, your nature unrestrained. On what grounds do you think the Prince of Jinnan's manor will definitely marry you? You are fundamentally unworthy of my elder brother." Hearing this, Nam Cam laughed and said, "Young Master Shanzao is just an adopted son of the manor. It wouldn't be out of the question for him to marry into my Nam family. So what's this about being unworthy?" Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu's face darkened, and he immediately stood up and walked towards her, startling her. He reached out and grabbed Nam Cam by the throat, pushing her towards the window. The grip on her throat was painful, and she thought to herself, isn't he supposed to be frail? Why is his temper so explosive? She immediately said, if you kill me, your elder brother won't escape involvement. He'll be gossiped about for the rest of his life for forcing his unwed wife to her death. Meng Tianxiu said angrily, I have countless ways to kill you, and I can ensure my elder brother is not implicated in the slightest. Nam Cam was being choked to the point of breathlessness, her whole body trembling, gasping for air. Meng Tianxiu stared at her with a grim face for a moment, then let go of his hand. He turned and returned to his seat. Nam Cam coughed, her soul shaken, and thought to herself, I was careless. This man is extremely terrifying, extremely dangerous. She pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, committing murder in broad daylight is against the law. Your Highness had better not joke around. This humble girl is timid. I can't handle being scared. Meng Tianxiu stared at her and thought to himself, this eldest Miss Nam, although her voice is weakened, she still sits here without a change in expression. She has some courage. He picked up his teacup and asked, don't you like Qingshu? If you initiate the breakup, I will go and put in a good word for you on that side. Nam Cam smiled and replied, it's easier to change rivers and mountains than to change one's nature. Let's just forget it. Besides, I admire young Master Qingshu, but I don't necessarily have to marry him. Spending a little silver in my free time, drinking with him, being friends, is enough. Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu was so angry he crushed the teacup, saying, so, you're set on marrying my elder brother? She feigned shyness and replied, a daughter's marriage is decided by her parents. I have always listened to my father, so naturally, I must marry. But my family is a merchant family. We can't compare to the Prince of Jinnan's manor. If young Master Shansou already has someone else in his heart and doesn't want to marry me, then if a letter of annulment is sent, I can only accept it. It's a matter of fate. We weren't meant to be husband and wife. Meng Tianxiu thought to himself upon hearing this. So eldest Miss Nam doesn't want to marry either. She just wants the Prince of Jinnan's manor to be the one to call it off. He said mockingly, a woman's reputation is important. If my Prince of Jinnan's manor initiates the breakup, aren't you afraid of being gossiped about, Miss Nam? She smiled and replied, my reputation in Qingzhou City has already been gossiped about to shreds. If the Prince of Jinnan's manor doesn't value me, then just return the marriage certificate and initiate the breakup. If I can't be your sister-in-law, then these formalities can be dispensed with. She stood up and curtsied respectfully. Your Highness, please enjoy the flowers and tea at your leisure. I shall take my leave. When you come to my manor to return the marriage certificate, I will serve you tea again to welcome you. Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu remained silent. Nam Cam turned and said, if your Highness feels unreconciled, I am also happy to oblige. The worst that can happen is that I become your sister-in-law. She thought to herself, we'll just wait and see. The next day, Shui Bao held a letter on which was written, the moon is bright, Hongxiu Pavilion, a night of fragrant tea and fine wine. A cup of wine to toast the passing beauty. Shui Bao handed her a letter. Young miss, are you going? She took the letter, saying it was an invitation, or rather, a letter of challenge. Shui Bao asked, confused, a letter of challenge? Young Master Qing, Shu may not like you, young miss, but there's no deep-seated hatred between you. She replied, of course it's not him, but I'll just pretend it is for now. She remembered Meng Tianxiu's face and smiled. At the Hongxiu Pavilion, Nam Cam, wearing a veil, pushed open the door and entered. Inside, young Master Qing Shu had been waiting for a long time. He was admiring the view outside and turned around at the sound, asking, Miss Nam, you've arrived? Nam Cam, gentle as water, curtsied. Young Master Qing Shu. He immediately helped her up, pulling her closer and saying, no need for formalities. Come here, I'll show you to your seat. Nam Cam felt him take her hand and thought to herself, he's holding my hand the moment I arrive. It seems this rotten scoundrel doesn't see me as a proper lady at all. Qing Shu smiled and said, the tea and wine are all ready, and my friends will be here soon. Nam Cam asked in surprise, there are others? He replied, what? You don't like it? Then I'll tell them to go home. She quickly said, no need, but young Master Qing Shu, please, under no circumstances should you reveal my true identity. She sat down and continued, although I admire you, I dare not have any fantasies. After all, I'm already engaged. Hearing this, Ching Shu smiled smugly and thought to himself, if there aren't many people, how can I make everyone laugh at you? Tianxiu is still waiting. With that thought, Ching Shu replied, all right, I won't say you are Nam Cam. You're wearing a veil, so others won't know it's you. Nam Cam smiled and replied, all right, thank you, young Master Ching Shu. But inwardly, she had already thrown up 800 times. A moment later, 2 more men entered the tea room and asked, young Master Ching Shu, didn't you only ever like courtesans? Why'd you started teasing someone with a bodhisattva's heart? Laughter echoed throughout the tea room. Ching Shu sighed. It's not that I like her, it's that she admires me. Immediately, a young master said, countless women admire you. Today, there's even one who paid money just to meet you. Is this one any different? Nam Cam picked up her teacup. I think I should head back first. Just then, several women pushed the door open and entered, saying, young master, we're here. Immediately, 2 women threw themselves into the arms of the other 2 men, cuddling them. They called out, Xiao Xiang, Xiao Shui. Seeing this, Nam Cam thought to herself, so that's how it is. They're waiting for me to serve wine with these women and entertain these young masters. And once word gets out, even if the Prince of Jinnan's manor doesn't proactively break off the engagement, the Nam manor will have no face left to marry me off. At this moment, the woman named Xiao Xiang looked at Nam Cam and said, what peerless beauty has young Master Lu found, hiding her so well, and not letting us have a look? Ching Shu put his arm around Nam Cam's shoulder and asked, a proper young lady is shy, unlike you all, right? Hearing this, Xiao Xiang said, a proper young lady, yet she comes to the Hongxiu Pavilion to have fun with us. She must be the first of her kind in Qingzhou City. Could she be Nam Cam? She pointed at Nam Cam, and the whole room burst into laughter. Ching Shu immediately tried to lift her veil, saying, is it her or not? We'll know once we see. She said, don't. Ching Shu smiled and said, be good. If you don't show your face, don't blame me for making things difficult for you. Nam Cam sighed and said, young Master Ching Shu, I don't care about the gossip, and I don't mind unveiling myself, but I want to ask you one question. Are your feelings for me genuine? Ching Shu broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, although Nam Cam is a fool, she's beautiful and Meng Tianxiu's future sister-in-law. Taking advantage of this situation won't be a loss for me. Ching Shu immediately grabbed Nam Cam's hand and asked with a smile, of course I like you. See, are there any other women by my side? Right now, I only have you. Hearing this, Xiao Xiang immediately clapped her hands and exclaimed, is young Master Ching Shu trying to become a reformed gentleman? Everyone in the room laughed loudly. Nam Cam thought happily to herself, I spent several hundred taels on this mask today. I wonder if it will bring everyone a surprise? Everyone in the room was extremely excited, while Meng Tianxiu was sitting and drinking tea in the next room, separated from them only by a screen. His servant was also hiding behind the screen, watching the scene inside. He was excited, then suddenly froze. Everyone in the room was also stunned like wooden chickens. Nam Cam lifted her veil, and everyone in the room was instantly so scared they trembled all over. Some ran away, some vomited. The women in the room trembled and screamed. Nam Cam approached Ching Shu and said, it is because my appearance is too ugly. Fortunately, young Master Ching Shu does not despise me and is willing to accept me, which gives me the courage to live on. Ching Shu, I love you. Hearing this, Ching Shu trembled all over, then spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Ching Shu cried and screamed, it's ruined, it's ruined. My entire life's reputation is ruined at her hands. Nam Cam approached Ching Shu and asked, Ching Shu, what's wrong? Ching Shu scrambled up, shouting, Mother, save me. Then he immediately ran out of the room, cursing, Meng Tianxiu, you bastard. As soon as Ching Shu ran to the next room, he found no one there, only a teacup with some liquid still on the table. Ching Shu thought in fear. Where did he go? He ran away. Nam Cam also approached Ching Shu. Ching Shu hurriedly covered his face. Nam Cam glanced at the wet teacup on the table, imagining the scene of Meng Tianxiu drinking tea and spitting it all out upon seeing this face, and felt smug. The person watching the show just now seems to have been scared out of his wits. Ching Shu hurriedly backed away, avoiding her. Seeing her advance, he said, what do you want? He shut his eyes tightly. One more look, and he would die. Nam Cam thought smugly, I've only ever been the one to tease men. No one can plot against me and turn me into a laughingstock. She immediately said to Ching Shu, I'll ask you a few questions, and you must answer honestly. At this moment, in a large palanquin carried by 8 men, Meng Tianxiu sat inside, his face dark. The servant beside him recalled the event, still afraid. Young master's move, I'm afraid, was like trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Miss Nam's reputation wasn't harmed. Instead, young Master Qing Shu has become the laughingstock of Qingzhou City this time, his reputation completely ruined. Suddenly, the servant saw Shui Bao waiting at the gate ahead. He was startled. Heavens, we just got back from the Hongxiu Pavilion, and she's already waiting here. Shui Bao stepped forward and handed a letter to the servant, saying, "This is an invitation from my young miss, inviting His Highness the Heir Apparent to Feng Mountain on the outskirts for an outing in 3 days." The servant hurriedly took it. "All right, I will pass it on to the young master." And so, he watched Shui Bao leave, then ran to Meng Tianxiu, presenting the letter and saying, "Young master, an invitation from the Nam Manor." "Oh no, it's a letter of challenge." Meng Tianxiu, who had just stepped out of the carriage, heard this and let out a sneer, replying, "Challenge accepted." The servant watched him and nodded, "Yes, young master." 3 days later, Meng Tianxiu was sitting in a roadside tea house at the foot of the mountain, with 2 servants behind him. At this moment, a large, gilded carriage slowly approached, looking incredibly luxurious and magnificent. It was Nam Cam's carriage. Meng Tianxiu looked up, and upon seeing the carriage, said disdainfully, "All show." His personal servant heard this and thought to himself, "This loudmouth young miss seems hard to deal with." The hot-tempered maid Hong Ling is also here today. The young master had better not underestimate his opponent. Nam Cam extended her hand and stepped out of the carriage. Shui Bao immediately stepped forward to support her. Nam Cam's eyes swept over Meng Tianxiu, who was also looking at her at that moment. Their gazes met midair, seemingly sparking with the fire of an impending battle. Just as Nam Cam was about to step down, a servant from her entourage immediately ran up and knelt down to serve as her footstool. This person's sudden kneeling startled Nam Cam. She was only surprised for a moment before calmly stepping on the person's back to get down. She also gave a meaningful look to Shui Bao. Although she said nothing, Shui Bao, having been with her for many years, immediately understood. She took out some silver fragments from her pocket and threw them to the servant who had acted as a footstool. The servant immediately said happily, "Thank you, eldest Mississippi Hong Ling." Meng Tianxiu's maid couldn't help but say angrily upon seeing the scene, "You could have clearly placed a stool. Why must you trample on a servant?" Servants are also born and raised by their parents. After hearing this, Nam Cam walked closer, mimicking her posture from the previous money-stealing incident, and said, "I didn't force him." Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu's face darkened. Nam Cam asked, "What's wrong, Jinghua?" The servant who had just been her footstool heard her question and immediately replied, "This servant did it willingly. Thank you, eldest Mississippi." It was completely this servant's own wish. Seeing him answer like this, Nam Cam happily praised, "Good boy." This made Hong Ling furious, but there was nothing she could do. Meanwhile, Nam Cam's servants looked smug. Hong Ling and Meng Tianxiu's personal servant immediately started whispering to each other. Meng Tianxiu stood up and looked at her, thinking to himself, "She's putting on an act." Nam Cam thought angrily, "This future brother-in-law's face looks a bit sinister. He seems unfamiliar with my ways. He must be judging my acting skills." She pointed ahead and said, "On Feng Mountain, there's a holy mother temple. Prayers made with a sincere heart are very effective. Is the heir apparent interested?" He then asked, "What does eldest Miss Nam wish to pray for?" She retorted, "For marriage." The two looked at each other, sparks of hostility flying between them. He looked at her and thought to himself, "The letter has been delivered to my face. If I don't agree, wouldn't I be letting down the beauty's kind intentions?" At the Guanyin Holy Mother Temple, Nam Cam and Meng Tianxiu walked up together. The abbot saw them and said, "Patrons, it is almost mealtime. Please have your meal first." Nam Cam nodded in agreement. Shui Bao immediately ran over and handed a donation envelope to the abbot, saying, "Master, there are many bank notes in this donation envelope." The master immediately accepted it, smiling and saying, "Amiba, please follow this humble monk." Nam Cam nodded respectfully and followed the master inside. At this moment, Shui Bao ran over to call Jinghua. Jinghua asked, Sister Shui Bao, what are your instructions? Shui Bao continued. On the way up the mountain, the young miss learned that your mother is ill and your family is short on money, so she found a way to earn some. This is money for you to buy medicine. Shui Bao took out a bag of silver and gave it to Jinghua, who was extremely surprised. Shui Bao continued. The young miss said, a man's head touches the sky, his feet touch the earth. He cannot kneel before others. After hearing this, Jinghua said with shame, for the eldest miss to treat me like this, I would be willing to work like an ox and horse for her for the rest of my life. Shui Bao smiled and said, the young miss also said, if you insist, she won't stop you. It's just that you should eat a bit more and be a bit healthier. Hearing this, Jinghua was moved to tears. Shui Bao continued, you are so thin now, she finds you too frail. After hearing Shui Bao's words, Jinghua knew that Nam Cam cared for him. He looked towards Nam Cam and thought to himself, the eldest miss doesn't seem to be like the rumors say. In the guest room, an exquisitely prepared vegetarian meal was served. Shui Bao stepped forward to pick up food for Nam Cam, praising her. Young miss, thanks to your plan, this stuffed lotus root with glutinous rice looks more and more beautiful. Before, what we ate was just a slice of white lotus root, nothing special. Shui Bao compared the vegetarian dish from before to now, and, thinking about it, she felt the food was indeed much tastier. Hong Ling, on Meng Tianxiu's side, heard this and sighed disdainfully. This vegetarian food has never been fit for a grand occasion. At the banquets in our Prince of Jinnan's manor, this dish is nothing rare. She also picked up a piece for Meng Tianxiu, saying, it's just that we're in this desolate mountain forest, so we have to make do. Meng Tianxiu ate that piece of lotus root, and his heart bloomed with joy. He thought to himself, delicious. The crispness of rock sugar, the sweet fragrance of honey, and the aroma of osmanthus flowers blend in my mouth. This change is not bad. However, he glanced at Nam Cam and said, it is indeed a delicacy, but it's still a little short of perfection. Hearing this, Nam Cam put down her chopsticks, glanced at him, and gestured, oh, do you have a better idea? Meng Tianxiu ordered, you go to the kitchen, find some hawthorn cakes, cut them into small pieces. That will be the perfect flavor. Reaching perfection, Hong Ling turned and left smugly. Afterwards, the hawthorn cakes were brought in. Meng Tianxiu gestured to her, inviting her to taste it. Nam Kim took a bite and thought in amazement, it's delicious. But she still looked unconvinced in the face of Meng Tianxiu's smugness. After the meal, Nam Cam went to a small shrine to pray for marriage, and she began to shake the fortune stick container. A fortune stick fell out, and as soon as she picked it up to look, she immediately let out an exaggerated wail with her dramatic acting skills, looking utterly horrified. Shui Bao ran over in fear and asked, young miss, what's wrong? Nam Cam, with her masterful acting, cried, it's the worst possible fortune. She secretly wiped away her tears, thinking, drawing the worst fortune when praying for marriage. Tomorrow, there will surely be rumors that he and I are astrologically incompatible, bringing misfortune to the family. Meng Tianxiu stood to one side, watching, and thought in amazement, she's really into her role. Shui Bao rushed to comfort her. Young miss, don't worry, there must be a solution. She nodded in agreement. Shui Bao then stepped forward and handed the fortune stick to the master, saying, Master, I beg you. After looking at the fortune stick, the master immediately broke into a sweat and said, a gentleman's affection is as bland as water. In the end, he is not a creature of the pond. The eldest miss asks about marriage. If you associate with a petty person, you will be embroiled in gossip, and the union will not come to be. Forcing a marriage will bring shame to your ancestors later, and finding a spouse will be difficult. You will need a remedy for your fate in love. So don't think too much about it this year. Meng Tianxiu glanced at her, seeing her smug smile as if to say, sorry, I can still be your sister-in-law. He was astonished. She wiped her tears and asked, Master, then what should I do? Shui Bao also asked worriedly, Master, you must have a solution, right? The master replied, of course, since it's a matter of marriage. We must find a way to prevent the young Mrs. reputation from being ruined. Nam Cam and Shui Bao heard this, their heads full of question marks. What? The master continued, since you're not married yet, what's all this fuss in broad daylight? You want to break the engagement so you won't harm others later. Nam Cam thought angrily. According to that note, the interpretation required you to personally take action, and I made my move. In Shui, Bao thought. Clearly, everything was arranged, the money was paid, the abbot was supposed to help. How did it turn out like this? Nam Cam glanced at the smugly smiling Meng Tianxiu. Could his appetite be so big that he took her bribe and then ran to tattle to Meng Tianxiu? Meng Tianxiu spoke up. This statue of the Holy Mother is as round as the full moon. It should have been a white jade statue. Hearing this, the master immediately clasped his hands. Amit Ba. Meng Tianxiu then turned to Nam Cam and said, in the end, it seems eldest Miss Nam wants to go to the Qing Dang Temple for 10 years before returning. Hearing this, Nam Cam gritted her teeth, remaining silent. She thought angrily, you win this round, but I won't let you off easy. Half an hour later, Nam Cam and Meng Tianxiu walked outside. Meng Tianxiu stepped forward and asked, eldest Miss Nam deliberately invited me here alone. Do you want to push me off Beifeng Mountain? That would be the retribution that the Yi residents least desires. Hearing this, Nam Cam thought angrily. A sickly person dares to come. How dare he say that? Nam Cam tossed her hair and said to Meng Tianxiu, the wind is strong here. I don't need to do it myself. After hearing her words, Meng Tianxiu smiled and said, in the Prince of Jinnan's manner, I am the most idle person. If eldest Miss Nam wants to continue playing, I will gladly accompany you for as long as you wish. Who would have thought that Nam Cam would start acting again, tears falling like pearls, asking Meng Tianxiu, the heir apparent has already deceived me to this extent. What more is there for me to say? Tomorrow, all of Qingzhou City will know that my, Nam Cam's, fate is too harsh. The Prince of Jinnan's manor won't mention it, but I won't be able to marry for 10 years. Seeing Nam Cam crying so miserably, Meng Tianxiu was startled and thought, is she really crying? Seeing that he believed she was really crying, Nam Cam continued her act, wiping her tears. Father will surely have no face left to force this marriage, and will definitely take the initiative to break it off. Hearing Nam Cam's sorrowful tone, Meng Tianxiu thought to himself, she is a woman. After all, was I too harsh just now? Realizing that this matter affected Nam Cam's reputation, Meng Tianxiu hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. Don't cry anymore. What happened just now won't get out. As long as the Nam Manor takes the initiative to break off the engagement, you can make 3 conditions to me. I will compensate you. As soon as Nam Cam heard this, her hand reached in her pocket and took out the prepared packet of peach blossom pollen. Meng Tianxiu, still unaware of what he was about to face, bowed and said, we both have our own difficulties. I have offended eldest Miss Nam. As soon as he looked up, he saw her smug smile, utterly confused. Before he could understand what was happening, Nam Cam threw the entire packet of powder at him, a truly vicious smile on her face. Meng Tianxiu immediately covered his nose, thinking to himself, I've been tricked again, this cunning woman. Nam Cam thought smugly. To be honest, Meng Tianxiu is indeed allergic to pollen. We can deal with breaking the engagement later. First, I have to get revenge for the previous humiliation. Meng Tianxiu seemed to realize something and shouted in alarm, don't move. Hearing this, Nam Cam was startled. At that moment, a snake slithered out from beside her feet. She trembled and said, could it be a snake? A snake. The snake flicked its tongue at her. For her, the most terrifying creature was a snake. She immediately ran towards Meng Tianxiu in fear. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, and she let out a scream. Seeing this, Meng Tianxiu thought anxiously, men and women should not touch. Forget it, she's afraid of snakes. No, I have to throw her down. But at that moment, her sleeve, covered in pollen, made him cough violently. She said in alarm, heir apparent, you have to hold on, don't let me go. Heir apparent, don't break the engagement. I am your future sister-in-law. How can you bear to let me die in a snake's mouth? I'll grant you the broken engagement, just don't harm me anymore. Big brother is also your benefactor. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Meng Tianxiu, gasping for breath from the pollen allergy, trembled all over, causing Nam Cam to gradually slip down. She looked at the snake below and thought in fear, it's over, it's over. It's really over. And so, Meng Tianxiu could no longer hold on and let go of Nam Cam, letting her fall to the ground. The snake took the opportunity to lunge forward. She was terrified as it bit her on the leg. Seeing this, Nam Cam was so scared she fainted and fell to the ground. She glanced at the horrified Meng Tianxiu. This situation is probably a draw. Oh no, it's probably one person crippled and one person injured. A moment later, Meng Tianxiu's servant supported him. He was worried about his master, crying and asking, "Despicable! What did your young miss do to my young master?" Shui Bao ran to Nam Cam's side, crying and calling, "Young miss." Young Mississippi Shui Bao also held the unconscious Nam Cam, asking angrily, "You vile villain, how could your young master bear to let a snake bite my young miss?" Meng Tianxiu's servant cried and said, "My young master, after all." Shui Bao retorted, "My young miss is about to die." At this moment, the abbot rushed over and said, "Stop arguing. Save them quickly." He looked at Meng Tianxiu and Nam Cam, thinking to himself, "Both sides are my patrons, and both are generous. For the sake of adding more tiles and incense to the Holy Mother Temple, nothing can happen, otherwise it will come to burn incense in the future." Truly, Amitba. In Nam Cam's rest chamber, Shui Bao brought her medicine, "Young miss." The medicine is brewed. Nam Cam sat on the bed, took the bowl of medicine that exuded a bitter smell, and frowned. She took the bowl, closed her eyes, and drank it all in one go, thinking to herself, even if he was having an asthma attack, couldn't he have found another way to shoo it away? Did he have to hit the snake on the head? Didn't he see that I had already been bitten by the snake? Shui Bao worriedly handed her a sweet, "Young miss. Quickly eat some to get rid of the bitter taste." She fearfully recalled the scene of being bitten by the snake, which caused her to be tormented by nightmares at night and tortured by this bitter and sour medicine during the day. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. She cursed Meng Tianxiu's 18 generations of ancestors, and suddenly an idea struck her. She opened the door and called, "Zhanhai." Immediately, a fat pigeon flew over and landed on her hand. She said happily, "Raise a pigeon for 1,000 days. Use in a moment. Go run an errand for me." She tucked a letter into the pigeon's leg ring, then released it to fly and deliver the letter. At the same time, in Meng Tianxiu's room, he received the letter, coughing and cursing, pretending to ask after me, apologizing. She's actually just repeating her curses at me. The undercurrents are surging. The lotus flowers are brilliant, exuding a fragrant aroma. "Bajin, give me a brush and paper. I have to write a reply." Hearing this, his servant immediately released the pigeon to fly away. The two sides went back and forth, sending pigeons with letters, causing the pigeon to look exhausted and dejected. In Nam Cam's room, she was resting on the bed, asking Shui Bao, "Why isn't Zhenhai back yet?" Shui Bao, who was tidying the room, heard this and replied, "Young miss, yesterday you smeared peach blossom pollen on the letter you sent to the heir apparent." Shui Bao imagined the scene of Meng Tianxiu collapsing as soon as he opened the letter and continued. The heir apparent's illness suddenly worsened. Today, he had to call the doctor again. Where would the heir apparent find the strength to reply to you? She immediately sat up and asked, "Who told him to criticize my Zhanhai for being fat, calling a fat pigeon?" Hearing this, Shui Bao pouted. Zhanhai did indeed look like a plump pigeon. After hearing Shui Bao's words, her head was full of question marks, and she looked at Shui Bao with an expression of disbelief. Shui Bao thought to herself, "Young miss, you really are. The heir apparent is in a bit of a miserable state." Just then, someone carrying a food box came and knocked on the door. "Eldest miss, the prince's manor has sent someone with food. They said it's to apologize to the eldest Mississippi." Hearing this, Nam Cam became vigilant. The servant continued to introduce, "The dish is jade snake soup. There's also pigeon tofu soup. The snake soup is to get revenge and nourish the eldest Mississippi. It's a sign of care." Hearing this, Shui Bao immediately burst into tears. "Zhenhai, you've finally become a pot of soup." Nam Cam, however, was furious and got out of bed, asking, "Shui Bao, help me up. Return the favor for me." Hearing this, Shui Bao asked, confused, "Young miss." Shui Bao cried inwardly, "The pigeon has already been cooked. Does the young miss want me to personally deliver a gift? I'll surely be captured." At this time, at the Prince of Jinnan's manor, Meng Tianxiu's servant looked at the pigeon. Why has this pigeon gotten fatter? The servant handed medicine to Meng Tianxiu. he asked his servant, "Has the pigeon soup been sent?" The servant replied, "It has been sent, sir. Someone has already taken it." Mang Tianxiu asked again, "Did the Nan Manor send any gift in return?" The servant reported, "Young master, please stop going back and forth with the eldest Miss Nan. Although this servant doesn't understand what was written in the pigeon post, your expression this time was very strange. A little angry, yet a little amused. You seem to hate her, yet you were also looking forward to hearing from her. You've already fallen for the peach blossom pollen trick twice, yet you still sent soup. What if she does it again?" Hearing this, Mang Tianxiu immediately threw something at his servant, scolding, "Why are you so talkative? Bring it here." Hearing this, the servant rubbed a lump on his head and went to get the item with a pained expression. On the bed, Mang Tianxiu thought angrily, "We can deal with breaking off the engagement later, but I must get my dignity back. She's obsessed with handsome men, yet so unreasonable and full of schemes." The servant timidly brought the item and handed it to him. He took the box, thinking to himself, "You're as cunning as a fox, always thinking of wicked things, and you love to act. How can someone like you marry my elder brother?" Mang Tianxiu smiled and asked, "Could it be peach blossom pollen again this time?" His servant reminded him, "Young master, be careful. What if it's—" He swallowed, thinking, "Is this young lady truly the shame of my life?" A man's survival instinct is truly strong. He opened the box. Inside was a sachet, and on the sachet was a note, "A sachet for you. I admit defeat. Don't worry, there's no peach blossom pollen." Mang Tianxiu tore up the note and said, "Indeed, there's no smell of peach blossoms." His servant asked, "Young master, isn't this the sachet we sent to the Nan Manor?" He picked up the sachet. "I don't know what she put inside." He turned the sachet over and looked closely. On it was written, "Idiot, you believe anything." He immediately threw it away. On the lid of the box was another line of words, "You're so easy to trick." His servant picked up the sachet and said, "Young master, there's no peach blossom pollen. You can rest assured." He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Cut this sachet open for me. I don't want to see it anymore." His servant called out to him, "Young master." He said angrily, "Cut it now." The servant quickly said, I'll cut it. "Young master, don't get agitated. Once you get agitated, your asthma will act up again." Ever since the young master met the eldest Miss Nan, he's no longer the all-powerful, confident, and composed young master of Jinling. This time, he must be furious. The servant had just cut open the sachet when peach blossom pollen flew out from inside, along with 2 pieces of paper, on which was written, "What a klutz." If he had cut it open slowly, wouldn't it have been fine? "Sorry, you'll have to lie in bed for another 2 days." Mang Tianxiu smelled the peach blossom pollen, gritting his teeth. "To think I've fallen for this petty trick 3 times. He gritted his teeth and called out her name. "Nanjin, I'm going to kill you." Then he pinched his nose. In Nanjin's room, she cleaned her ear, saying excitedly, "It's a pity I can't personally witness his furious but helpless expression." A few days later, Nanjin strolled through her manor, sighing, "So boring." Shui Bao followed her and asked, "Miss, it's only been a few days since the young lord was sent back to Jinling for treatment. Could it be that you missed the young lord?" She held her head and said, "A lone warrior seeking defeat. You wouldn't understand. With this sickly little brother-in-law around, I at least had the interest to engage in a battle of wits and courage. The others really don't catch my eye." Shui Bao looked at her worriedly, thinking to herself, before the master left for the capital, he instructed that we must keep the young miss happy. Otherwise, the residual toxins won't be expelled, and it will cause future health problems. Nanjin continued, "I kind of miss Zhenhai." Shui Bao thought to herself, "That's right, Zhenhai is gone, but there's still Jingwei." So Shui Bao said excitedly, "Miss, let's go to the stables to see Jingwei." Nanjin immediately nodded. "All right. I've been lying in bed for several days. I don't even know if it's fat or thin now. Let's go take a look." So she immediately went to the stables with Shui Bao. The people in the stables immediately bowed in greeting eldest Mississippi. There was a horse with a thick waist, a sturdy body, and a sleek coat, flashing an incredibly confident smile. Nanjin looked up. "I have some impression of this young man. He's a smart and honest person. Why does he have such a troubled expression?" Suddenly, the steward kicked the young man, causing him to drop his brush and hastily call out, eldest Mississippi. Nanjing glanced coldly at the person in front of her, her sharp voice ringing out, "What is it? Did you not see me?" The person was startled, trembling all over. In a panic, he hurriedly knelt to pay respects, his face full of terror. He lowered his head, his voice trembling, "My apologies, eldest Mississippi. I was momentarily distracted and didn't notice you. Please forgive me, eldest Mississippi." Nanjing did not answer immediately. She just stood there silently, her cold gaze fixed on him, making the air seem to freeze. After a few seconds of silence, she said softly to the young man, "You come with me." The young man immediately stood up respectfully and followed her without a moment's hesitation. Seeing this, the surrounding servants began to whisper, "Being called away like that, he's definitely going to be punished. The eldest miss is too bored in the manor. She's finally found someone to take her anger out on." Hearing these words, Nanjing sneered inwardly. She walked into a room, thinking it was the original owner who was fierce. What does that have to do with me? The people in the manor are indeed afraid of me now, but that's only because of Nan Zeshan's favor. I want to live a peaceful life as a salted fish, but I also need to become strong myself. Otherwise, I won't have enough of a sense of security. There's nothing to do anyway. First, I'll recruit a few capable and loyal followers. She led Jinghua into a quiet room. She sat down in a chair and ordered sit. Jinghua, still looking frightened, shook his head repeatedly. This lowly one wouldn't dare. Nanjing frowned, her tone becoming gentler as she asked, "Jinghua, how is your mother's health? Is she taking her medicine?" Jinghua looked up in astonishment, not expecting the eldest miss to remember who he was, let alone care about his family matters. He stammered in reply, "She has taken the medicine, but things at home have been unsettled recently. My mother keeps worrying and won't rest properly. I've tried to persuade her many times, but it's no use." Nanjing nodded and continued to ask Jinghua what happened at home. Jinghua lowered his head awkwardly, his voice hesitant as he replied, "Actually, it's not a big deal. I'm afraid if I say it, the eldest miss will think I'm making a mountain out of a molehill." Jinghua breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "I thought the eldest miss wanted to punish me. I didn't expect." Nanjing then asked him, "What is it? Still want to play coy and not say anything?" Seeing Jinghua's troubled expression, Nanjing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She was afraid he'd be embarrassed, so she brought up his family matters to give him an out, but he still didn't dare to speak. Jinghua was startled and finally opened his mouth, his voice slow and tinged with bitterness. "It's a long story. My family lives in Guling Village, outside of Qingzhou City. For the past 10 years, our village has been very poor due to failed harvests. My elder brother, along with some fellow villagers, went to Songjiang to work as boat trackers for the Chow Gang. But for every trip, they have to pay a hefty sum to the guild masters. Over time, they couldn't make ends meet, and they haven't been paid for half a year. Now, there's nothing left at home." Hearing this, Nanjing's eyes darkened slightly. She thought for a moment and said, "The canal to the north is blocked at Qingzhou. Our section has the most severe siltation, making it difficult for boats to pass. To not affect this year's autumn grain storage, the Imperial Court has issued a decree ordering Qingzhou City to establish a maritime transport bureau and switch to sea routes. Isn't this smashing their rice bowl, leaving not even the bowl itself?" Jinghua nodded, his face full of helplessness. "That's right. The gang leader also told everyone to find their own way to make a living. But my elder brother stubbornly insists on following the boatmaster." He paused for a moment, recalling what the boatmaster had once said, "If you don't want to become ghosts with your brothers after death, put your thumbprint on this paper. From now on, we all go our separate ways. You will no longer be men of the Jianghu." After hearing this, Jinghua's elder brother, Jing Shan, immediately knelt and said, "Gang leader, Jing Shan is willing to follow you through thick and thin." Jinghua continued, his voice slow but full of anxiety. "That's why my mother refuses to cooperate with her treatment, trying to force my elder brother to leave." Hearing this, Nanjing nodded gently, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. She asked, "So if your brother leaves the Chow Gang, what could he do?" Jinghua replied shyly, "With our status, we can only be servants." Nanjing continued to press, her tone growing sharper. "Staying the Chow Gang is about brotherhood, a bond like hands and feet. How can you expect loyalty to a master?" Her blunt words startled Jinghua. He looked up at Nanjing, a flicker of doubt and admiration in his eyes. He thought to himself, the eldest miss is right. Nanjing saw the subtle change in Jinghua's eyes. She smiled inwardly, thinking, he's a smart one, as expected. In that case, I don't mind giving him another hint. She continued, besides, I don't think the Chow gang will disband. River transport has existed for hundreds of years, feeding so many mouths, and so many officials rely on it for layers of exploitation. This sea route has cut off the official source of wealth. The interests of the majority are their money-making path. Hundreds of years can't be abandoned just because of a few broken boats. This Chow gang seems rather interesting. These words made Jinghua fall into deep thought. He nodded, feeling though what she said made perfect sense. After seeing Jinghua off, Nanjing returned to her room. She took out a brush and paper and began to draw a map of the regional transport routes. After finishing the drawing, she picked up a book to read, thinking as she read, the Chow gang won't disband. Sea transport definitely won't last. In the end, they'll have to return to the old path of river transport to the north. But the section outside Qingzhou City is severely blocked. The court is spending a lot of money to deal with it. It will be better to try diverting the river. Digging a new channel to lead the flow north would save time and effort, and could solve the problem completely. Considering the terrain, water flow, and villages, some sacrifices might have to be made. Only the Guling Village area is the most suitable. I just need to find a reason to buy up all of Guling Village, wait for the Imperial Court to issue a decree to divert the canal through Guling Village, and by then, the land prices will skyrocket. At that time, I can just sit back and collect the money. Guling Village might even get a new port, becoming the first inland port heading south. The transport and distribution of Huai salt will all be centered here. Guling Village will no longer be the small, dilapidated village it was before. This thought made Nanjing incredibly happy. She imagined Guling Village no longer as a poor, dilapidated village, but as a bustling trade center. Shui Bao, standing to one side, saw her Mrs. Radiant smile and asked curiously, Miss, what are you planning to do, looking at all these things? She replied cheerfully, by land. Shui Bao's eyes widened in shock as she asked again, by land? Miss, you must be joking. You heard this servant just now. That place is flooded year-round. It's a poverty-stricken area. The villagers are about to starve to death. What's the use of buying land there? Nanjing smiled nonchalantly, saying with full confidence, a few years ago a hot spring was discovered in Guling Village, so I guess there must be a natural hot spring underground. I want to buy all the land there to build a huge bathhouse. Hearing this, Shui Bao was shocked speechless. Guling Village isn't small. How much money would it cost to buy it all, just to dig a natural bathhouse? That's too extravagant. Shui Bao said hurriedly, but miss, we don't have that much money. Nanjing was a little surprised and asked, didn't father say I could spend as I please before he left? How much is in the vault? Go ask third uncle and bring it out. Hearing this, Shui Bao broke out in a cold sweat and replied to Nanjing, Miss, the master isn't here. We can't touch the main vault. I'm afraid all the silver in the small vault isn't enough. Third uncle hurriedly chased after Nanjing, calling out in a panic, Eldest miss, you can't sell them. You can't sell them. Don't sell. Nanjing stood in front of the shop counter and replied calmly, I'm just pawning them. Third uncle wiped his sweat and advised her, Eldest miss, please wait a few more months. Wait until the shops collect their earnings at the end of the year, or wait for the master to come home and open the main vault to give you the money. These antiques are items the master lovingly collected. We can't let anything happen to them. Hearing this, Nanjing thought to herself, by the time father returns from the capital, the best opportunity to buy will have passed. This must be settled within a month. Thinking of this, she came up with a plan, clutched her chest, and began to act. My heart hurts a little. Third uncle, is it possible the toxins in my body haven't been fully cleared? As soon as third uncle heard this, he was both worried and scared, crying out, Eldest Mississippi. She turned and pretended to be unsteady, her voice weak as she asked, Third uncle, am I going to die? I really want to see father one last time. As soon as third uncle heard her say she was dying, he went along with her wishes and ordered, Men, take this porcelain vase to the Baoyang pawn shop. Say it's from the Nan Manor and will definitely be redeemed. It's not to be sold outright. Suddenly, Nanjing held out her hand, startling third uncle. She looked at him and smiled. One isn't enough. Take them all. Third uncle was stunned when he heard this. A moment later, third uncle stood beside Nanjing with tears in his eyes, watching the servants pack the items in a chest to be taken away. Nanjing called him third uncle. He said, crying, "Does the eldest miss have any other instructions?" Nanjing blinked. "Uncle, how much do you think the fourth concubine would sell for?" The moment third uncle thought of the fourth concubine sneezing from being talked about, he was so angry he could have coughed up blood. He made up his mind and said to Nanjing, "Eldest miss, I'll figure out a way to cover the rest of the amount. I will definitely gather enough for you." Hearing this, Nanjing covered her mouth and laughed, while third uncle cried silently in his heart, "That fourth concubine, we'd better keep her to warm the master's bed. By the time he gets back, his heart will probably have gone cold." At the Nan Manor, in the courtyard of side consort Xiao, the fourth concubine and her maid rushed in frantically, pushing open the door and shouting, "Madam, how can you still sit here so calmly? Nanjing is about to take all of our family's money." Seeing her shouting and screaming, Lady Chao's personal maid frowned and reminded her, "Fourth concubine, please lower your voice. The madam is still copying scriptures." Hearing this, the fourth concubine's mouth twitched in anger, but she had to endure it and followed the maid to her seat. She sat down in a chair, fixed her hair, and thought angrily, "What's with the madam act? She's just a concubine. The master's heart only has room for his original wife. He already said he would never take a principal wife for the rest of his life. Does she still hope to become the official wife one day?" She continued to say to Lady Qiao, "The entire Qingzhou city knows about it now. Nanjing is acting recklessly and is about to squander the Nan family's entire fortune. Today she's selling antiques. Tomorrow will she be selling our farmlands and shops? How can this be allowed?" Lady Qiao finished copying the scripture, put down her brush, and said, "You do have some sense. If you used your brain more, the master would favor you more." Before the master left, he instructed us to just go along with Nanjing. Nanjing wants silver. How could I disagree? Besides, those antiques are just being pawned. We can just redeem them when the master returns. Hearing this, the fourth concubine broke out in a cold sweat and asked, "Madam, you're indulging her too much." She thought to herself, "The eldest son of the Nan family was born by me. If Nanjing squanders everything by the time it's handed over to my son, there might be nothing but an empty shell left. And she doesn't seem to care at all." Lady Qiao rested her chin on her hand and sighed. "If she likes it, just let her do it. I'm not worried about other things, but if she makes such a big scene and the Jinnan prince's manor finds out, what if the marriage falls through?" The fourth concubine immediately replied, "If it falls through, so be it. The Nan family doesn't only have her as a daughter. My Piaoxiu." She suddenly stopped. "That's right. The Jinnan prince's manor doesn't need a daughter-in-law like her. Then of the right age, isn't there only my daughter left?" The eldest young master Shantz is not the prince's biological son. Although Piaoxiu is the daughter of a concubine, she's a good enough match. My Piaoxiu has been suppressed for so many years. It's time she got some justice. She calmed down and said to Lady Qiao, "In that case, I shouldn't stop her, but I should even give her a helping hand." She happily picked up her teacup, sipping and plotting. Nanjin's money is definitely not enough, but she can use the shops as collateral for a loan. Just then, Lady Qiao's personal maid said, "The eldest miss asked third uncle how much the fourth concubine is worth." When she heard this, she was so scared she spat out her tea and angrily slammed the teacup on the table, thinking through gritted teeth, "Just you wait. I'll make sure she's drowning in debt, and her reputation is ruined." At the Nan Manor, Nanjing sat in her room calculating accounts and writing. She thought angrily, "Damn it, why aren't there any calculators?" Shui Bao stood beside her and asked, "Miss, is there enough money to buy the land?" She replied, "How could it be enough? The fourth concubine is lending me a sum for business, as much as I want. But if I can't pay it back, I'll have to use the silk from the South Street estates to pay off the debt." She recalled what the fourth concubine had said to her. "I have an acquaintance who specializes in lending money. I've just recovered some silver from my business, which can solve the eldest Mrs. urgent need." After hearing this, she asked, "Is that a loan shark? I wouldn't dare." The fourth concubine then replied, "Miss, don't worry. I can help you negotiate a lower interest rate, but you'll still need collateral." She then said this, "Although I do have a few shops under my name." The fourth concubine smiled and said, "What's there to hesitate about? It's not like you're selling them. You just need to sign a loan agreement, which is even simpler than pawning your things." After hearing this, Nanjing smiled and replied, "Then I must thank the fourth concubine." But inwardly she scoffed. Shui Bao heard this and said hurriedly, "This is clearly a trap. Miss, don't fall for it." She smiled and said, "Of course, your miss is very smart. Not only do I want to borrow, but I want to borrow a lot." Shui Bao heard this and asked worriedly, "We won't be able to pay back the money for the estates, and the silk will be all gone. The fourth concubine wants me to be drowning in debt and get a reputation for squandering, so I'll be rejected by the Jinnan prince's manor. I saw through that little scheme long ago." She then said, "Don't worry, I'll deposit this money in a bank. After a while, we can collect interest with money. Don't you want it?" Shui Bao asked again, "What do you mean, miss?" She replied, "For example, if I borrow 10,000 taels of silver through the fourth concubine, and when it's due, I have to pay her back 11,000 taels, including principal and interest. I'll deposit this 10,000 taels in a bank, and I can get back 13,000. That way, I pay the fourth concubine 11,000, and I still make a profit of 2,000 taels of silver." Shui Bao's head was spinning as she heard this, and she asked, "Can you even do that?" She smiled and replied, "I'll buy you new clothes for the new year, be good." At this moment, Jinghe ran in, knocked on the door, and said, "Eldest miss, I'm back." She said, "What's the hurry? Sit down, have a drink of water, and then talk." Jinghe replied, "Thank you, eldest Mississippi. I sent Jinghe to learn management from third uncle for a while. Today, he has indeed changed a bit. He's a talent that can be molded." Jinghe took the cup from her hand, drank it in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and said, "Eldest miss, including my family, there are a total of 56 households in Guling village. I've already negotiated with 50 of them. The price you offered is very good, and it doesn't touch the ancestral graves." She asked again, which families refused. Jinghe replied, "The Xia family. Miss Xia's twin brother has now entered the Maritime Affairs Bureau to handle the grain transport to the north and is currently in a position of power. Everyone is trying to curry favor with him. So Miss Xia is also." After hearing this, she thought to herself, after the incident at Gue Xiang Pavilion last time, Xia Rushuan locked herself away for a while. It seems that because her brother has gained power, she's starting to get arrogant again. Everyone knows I want to buy the land in Guling village. She wants to buy those 5 households at a high price. She put down her teacup, waved her hand, and said, "Just ignore her. It's not clear what's going on over there anyway." Jinghe replied, "Those 5 households are bragging about selling their land for a high price, which is making the other families feel resentful and indignant. But eldest miss, don't worry, I will handle it well." She sighed, "I told you to get things done, not to go looking for trouble." She thought angrily, adding more money is impossible. If this drags on, Xia Rushuan will be smug. My 5 households, how to deal with those 5 households? Suddenly, she smiled smugly, startling Shui Bao. Shui Bao smiled and said, "Don't worry, the miss has a plan. Xia Rushuan is definitely in for some bad luck." Jinghe nodded upon hearing this. A few days later, at Guling village, Jinghe was spreading out a blueprint. It was the design for a luxurious latrine. In front of him, many workers were beginning construction. At this time, several villagers ran out and scolded, "You're digging latrine pits all around my house. The stench is overwhelming. How are we supposed to live here?" Jinghe immediately rolled up the blueprint, bowed, and said, "This land was bought by the Nan Manor. The 5 of you are on the west side, which the eldest miss originally intended to buy to build latrines." The eldest miss said Miss Xia was fighting with her over the latrine pits. As good sisters, she had to reluctantly give them up. The villager then asked, "What do you mean?" "Miss Nin bought this whole village surrounding our few households. Can't she just build whatever she wants?" Jinghe replied, "That's exactly it." The 5 of them gathered to discuss. "Then how are we supposed to live? Let's move quickly." "No, Miss Xia told us to stay here and show off for a few days. What's there to be afraid of? Miss Xia has already given us money anyway. Besides, the Nan Manor is not to be trifled with. Let's go, let's go." Jinghe thought to himself, the land that Miss Xia bought at a high price will turn into latrine pits in a few days. More importantly, no one will dare to build a house here anymore. Who would want their house to be surrounded by manure pits? The eldest Mrs. Move is too vicious. A few days later, Jinghe returned to report. That's how it is. The 5 households on the west side have moved out. As for the other households, I followed the eldest Mrs. instructions, first comforting them and reasoning with them a little. For the difficult ones, I turned hostile telling them the papers were already signed, and if they backed out, they'd have to pay compensation. By using this combination of soft and hard tactics, everyone obediently took the money. Now, the renovation of Guling Village is progressing very smoothly. Hearing this, Shui Bao gave Jinghua a thumbs up. Nanjing said happily, "Well done. Now I can build my private hot spring with peace of mind." A few days later, at a shop, Shui Bao said, "Shopkeeper, if you're reluctant to sell, just name a new price. My miss likes this incense burner and wants to place it in the beauty pool. Just name your price." The shopkeeper said this. Shui Bao recalled. Previously, Nanjing had told her, "It's decided, my pool will be called Sa Feng, with the common name Beauty Pool." Shui Bao thought to herself, ever since digging up the hot spring and building the hot spring pool, the miss has been buying things every day. Only today is strange. We've been to several shops, and for every item the miss likes, the owner refuses to sell. The shopkeeper of Yupin Xian spoke up. "The craftsmanship of my incense burner is exquisite. Although it's rare, it's not one of a kind. Eldest miss, why must you insist? If I could sell it, why wouldn't I sell it to you?" Nanjing finished her tea, looked into the teacup, and thought to herself, it seems it's not a matter of money, but that the shopkeeper doesn't dare to sell. Or rather, he didn't dare to sell it to me. She put down her teacup and asked, "So what if I insist on buying it?" Hearing this, the shopkeeper trembled with fear. Just then, Hanu Huan walked in and asked, "Who dares to compete with me for something I've set my eyes on? Who dares to compete with me?" The shopkeeper hurriedly said, "Miss Ha, another one who can't be offended." Nam Cam spoke up mockingly. "I smelled something strange. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Sister Nu Huan." She thought angrily, insulting me again. "Nam Cam, right now, I just want to tear your face to shreds." She walked in smugly and said, "I've taken a liking to this item. Send it to the Maritime Bureau for my brother to use." The shopkeeper quickly said, Yes, I'll wrap it up tomorrow morning and send it immediately." Nam Cam glanced outside. There were a few people who looked like they were from the Chow gang. In that case, she cleared her throat, stood up and said, "Hanu Huan, you're always going against me, whatever I like. Even if I have to force the sale, this shop won't sell to me. What are you so arrogant about? Is it just because your brother is from the Maritime Bureau?" She laughed smugly and asked, "So what? Don't you rely on your father? The east wind prevails over the west wind. Just accept your fate." Nam Cam then replied, "My family has been tribute merchants serving the palace for hundreds of years. What's so great about the Maritime Bureau you rely on? It's nothing more than a passing breeze." After hearing this, Hanu Huan sighed and thought, "Nam Cam, go on and be arrogant." Then she said aloud, "Right now it's just a mess, a family about to vanish into thin air. Shipping is a matter for the court. You say my family is a new clan. That's how it is this year. And it will be the same in the future. Today, Hanu Huan has offended the Chow gang in front of everyone. It can be said she has no way back. Next, I just need to wait for an opportunity to take the next step." Nam Cam immediately turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Shopkeeper, the ownership of this bronze censer is now mine. If Miss Al likes it, just let her take it. I can get it back next year at the latest." Hearing this, Hanu Huan angrily scolded, "Nam Cam, what do you mean? Are you jinxing my brother, or are you jinxing the Maritime Bureau?" Nam Cam coldly walked past her and said, "An old tree with deep roots. Its descendants will not scatter. Some places are merely paper houses. A cold rain will make them collapse instantly." After hearing this, Hanu Huan gritted her teeth and cursed. "You, what about the future? Nam Cam, we'll just wait and see." Nam Cam continued walking smugly, saying, "I won't wait with you. Are you worthy?" Hanu Huan thought angrily, "I clearly came to humiliate her. Why am I the one who's upset? The Ha family is in charge of the Maritime Bureau. As long as this sea transport grain is successful, the court will definitely reward the Ha family. But there is one prerequisite, that the sea transport of grain must be successful." Half a month later, Nam Cam was at the Nam residence. She walked along, frowning and thinking. There's a problem with the transport, earlier than I expected. When the goods were heading north, they encountered bandits and rough seas. The entire fleet was wiped out. The responsibility falls on the Maritime Bureau. Hanu Huan's older brother, Ha Dung's son, was immediately dismissed from his post. The cabinet ordered the Canal Governor General to take over the matter overnight. The first step was to ask Qingzhou to switch to the canal route, continuing sea transport. But the Ha family must purchase their own grain to be transported to Beijing before the Lunar New Year. Otherwise, they will be punished. Nam Cam pushed open the door and entered the room. This way, the Ha family can only go bankrupt, even having to borrow money to grow rice. She stepped into the room. The owner of the Qingzhou Grain Company, Luke Diu, immediately bowed to her, eldest Miss Nam. Ha Dong-sun also bowed, eldest Miss Nam. Han Nu-hwan also said, awkwardly, Kamer. Nam Kam glanced at the incense burner, thinking to herself, it won't be long before it returns to its original owner. Nam Kam turned to Luke Diu and said, Boss Luke, you are an elder and a senior. Please have a seat. Luke Diu replied, I'm a guest. How could I be so presumptuous? Old Master Nam is not here. Eldest Miss Nam is the master of this house. She immediately smiled and said, I still have an older brother. In the future, I must rely on him to bring honor to the family. As a daughter, even if I can't get married, I wouldn't dare to be the head of the family. Not to mention my brother is doing business abroad. He is a hardworking and honest person. There won't be such sudden major ups and downs. She sat down, waved her hand, and said, Everyone sit. Everyone in the room sat down. Han Nu-hwan thought angrily to herself, if it weren't for borrowing money, I wouldn't have had to bring my brother here to be humiliated for what I've suffered today. I will definitely make you pay it back tenfold in the future. Nam Kam said, Sister Nu-hwan, we have such a good relationship. We've been sisters for so many years. I really can't bear to see your family reach a dead end. But, all my money has been used to buy land. I don't have much cash on hand. Luke Diu quickly said, when the redevelopment begins and they touch the land under the eldest Miss's name, the compensation will be double the purchase price. Congratulations, eldest Miss. The person who bought that land has made a fortune. Hearing this, she gave a smug laugh, while Han Nu-hwan looked at her, gritting her teeth without a word. At this moment, Ha Dong-sun stepped forward and said, if the eldest Miss is willing to help, I would be truly grateful. Could you lend us the land deed for Guling Village to borrow money from the bank in my name? The Ha family will bear a portion of the interest. Eldest Miss Nam and the private bank each take half. Would that be acceptable? He thought to himself, the land in Nam Kam's hands could be worth 5 or even 10 times more in the future. When we're behind closed doors, I'll use Nam Kam's land as collateral to borrow money, then pretend I can't pay it back later if I secretly collude with the bank to seize this land. I can make a huge profit. After hearing this, Nam Kam was silent for a moment, then laughed coldly and said, is young Master Ha looking down on me? Or do you think too highly of yourself? She looked at him with an icy gaze, which startled him. He thought to himself, what does she mean? Is she joking? Or does she know my plan? Impossible. He quickly said, what about 2 shares of the interest? Or is the interest rate offered not enough? Please reconsider. Nam Kam picked up her teacup and said, Lord Ha, why didn't you bring your roommate to talk to me? How does it feel to do business with me? Not only do you want to borrow money, but you also want to steal my land. With such a scheme, why did you let pirates walk all over you, causing the Ha family to fall into this situation? Hearing this, Ha Dong-sun angrily scolded, you. Nam Kam calmly took a sip of tea. Seeing that the situation was not good, Han Nu-hwan quickly knelt down and begged. It was my fault before. I offended you in many ways. I hope you can forgive me. As long as you help the Ha family get through this difficulty, Han Nu-hwan, will be your dog from now on. You can tell me to do anything. I'm begging you. She cried as she begged. Nam Kam finished her tea, calmly put down the teacup, and asked, what's the use of me raising a dog? Han Nu-hwan thought, no matter how much I lower myself, Nam Kam still refuses. Luke Diu spoke up at this moment. It was all a misunderstanding before. Miss Nam is magnanimous. She certainly won't hold it against them. How about this? For the sake of the Nam residents, I will persuade the major merchants to compromise on the price. Let's get through this crisis first. She smiled and said, since Boss Luke wants to help, why not cut the price in half? That would be delivering charcoal in a snowstorm. Hearing this, Luke Diu was stunned and said, those merchants won't miss the chance to squeeze the Ha family. They've already raised prices across the board, causing the old master of the Ha family to nearly hang himself. Luke Diu quickly said, we in Qingzhou still have to get through the winter. The farmers have almost paid all their grain taxes. If we collect more taxes, the price of grain will definitely not go down. The price is 3 taels and 2 mace, but for the eldest Miss's sake, I can lower it to 3 taels, 2 taels, and 6 mace. It can't be any lower. Nam Kam replied, if not, then I'll drive you out of the grain business. I have other ways. I really can't stand this bunch of bullies in the grain industry. Nam Kam sighed and said to Luke Diu, when the time comes, Chairman Luke, don't get angry and say the Nam residence has no regard for your business. Hearing this, Luke Diu gritted his teeth and thought, this girl is too arrogant. Reducing it a little was already giving face, yet she dares to be so insolent. Nam Cam felt bored, so she waved her hand to dismiss her guest. If Chairman Luke is unwilling, then please leave. I will negotiate the next business deal with the Hoff family. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Hearing Nam Cam's order to leave, Luke Dew slammed the table and cursed. You ignorant girl, without our granaries, what's the use of you having so much money? What the court needs is grain, not your money. Nam Cam smiled, propped up her chin, shrugged, and replied, then Chairman Luke can just live off that pile of grain. The days are long. That's also a good idea, but by next year it will be old grain. No one would even buy it for 2 taels and 4 mace. Tui Bao, see the guest out. Tui Bao, standing by her side, immediately replied respectfully, yes, then made a gesture of invitation toward him. Seeing this, Luke Dew was speechless with anger. You? After saying that, he angrily turned and left. Ha Dong-sun was startled when he saw him leave. Ha Nu-hwan cried out in panic. She cried and blamed Nam Cam. You've doomed us by doing this. She thought to herself, Nam Cam has offended the granaries. They will definitely hold firm on the price. What are we going to do? Nam Cam propped up her chin and said to her, no, you won't. If you die, what's the point of me being a little happy? Then she sat up straight and said confidently, business is still more important. Now is the time to talk about a serious transaction. Hearing her say this, Ha Dong-sun asked in surprise, you have grain? She replied, the matter of grain, Lord Hut doesn't need to worry. I've discussed this business with you. Naturally, I have the intention to save you. I won't harm you. Hearing this, Ha Dong-sun asked, what does eldest Miss Nam want? He thought to himself, what she wants is definitely not just money. Sure enough, she said, what I want is very simple, all the tools, equipment, and ships of the Maritime Bureau, including the person in charge, and the experienced seafaring crew members. Hearing this, Ha Dong-sun broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, what does a foolish young lady who only knows how to dress up need these things for? Seeing that he didn't answer, Nam Cam continued. Anyway, the Maritime Bureau is closing down after this trip. You'll have to dispose of those ships for the court anyway. You might as well transfer them to me now. Ha Dong-sun frowned and thought to himself, those assets of the Maritime Bureau could be sold for a high price later. Agreeing to Nam Cam now is like selling them to her for cheap. Nam Cam continued, I will take care of the grain matter for you. Hearing this, Ha Dong-sun thought to himself, distant water can't put out a nearby fire. The most important thing now is to gather enough grain. So he asked, you want to profit from the price difference? Nam Cam laughed contemptuously and asked, heavens, am I the kind of person who's greedy for that little bit of change? Ha Nu-hwan still didn't understand what was happening and asked, then why? Nam Cam glanced out the window, calculating in her heart. The Nam family can offer tribute to the court for a lifetime. All honor and disgrace are bestowed by the emperor. But I can't. There's no sense of security in that. To make money, why should I huddle in this tiny 9 provinces? She immediately replied in line with her image as a spendthrift young lady. Of course, it's because I like imported goods. Perfume, soap, and also face powder, those beautiful carpets. Once I buy my own ships, won't I be able to buy whatever I want? After hearing her, Ha Dong-sun said, as long as the eldest miss can help the Hoff family survive this calamity, the Hoff family naturally cannot refuse this deal. Hearing her purpose, he breathed a sigh of relief, truly worthy of being Qingzhou's #1 spendthrift. As for Nam Cam, seeing how easily he believed it, she giggled, putting on a roguish face. After finishing her talk with the Ha siblings, Nam Cam walked away, humming a tune. Kui Bao followed behind, frowning in thought. In the past, the young miss bought a pile of imported goods, tiny things with terrifyingly high prices. I didn't expect this time she'd even buy seafaring ships. So much effort, so much money. How many boxes of powder can she buy? But now, as long as the young miss does something I don't understand, there will surely be a good harvest. Thinking this, Tui Bao stepped forward and asked her young miss, young miss, where are we going to find grain now? The grain at home is only enough to get through the winter. Nam Cam heard this and smiled, saying, I never said I would touch our family's grain. She thought to herself, for this matter, I'll just have Kin Hoa make a trip for me. Tui Bao stammered worriedly. Then we've offended the granaries. We won't be able to buy grain elsewhere either. Hearing this, Nam Cam smiled and asked, do you really think the granaries can cover the sky with one hand? There's still one place that has grain, and they're easy to talk to. Tui Bao naively let out who is it? Nam Cam blinked and replied, who else but the Chow gang, you fool. Hearing this, Tui Bao's heart pounded, thinking, I feel I feel like I'm falling for the young miss. 3 days later, at the Nam residence, Kinhoa was waiting in the tea room. Suddenly the door was pushed open, startling him. Seeing her, he quickly stood up and called out, Eldest Mississippi Nam Cam walked in, dressed as a man, and began to preen and show off her clothes, asking, "Well, am I not handsome? How do I compare to Lingling's #1 young master, Meng Tianxiu?" Witnessing this scene, Kinhoa was stunned. Nam Cam folded her fan and said, "Let's go, Songjiang's Chow Gang." Hearing this, Kinhoa was startled and asked, "Eldest Miss, how did you know?" He thought to himself, "Is the eldest Miss a fortune teller? I haven't said anything yet, and she's already changed her clothes." Kinhoa spoke up. Old Way of the Chow Gang said they have grain and agreed to negotiate. They just hope the young miss can be discreet. They don't want outsiders to know. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became heavy. Nam Cam looked at the sky outside, thinking to herself, "It looks like it will rain tonight. And I really like this outfit. What a pity it's going to get dirty this time." Kinhoa called out awkwardly, Eldest Mississippi." She smiled and replied, "It seems if I don't say a few words to you, you won't be at ease for the whole trip." Then she walked outside, saying, "Songjiang produces rice. The river section in Qingzhou was blocked by floods this year, and sea transport was scheduled for early autumn in the 8th month. The Chow Gang must have grain reserves on hand. This year there are no sales channels, and the gang has many members. They still have to worry about food and expenses. They also need to make some money. What they lack most is money." Kinhoa replied respectfully, "My big brother said, the gang is about to collapse. This year is very difficult." Hearing this, she said, "That means they have no choice but to sell this batch of grain. The only question is who to sell it to." Kinhoa then asked, "The Ha family?" Hearing this, Nam Cam sighed and asked, "Would that work?" Hanu Huan has already spoken arrogantly. The Chow Gang will need to have descendants to carry on. Even if they really want to sell, they still have to save face, right? Hearing this, Kinhoa's face lit up with joy as he asked, as old Master Wei knew the Nam residence was buying grain and secretly sent someone to negotiate, as long as it's not under the Ha family's name and doesn't bring shame to the Chow Gang, then this deal can be negotiated. Nam Cam smiled and replied, "Exactly." She recalled what Han Nu Huan had said in the shop. What Chow Gang? It's just a pile of dust. A gust of wind can blow it away. The court has said, our family is... She thought to herself. Back then, Han Nu Huan was digging her own grave, offending the Chow Gang in front of everyone. On the contrary, I helped the Chow Gang out, transporting grain by sea. People of the martial world value righteousness the most. Although it was a small matter, it's time to use it. Today, going to Songjiang, we must act discreetly. Swift battle, swift victory. She and Kinhoa walked to the carriage. Tui Bao was already waiting there, asking worriedly, "Young miss, is it really enough to just bring Kinhoa along?" She got into the carriage, comforting Tui Bao. "Don't worry, you just stay home and do the things I told you to do well." Tui Bao replied with a yes, then watched the carriage drive away. That night, Nam Cam's carriage arrived. Kinhoa got out of the carriage first, opened an umbrella, and waited for Nam Cam to step down. As soon as she got out of the carriage, she ran straight to the pier and boarded a small boat. The small boat cut through the water in the night. Nam Cam sat in the boat's cabin, hugging her shivering body and thinking. No wonder people say the South is damp and cold. It just finished raining. A gust of wind makes you shiver. If only I had brought a cloak and a hand warmer. She imagined herself wrapped in a thick coat, holding a warm hand warmer, and couldn't help but smile happily. Suddenly, she remembered Meng Tianxiu's face and couldn't help but laugh to herself. No. That would be like a sickly, pampered young master. That's not the look of someone from the martial world going to discuss business. Sigh, why did I suddenly think of that sickly uncle? I wonder if his illness has recovered, recuperating in Jinling. Does he miss the beautiful days in Qingzhou? I also wonder if he still remembers this rival who was a cut above him. Nam Cam propped up her chin, unable to stop her thoughts from drifting to Meng Tianxiu. After a while, Kinhoa spoke up, "Young miss, we've arrived." The two of them walked toward the Chow Gang together. The head of the Chow Gang, Hu Lao Jio, bowed as soon as he saw the two of them. "Friend from afar, you've had a long journey. Please come inside for some tea." Kinhoa was about to go in with her, but was stopped by the person next to him. "Little brother, please wait." He looked towards Nam Cam. Nam Cam nodded at him, then followed Hu Lao Jio inside, while Kinhoa was led away by the others. Hu Lao Jio looked at her for a moment. She gave a confident smile, so Hu Lao Jio led her into the inner hall. Old Master Wei, the gang leader of the Chow Gang, bowed and said, "For eldest Miss Nam to condescend to come here. This old man is extremely grateful. extremely grateful. Nam Kim also returned the courtesy. I have a hot temper. I've never respected anyone. I have no manners at all. It is the old master who does not disdain me and is willing to meet a junior. Hu Lao Jio invited her to sit, while old Master Wei turned and sat down, saying, "That day, the Ha family's young miss insulted my Chow gang. Eldest Miss Nam spoke up to defend us. This old man has always remembered this favor. And as kin son of my gang, he also listened to your words and stayed, and thus survived this calamity. Outsiders all say this and that about eldest Miss Nam, but this old man doesn't think so. You are a clever and quick-witted person, second to none." Hearing this, she smiled and replied, "Old master praises me too much." Old Master Wei said to her seriously, "Our current difficulties, eldest Miss Nam must also know. The gang has no choice but to sell this batch of grain. We've already contacted many granaries, but they all offered very low prices. Rather than being squeezed by them, this old man would rather sell it to you." He slammed the table angrily. Nam Cam was delighted in her heart. Old Master Wei has slammed the table. This matter is a sure success. She began, then she hesitated, glancing at Hu Lao Jio and saw him staring at her, and thought, "It seems Hu Lao Jio has something on his mind. Is there something I haven't considered?" Nam Cam said to Old Master Wei, "I am fortunate to be valued by the old master. The master of the house also calls me a friend. Since we are friends, I will put righteousness first. I must be considerate of the gang's difficulties. Whatever this batch of rice is worth, I will buy it at that price. That is the rule of making friends, and also my sincerity." As she spoke, she glanced at Hu Lao Jio. Hearing this, Old Master Wei looked at Hu Lao Jio and said, "Lao Jio, remember this well. From now on, eldest Miss Nam is an external friend of our Chow gang. Although she hasn't crossed the threshold, it's as if we've shared the same incense. If there's a need for help, you must absolutely not refuse." Hu Lao Jio immediately replied, "Old Master, rest assured." Nam Cam thought to herself, "There's a hint of hesitation in Hu Lao Jio's eyes, but it's not because of the price." Old Master Wei said to her, "This old man has made this friend. As for the rice, the eldest miss can discuss it with Lao Jio." Hearing this, she asked him, "Uncle Jio, is there still something you're worried about?" Hearing her question, Hu Lao Jio clenched his fists and said angrily, "Eldest Miss Nam, just thinking about those people from the Maritime Transport Bureau bullying our Chow gang. I can't swallow this anger." Hearing this, Old Master Wei let out a sigh. As for Nam Cam, she frowned, fiddling with a lock of her hair, thinking to herself, "It seems this Lao Jio is not willing to just help the Ha family like this, but wants the Ha family, the Maritime Transport Bureau, to be ruined together, never to rise again." Thinking a little deeper, the grain ship met with pirates and storms not long after setting sail. If it wasn't a coincidence, then it must be that someone interfered. It's very likely that Hu Lao Jio is afraid the Ha family will turn the tables and come for revenge. After thinking it over carefully, she said, "Uncle Jio, I understand your feelings, but please rest assured. Sea transport is too risky. The court is determined to switch to diversion routes. They won't mention sea transport again in the future. As for the Ha family's insolence, you can teach them a lesson behind their backs however you want. But on the surface, you should still help if you can." Hearing this, Hu Lao Jio frowned and asked, "Eldest Miss Nam, what do you mean?" Nam Cam opened her fan and replied, "My father often says, forgive when you can, not only to make it easier to meet again in the future, but also to leave a way out for yourself. It's already lucky for the Ha family to survive this calamity. If the whole family is implicated, they might harbor resentment and cling to the Chow gang relentlessly." Hearing this, Hu Lao Jiu slammed the table angrily and asked, "They dare?" Nam Cam continued to explain, "What's there not to dare? What happened at sea last time had nothing to do with the Chow gang. But this time, replenishing the grain, if there are any mistakes, the Ha family can completely say that during the process of receiving the grain, there was a problem with the sea transport from Songjiang. If the higher-ups get angry, the Chow gang might also be punished. Wouldn't that be even worse?" Hearing her analysis, Hu Lao Jio was stunned. Old Master Wei spoke up, "Lao Jio, you've always been straightforward and know the bigger picture. If you still have any hesitation now, just say it outright." Hu Lao Jiu then replied, "Old Master, there's something I've been hiding from you. Actually, this batch of grain has already been claimed by someone." Old Master Wei and Nam Cam were both shocked to hear this, asking, "What?" Old Master Wei slammed the table angrily and asked, "Who is it? If it's already sold, why hide it? and still invite the Nam residents to discuss business? Hu Lao Jio replied. The buyer said, as long as eldest Miss Nam comes to Songjiang in person, he will buy this batch of grain for double the price. If you don't come, he doesn't want this batch of grain either. I was also thinking for the gang, to earn a little more money for the brothers, to have a prosperous new year. Old Master Wei scolded. You are truly muddle-headed. Hearing this, Nam Cam frowned and thought, that person has calculated that I would definitely take this step, blocking me dead at this final pass. Victory or defeat in a single move. Haha, someone has returned for revenge. At this moment, the image of Meng Tianxiu immediately appeared in her mind. Hu Lao Jio said to Old Master Wei, the old master's teaching is right. Eldest Miss Nam has such sincerity, we can't let our Chao gang lose face. I'll go back and refuse him right away. Just then, Meng Tianxiu walked in, saying, business is all about seeing things through for a gang as big as the Chao gang to go back on its word. The three people in the room were all shocked to see Meng Tianxiu. Hu Lao Jio was dumbfounded, thinking, it was always a middleman contacting me before. I never expected the person behind it to be the heir apparent of the prince of Jinnan's residence. If I had known it was him, I wouldn't have dared to mess with him. Hu Lao Jio quickly stood up and bowed. Greetings, heir apparent. Meng Tianxiu smiled and said, at ease. As for Nam Cam, she propped up her chin, looking at him with boredom. He glanced towards her. She shot him a glare. Man Tian Ku stepped forward and bowed to Old Master Wei. This junior has come to visit unannounced. I hope Old Master will forgive me. The moment Old Master Wei saw him, he couldn't stop coughing, thinking to himself, oh, Old Ninth Who, on one side is someone I cannot afford to offend. On the other is the Nam Manor, who sincerely wishes to do business. This time, I'm truly riding a tiger. What am I to do? Man Tian Ku looked at Old Ninth Who and said, the contract was written in black and white back then, but this junior will not bring it out. Things can be discussed clearly. There's no need to make things too difficult for each other. Seeing the situation was not good, Old Master Wei quickly found an excuse to slip away. This old man is old and weak. My mind is no longer sharp. You young people can take your time to discuss. Old Ninth, who was alarmed by this. Nam Cam bowed. Take care, Old Master. Old Ninth, who had no choice but to reply. Rest well, Old Master. After seeing Old Master Wei off, he turned back and thought to himself, I thought the rice buyer was just an ordinary merchant and planned to take the opportunity to profit from the Nam Manor. Now it seems, unless His Highness speaks up, there's no way we can do this deal with the Nam Manor. At this moment, Man Tian Ku spoke up. The tea has gone cold. Please trouble the manager to brew another pot. Then he turned his head, smiled slyly, and asked, having stolen eldest Miss Nam's business deal, I should offer you wine instead of tea as an apology. You must be unwilling to accept this in your heart and still want to renegotiate this deal with me. Hearing this, she put her hands on her hips. Seething with anger, she thought, if I had known my little brother-in-law was coming, I wouldn't have dressed like this, without even tidying myself up. Seeing the two of them at daggers drawn, Old Ninth Who thought to himself, the last time, they were both carried back from North Wind Mountain to Qingzhou City amidst a great commotion. It seems His Highness has come this time for eldest Miss Nam. He hurriedly picked up the teapot to find an excuse to leave. I'll go add some water. I'll be right back. As soon as he was out the door, he thought to himself, a personal grudge. Why drag our Chao gang into it? Sigh. At this moment, only Man Tian Ku and Nam Cam were left in the room. Man Tian Ku calmly sat down and asked, eldest Miss Nam, have you been well? Nam Cam also sat down and replied, that should be my line, seeing that my little brother-in-law is still alive. I can rest assured. He chuckled and said, we've talked and we've fought. Surely eldest Miss Nam isn't going to admit defeat here. She thought to herself, so be it. What's the harm in taking a step back? The important thing is to get this batch of grain. She sighed and replied, the duck flew away right from my mouth. I admit defeat. If you sell me this batch of grain, I promise you, I will take the initiative to break off the engagement. After hearing her words, Man Tian Ku became suspicious. The last time Nam Cam admitted defeat, it resulted in me being sent back to Jinling to recuperate. Is she playing the same old trick this time? Or does she really want to break off the engagement? Seeing his suspicion, she gave a bitter smile. Your Highness, once bitten by a snake, twice shy of a rope. Whether I win or lose, isn't it all part of your game? She sighed and said, "You have calculated my every move with precision. You must also know that I've signed the documents from the Maritime Bureau. I must secure the Xia family's grain, otherwise that document will be void and the granary will become a laughingstock. I can't swallow this grievance. Instead of losing the granary, I'd rather lose to you, Your Highness. Consider it an apology for what I've done in the past." She put on a pitiful and miserable act, pleading with him. Man Tian-ku said coldly to Nam Cam, "It sounds like you're speaking from the heart." He thought to himself, "But I'm afraid it's not that simple. If I hadn't returned to Jinling this time and reinvestigated Nam Cam, I don't know how much longer I would have been fooled by the number one fool of Qingzhou City." Nam Cam continued to feign pitifulness. "So I lose, completely and utterly convinced. But by canceling the engagement, the debt of gratitude my father has held onto for so many years will be a total loss. How does Your Highness plan to compensate me?" He tapped the table and asked, "What do you want?" Nam Cam replied, "The grain in Songjiang was procured by my Nam Manor. Let's not discuss this matter further. As for the debt of gratitude, you can't decide on that either. How about this? I'll break off the engagement, and the Prince of Jinnan's manor can choose another girl of marriageable age for the union. My younger sister Nam Fu Nu is not a bad choice." He answered decisively, "No." She then asked, "You look down on me as unworthy of your elder brother, but my younger sister is proficient in the four arts. Her appearance is delicate and lovely, and her temperament is gentle. Why is that not acceptable?" Hearing this, he was silent for a moment, then rested his chin on his hand and sighed, thinking to himself, "Ultimately, it's because I believe my elder brother should marry the woman he loves, not just be randomly assigned someone like picking vegetables, forcing him to accept." But these words could not be said to Nam Cam. She leaned in closer and asked, "Your Highness, may I be so bold as to ask a question? Are you ultimately here for your elder brother or for yourself?" He frowned and asked, "What are you trying to say?" She reached out and touched his wrist and asked, "Your Highness, could it be that you like me?" Hearing this, his whole body stiffened. The air seemed to be filled with pink bubbles, but in reality, Nam Cam was glaring at Man Tian-ku while he remained as steady as a mountain. She turned away and said, "Your Highness is so against me marrying your elder brother. I almost thought you liked me and couldn't bear to let me go." She blushed and thought to herself, "Damn it, seduction failed." Man Tian-ku said to her, while old Ninth, who is still not back, "Eldest Miss Nam should stop talking nonsense and state your conditions." "Like Nam Cam? Humph. If that day ever comes, may heaven strike me dead with lightning." She then said, "My father said that in a few days, young Master Sun Satch will formally come to my house to propose. I heard the princess consort will also be coming. Surely Your Highness will let me meet young Master Sun Satch once beforehand? What if he falls in love with me at first sight and likes me very much? If you force me to break off the engagement, wouldn't you be ruining your elder brother's fated marriage?" He lifted his teacup and thought to himself, love at first sight is just a superficial excuse. What well-bred young lady would speak like that? He said, "My elder brother is a man of propriety and restraint. Even if he is unwilling, he will not say it." She then replied, "In that case, if I bluntly break off the engagement in front of everyone, the princess consort might blame young Master Sun Satch, thinking he handled it poorly and didn't care for me, thus allowing me to willfully break off the engagement. After all, I've always been known for being difficult." Hearing this, he snorted coldly. "You do have some self-awareness." She continued, "Or how about this, when I return in a few days, due to some unforeseen accident, I miss the prince's manor's proposal. Then it will have nothing to do with young Master Sun Satch. As for me, at most people will just scold me and say I deserved it, and won't say anything harsher." He asked her, "What do you plan to do?" She gave a sly smile. "Me? That depends on what my fourth concubine plans to do. Fourth concubine will surely reveal this expression when she gives me the peach blossom powder. The vixen is about to come out and make a big move." At this time in the Nam Manor, the fourth concubine received a secret letter on which was written, "The eldest miss secretly went to Songjiang tonight." After reading it, she said to herself, why would she secretly run off to Songjiang at a time like this? In 2 days, the Prince of Jinnan's manor will be coming to propose. That's right, if I can use this opportunity to prevent Nam Cam from returning, everyone will surely think she ran away from the marriage. She thought gleefully. At that time, the Prince of Jinnan's manor will definitely be furious. A young lady from a good family running away from home, with such a rotten reputation, who would still want her as a daughter-in-law? but the master is not at home, so the other party probably won't go so far as to break off the engagement. At that time, I'll say a few provocative words in front of the princess consort, and few new will definitely be able to seize the opportunity to marry into the prince of Nan's manor. She threw the piece of paper into the fire, and a vicious smile appeared on her face as she thought, I'll immediately find someone to go to Songjiang to take action, trip Nam Cam up, and she will definitely miss the proposal that day. The next day, at dusk, Nam Cam and Man Tien Ku were sitting in a horse-drawn carriage. She lifted the curtain to look outside, while Man Tien Ku glared at her, thinking to himself, Nam Cam sent her attendants away before dawn. I don't know what she's plotting now. In any case, I have to go back to break off the engagement. Accompanying her is better than letting a woman travel alone. Meanwhile, Nam Cam looked out the window and thought to herself, Humph, this marriage cannot be broken off. I can't arrive too early, nor can I arrive too late. If we take the mountain road and cause them a little trouble along the way, I can get home just in time tomorrow evening. It's just, she recalled what she had said to Tui Bao. I'm going to meet Kin Hoa first. You have the carriage ready and wait for me at the side door. Tui Bao had said worriedly, Miss, do you really want to go by yourself? What if? Nam Cam had smiled and said, the Chow gang values righteousness the most. Only by going in person can I show my sincerity. Don't worry. I will definitely be back in time before dawn tomorrow. Tui Bao had replied trustingly, yes. She imagined Tui Bao's worried frown and sighed anxiously, thinking, a sudden change of plans. That girl, Tui Bao, must be worried sick. So she let the curtain fall, hugged herself, and said, it's so cold. When I came here disguised as a man, I dressed to look dashing and didn't even bring a cloak. Now I have to travel through the night to get back. I'm about to freeze to death. Hearing this, Man Tien Ku paused for a moment, thinking to himself, eldest Miss Nam, what trick is she up to now? He reached out to open a chest, took out a cloak, and handed it to her, saying, here. She was stunned for a moment and said, this, is there a clothing shop nearby? I could just go buy one. He pushed it in her hands and said, troublesome. It's just an ordinary thing, as long as eldest Miss Nam doesn't mind. She hugged the cloak and said happily, I don't mind. I like it very much. Thank you, Your Highness. He saw the look in her eyes and thought in a daze, what's with that look? I clearly won this round. So why do I have this indescribable sense of unease? Women are truly hard to figure out. While he felt uneasy, Nam Cam calmly put on his cloak. The carriage continued on late into the night. Inside, he glanced at the sleeping Nam Cam and thought to himself, if any of the rumors about Nam Cam are true, I'm afraid. It's only this face that has some. The carriage hit a bumpy patch of road, and the carriage shook, causing the sleeping Nam Cam to lean to one side with a soft murmur. Seeing this, Man Tien Ku quickly reached out to support her. His hand touched her soft cheek, stunning him. Nam Cam whimpered softly from the cold, and he hastily pulled his hand back in alarm. As a result, she fell and hit her head against the carriage wall. Seeing this, he covered his face and turned away, not daring to look at her. She held her bruised head, looking at him with a questioning expression. What happened? Seeing that she was awake, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat and turned to ask the driver, why did the carriage stop? Hearing this, the driver thought in fear. What's wrong? I'm just driving normally. Now I'm being blamed for the bumpy mountain road. The driver quickly said, young master, my apologies. I will drive more steadily. Suddenly, a scream came from inside the carriage, startling the driver, who thought, it's over, the young master is about to lose his temper. There seems to be no reaction. At this moment, inside the carriage, Nam Cam said, it hurts, be gentle, slow down. Man Tien Ku quickly said, don't move. She retorted, if you're not gentle, I'll definitely move. At this moment in the carriage, she had fallen into his arms, and he thought with a red face, I've never been in such an awkward situation. He recalled how the carriage had jolted earlier, causing Nam Cam to fall into his arms, her hair getting tangled in an accessory on his clothes. Right now, he was trying to untangle her hair, as she cried out, stop pulling, it's too rough, it hurts. Hearing this, he said with a flushed face, it's hopelessly tangled. She said in a panic, don't cut my hair. The ancestors taught us, blood can be shed, but a hairstyle must not be messed up. He was pulling out a dagger from his boot to cut it, and upon hearing her, he asked in surprise, which ancestor? She was taken aback, hummed for a moment, then said magnanimously, then you must have heard this one, our body, hair, and skin are gifts from our parents. He took out the dagger and cut the tangled lock of her hair. She said angrily, I haven't even asked my father. How dare you cut it so casually? Don't rush. Be patient. It will definitely come loose. After he cut the lock of hair, he breathed a sigh of relief, while Nam Cam was devastated. She calmly tucked the remaining broken hair in her hair tie, her entire body radiating a murderous aura. Seeing this, Man Tien Ku broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, so this is what Nam Cam is like when she's angry. The atmosphere was extremely awkward, and Man Tien Ku wanted to speak, but hesitated. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, and the driver quickly said, Young master, Miss Nam, we've run into bandits. Hide well, don't come out. The two of them were shocked to hear this. Outside the carriage, a group of black-clad assassins with swords and sabers charged towards Man Tien Ku's subordinates, and after a brief clash, one of the assassins threw a smoke bomb towards the carriage. The explosion startled the horse, which bolted wildly, throwing the driver to the ground with a painful cry. Ouch. The driver shouted, Young master, Young master. The carriage jolted violently, throwing Man Tien Ku and Nam Cam around. The horse continued to gallop forward. Man Tien Ku thought to himself, this is bad. The horse is out of control. The horse was still galloping at full speed. Man Tien Ku looked outside. The turn ahead was too sharp. They would likely be thrown out. They had to jump from the carriage first. Just then, the reins snapped and the carriage overturned, throwing both Nam Cam and Man Tien Ku out. Nam Cam struggled to sit up, clutching her trembling leg, thinking, damn it, that fall hurt. Is that sickly fellow okay? She stood up and, noticing the pain in her leg, couldn't help but cry out softly, This is bad, I think I sprained my ankle. Just then, the group of assassins appeared, wearing triumphant smiles. Nam Cam backed away in fear. I have money. I can give you all of it. Please don't hurt me. The leader heard this and thought to himself, although we're being paid by the fourth concubine to do this, we can't harm eldest Miss Nam's life. But he then asked, You silly girl, how much money do you have on you? Take it out and let us big brothers see. She put on a weak act and said, How could I trouble you big brothers to look for yourselves? I'll just confess honestly. She fumbled to take out her money and said, This is all the money I have on me. The assassin stared at her, his face full of doubt. Seeing this, she thought to herself, bandits who hesitate to rob people are so unprofessional. Moreover, they're also... The three assassins looked at each other, and the leader suddenly had lecherous thoughts, saying, No, I don't believe you. I have to search you myself. Hearing this, Nam Cam was stunned, thinking, Could this be the work of that old hag, the fourth concubine? She gritted her teeth and asked, Do you know who I am? Do you know who my lover is? How dare you lay a hand on me? Aren't you afraid of death? The three assassins asked in surprise, Lo, lover? That should be fine, right? Just then, Man Tien Ku had just climbed up from the cliff. Seeing him, she immediately said joyfully, You're here? Xiao Ku. The assassins asked doubtfully, Little uncle? She continued to call out, The Ku from Tien Ku, Xiao Ku. Man Tien Ku struggled to walk up, panting as he went. Nam Cam waved and smiled. Come here quickly, my beloved. As soon as she finished speaking, a long silence fell. And the dust-covered Man Tien Ku thought through gritted teeth, This woman. Man Tien Ku scanned the assassins and instinctively moved closer to Nam Cam. She reached out and pulled his sleeve. He asked, Are you all right? She said in a low voice, Xiao Ku, we've been robbed. Do you have any silver? He calmly replied, No. She asked, not giving up hope. Then, since you come from a family of generals, do you know martial arts? Hearing this, he understood her concern, turned to look at the robbers blocking her way, and said, It's all right, I'm here. The leader looked at him and frowned, thinking, This man doesn't look simple. I can't let him live. Nam Cam can be spared, but he must die. So he tightened his grip on his saber and asked, What good is a sickly fellow like you? You die first, and you can be a pair of ill-fated lovers in the underworld. He raised his saber, about to strike Man Tien Ku. Suddenly, he said, Wait. The assassin immediately stopped. He thought to himself, he just said ill-fated lovers. What does he mean by that? Then he reached into his robes. Seeing this, she thought happily, could it be that he has some hidden weapon? To her surprise, what he took out were bank notes, leaving her stunned on the spot. She asked angrily, I just asked if you had any silver. Didn't you say you didn't? He replied righteously, You asked for silver, not bank notes. He took out a stack of bank notes and said, Here is 500 taels. You brothers kill people just to make money. Everyone can split this. Disperse early. and let us continue on our way. The assassin looked at him warily, thinking, this kind of person shouldn't be provoked. Once we've made a move, we must pull out the weeds by the roots. A man with a top knot shouted, don't you dare try to insult us with money. The leader heard this, snatched the bank notes from Man Tien Ku's hand, slapped his underling across the face, and asked, insult? I'm begging you to come and insult me. How can you be so clueless in this line of work? Kill him. The money will all be ours. And we can also enjoy this flower-like beauty. The man with the top knot scratched his head. Sorry, big brother, I understand now. The big brother scolded again. You understand? What the hell do you understand? Why aren't you making a move? The underling quickly said, yes, yes. Just as they were about to charge, Man Tien Ku assumed a martial arts stance and said, courtesy first, force later. Everyone froze again. He continued, if that's the case, then I have no choice but to... This made the leader pause, and Nam Cam thought in astonishment. Could it be that this little brother-in-law has been hiding his skills, and his usual sickly and weak appearance is all an act? Legend has it that the Prince of Jinnan's manor possesses a rare divine weapon called the Jinghong sword. When the Jinghong appears, ghosts and gods are terrified, birds and beasts perish, and all of creation weeps. For the Jinghong sword is a flexible sword that can be worn close to the body, making it even more precious. It is said that the Jinghong sword was passed down to Man Tien Ku, but no one has ever seen his skills, let alone seen him use this Jinghong sword. Could it be that today I am fortunate enough to witness my little brother-in-law's ultimate Jinghong sword technique? He gave a cold smile and fumbled inside his sleeve, making the assassins extremely wary. To everyone's surprise, he pulled out a jade pendant and said, there's nothing that money can't solve. If there is, then just add more money. This time, both the assassins and Nam Cam were stunned into silence. She thought angrily, what the hell is this? Where's the Jinghong sword? Where's the peerless martial art? While the assassins were looking at each other, she reached out, pulled his hand, and scolded, you fool, run. Seeing this, the assassins quickly gave chase. As Nam Cam pulled Man Tien Ku along, she thought, I didn't expect the fourth concubine to be so unprofessional. Was it to save money? To hire these ruffians to do the job? Will they even listen to her? Isn't she afraid of causing a major incident involving human life? She turned her head and frowned, thinking, but then again, this little brother-in-law is sickly and weak, and we're out in the open. He doesn't know martial arts, my God. He's even worse than me. So she asked, Your Highness, are you all right? You absolutely must not have anything happen to you, or I won't be able to explain myself. He panted and scolded. Shut up. She nodded and asked, All right. Do you want to sit down and rest for a bit? He said, panting as he ran, No, we can't rest. We haven't reached a safe place yet. She continued to run and said, It should be fine now. The two of us, one sickly and one weak, at this speed, they still couldn't catch up. Your attendants must have caught up and dealt with them after we ran off. Just you wait. Maybe your attendants are about to find us. The two of them stopped in front of a cliff, and at that moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Man Tien Ku said, They're here. He thought to himself, but it's not my attendants, and it's definitely not those smelly shrimps from before. She asked in surprise, Huh? Nam Cam was still panting to catch her breath, not understanding what was happening. Just then, an assassin charged forward and slashed at Nam Cam. She hurriedly dodged, then glared angrily at the assassin, startling him. She gritted her teeth in anger and charged forward, grabbing the assassin by the collar, and threw him to the ground with a single move. Man Tien Ku was stunned by this, thinking in shock, I thought Nam Cam was as cunning and sly as a fox, but inside was a weak woman. I never expected the eldest miss of the Nam Manor to know martial arts. And as Nam Cam kicked the assassin to the ground, she thought to herself, they're targeting me. Someone wants me dead. It's definitely not the people sent by the fourth concubine. Then who is it? So she shouted, Esteemed heroes, you probably have no grudge against me. Nam Cam, you're just doing this for money. How about you name your price? Give me a way out, and I'll pay you double. I definitely won't report you to the authorities. At this moment, the group of assassins attacked Man Tien Ku again. The man she had thrown to the ground earlier had gotten up, and she thought in alarm. This is bad. They're not moved by money. They must be death warriors. It seems the person who wants to kill me is no ordinary person. Two assassins charged towards Nam Cam again, while another slashed at Man Tien Ku, who hurriedly dodged the blade. Nam Cam continuously dodged, but her foot slipped and she fell off the cliff. She thought in terror, I'm done for. Just when she thought she was dead for sure, Man Tian-ku lunged forward and grabbed her hand, asking, are you alright? He was using all his strength to pull her. Nam Cam stepped on a rock and grabbed onto a protruding ledge and said to Man Tian-ku, I'm fine. She looked up and saw an assassin about to strike Man Tian-ku and shouted in terror, watch out behind you. Man Tian-ku was startled and turned his head to see the assassin about to attack him. So he unleashed his internal energy, and a burst of blue power erupted, sending the assassin flying. At the same time, it broke the man's sword, causing him to fall to the ground with a groan. The remaining assassins were so scared by this that they were stunned, not daring to advance any further, and then fled in terror. Man Tian-ku was now exhausted, panting heavily. Nam Cam, having witnessed the scene, was stunned and thought to herself, what on earth was that just now? Just as Man Tian-ku was about to collapse from exhaustion, his attendant ran over and asked, young master, young master, young master, why did you do something so reckless? After hearing this, he angrily scolded, less nonsense, hurry up and pull her up. The attendant looked down and saw Nam Cam, shouting in fear, my God, this is... Quick, pull eldest Miss Nam up. His attendant immediately ran over and pulled Nam Cam up. Nam Cam dusted herself off. On the other side, he was still panting, and she caught a glimpse of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, which he swallowed back down. Seeing this, she thought with confusion, what's wrong with him? His servant helped him up and asked, young master, the robbers on the mountainside have been subdued by us. We tied them up behind the carriage. We thought our horse had run off, but it found its way back on its own. Man Tian-ku took out a pill and tilted his head back to swallow it. The servant asked him, young master, what should we do now? He glanced towards Nam Cam. She was stunned for a moment, then said, let's go, back to break off the engagement. He looked at her for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Let's go. The carriage started moving again. On the way back with Nam Cam and Meng Tianxiu, the atmosphere in the carriage was unusually silent. Having just escaped with her life, Nam Cam breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at her. Seeing Meng Tianxiu staring intently at her, she asked, what do you want to ask? About my skills? He thought to himself, I've never heard of a sheltered young lady knowing martial arts. I certainly didn't expect this person to be Nam Cam. Moreover, the moves she used, though not distinct, were very practical, not just for show. She continued cheerfully, gold and silver are both good. Silver is shiny and bright, but I like to use it, not be controlled by it. Sometimes when the money runs out, you still have to rely on yourself. In the past, fighting in a wealthy household required brains, but I also practiced some self-defense. I didn't need it in my past life, but in this life, as a good-for-nothing, I ended up using it. But at least I'm still alive, not killed by a single slash. She continued, of course, the most fundamental reason is this arrogant personality of mine. What if people bully me after I get married? Shouldn't I just fight back mercilessly? Hearing her words, the corner of his mouth twitched. She continued to ask, what about you? You're clearly a general skilled in martial arts, yet you're this weak, and it doesn't seem like you're pretending. He replied, those men in black seem to know something. They kept trying to force my hand. She asked with interest, the men in black wanted to kill me. Was that also to force you? He answered coldly, you're wrong. The one they wanted to kill was me. She asked in surprise, who are they? She thought to herself, they're definitely not the fourth concubine's people. Plus, they know Meng Tianxiu, or at least they understand him very well. Meng Tianxiu didn't answer, just shook his head. Seeing this, she thought, does he really not know, or does he just not want to say? If the real target was me, those people probably won't make a move again. Could it be that the original owner of this body had some secret I don't know about? I must get to the bottom of this. Then she suddenly noticed a strand of her hair on his button and smiled happily. At the Nam Manor, many chests of betrothal gifts were displayed. Meanwhile, Shui Bao was crying anxiously. Just then, someone shouted, the eldest miss is back. Nam Cam and Meng Tianxiu walked in. As soon as Shui Bao saw her, she immediately ran over and said, Miss, you're finally back. She patted Shui Bao's shoulder comfortingly. There, don't cry anymore. Aren't I all in one piece? I've even handled everything properly. Shui Bao wiped her tears and asked, Miss, but the marriage. What about the marriage? Nam Cam replied excitedly, of course, we're calling it off. We can't let the princess consort be angry for nothing, right? Her words hit a sore spot for Meng Tianxiu, making him break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, side consort Xiao and the fourth concubine walked out from the manor. The fourth concubine asked with a smug smile, Cammer, you truly have no shame. I'm telling you, you girl Nam Cam, no matter how much the master dotes on you, as a young lady of good family, to not return home at night and run off to the Songjiang Chao gang by yourself is truly outrageous. Forget the princess consort not accepting you. Even a master would punish you if he found out. Hearing this, Nam Cam burst out laughing, stunning both the side consort and the fourth concubine. She said, I snuck away alone. At most, people would guess I was running away from the marriage. How did the fourth concubine know so clearly that I went to the Songjiang Chao gang? Could it be that you're my real mother? Do we have some kind of telepathic connection? The fourth concubine gritted her teeth. The side consort shot her a warning glare, then turned to Nam Cam and asked, you said you weren't running from the marriage. As a woman, what were you doing at the Chao gang? Nam Cam tilted her head and replied, doing business, of course. Me? Run from the marriage? Young Master Shan So is exceptionally talented and comes from a distinguished family. I couldn't be more fond of him. Why would I run away? Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu frowned. The fourth concubine continued to criticize her. Then why were you late? You clearly knew you had a meet today to discuss the marriage, yet you don't know how to prioritize. She looked at her coldly and replied, of course it's because someone blocked my way and prevented me from reaching Qingzhou City on time. She leaned close to her and asked, that person came back with me. He's right behind us. Would the fourth concubine like to meet him? As soon as she finished speaking, a subordinate immediately led the assassin in. The moment the fourth concubine saw him, she said in a panic, I don't know him. Who is this robber? Why are you making me meet him? Hearing this, Nam Cam walked over to Meng Tianxiu's side and asked, what is the fourth concubine saying? How can you not know the Shitsi and even call him a robber? The atmosphere immediately fell silent. Then the side consort's mouth twitched as she asked, you're saying the person who blocked your way and prevented you from returning was the Shitsi? Nam Cam glanced at him and asked, wasn't it? He thought to himself, I'm doomed. I know what trick Nam Cam is trying to pull. She calmly walked into the main hall and peeked inside. The moment she saw her, the princess consort angrily smashed a teacup. Nam Cam bowed in alarm. Greetings, princess consort. She thought to herself, my future mother-in-law is this fierce. I'd better just drop this marriage. The Jinan princess consort, Ruan Hongyu, looked at her coldly and said angrily, Chuer, come here. He stepped forward and bowed, mother. She gave him a meaningful look. He, however, replied with his eyes, don't look at me, just watch the good show. The princess consort saw the two of them exchanging glances and thought to herself, I thought my future daughter-in-law running away from home without a care for her reputation was absurd enough. Now, great Tianxiu is being foolish along with her. This is making me furious. The princess consort then asked, Miss Nam Cam says that you blocked her way, intentionally making her miss the auspicious time to discuss the marriage. Is she wronging you? Your elder brother is also here. You don't need to explain to me. Tell your elder brother. Both Meng Tianxiu and Nam Cam were stunned to hear this. Nam Cam thought happily. So my future husband is here too. She glanced towards the Jinnan prince's eldest son, Meng Shansoa. The two young masters of the Jinnan prince's manor were indeed handsome and dashing, each with his own charm. However, neither of them was what they seemed on the surface. Both were hiding something. Nam Cam bowed. Princess consort, please calm your anger. The Shitsi is finding it hard to speak. So how about you let me speak? The princess consort frowned at her upon hearing this. Seeing this, Meng Tianxiu immediately called out worriedly, Nam Cam, don't go too far. She feigned weakness and asked him, Shitsi, why would you say that? You were the one who personally said you didn't want me to marry your elder brother. You said a husband and wife should grow old together. It must first be of one heart and one mind, and that one absolutely cannot marry someone they don't like. You even patted my head. She ran a hand through her hair, while her other hand pointed at his button, and said, you also spoke of tying our hair in our youth, a fate destined for 3 lifetimes. He was startled upon hearing this, looked down at his button, and thought it was from that time. The princess consort was aghast. Nam Cam continued, although my reputation isn't very good, I am still a woman. How could I lower myself to be kept by him? The princess consort stood up angrily and questioned Meng Tianxiu. Do you really not want her to marry your elder brother? Meng Tianxiu frowned. So this was Nam Cam's scheme. She really never accepts defeat. Meng Tianxiu looked at Nam Cam and thought, although it's hard to defend myself, there's one thing I must do. Nam Cam frowned and thought, this time, I'll risk my reputation to drag him down with me. Meng Tianxiu thought angrily, break the engagement. We must break the engagement. And Nam Cam, full of determination, glanced at him. If we're going down, we're going down together. Meng Tianxiu opened his mouth. This, which surprised the princess consort. He said, I don't want her to marry my elder brother. The princess consort was stunned, and the ladies of Annam Manor were even more astonished. The princess consort gritted her teeth and stepped forward, slapping Meng Tianxiu hard across the face. This left Nam Cam utterly shocked. Meng Tianxiu continued, Mother, I think this marriage must be called off. The princess consort clutched her chest and said angrily, Chuer, are you trying to anger me to death? Seeing this, Meng Shansuo quickly stepped forward to support the princess consort. Mother, don't be angry. Second brother has always been sensible. He wouldn't do something so foolish. The princess consort retorted, He's sensible? He's sensible, and yet he does something like this? The princess consort gritted her teeth and thought, if it weren't for that secret of the Meng family, I would never agree to let Suor marry this kind of woman. But Nam Cam must become a daughter-in-law of the Jinnan Prince's manor. When Meng Tianxiu saw Meng Shansuo arrive, he said in a panic, Elder brother, Meng Shansuo smiled, I know. Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu asked, relieved, It's good that you know, elder brother. You never liked the eldest miss of the Nam Manor, so why do you want to marry her? Meng Shansuo smiled upon hearing this. Second brother, then do you like her? Meng Tianxiu was stunned and called out, Elder brother. Beside them, sighed Consort Xiao saw this and said in astonishment, How did it come to this? Not only did she obstruct the marriage, but she also dragged the Shitsi into it. If Nam Cam doesn't marry the eldest young master and becomes the Shitsi's consort instead, then wouldn't that mean? She immediately stood up and said, Princess Consort, please calm your anger. The children are just being insensible. It's just that our master is not at home, so there's no one to discuss this with. What should be done about this marriage? The princess consort turned and said, To be honest with you, side consort, it's not just me. Even the prince himself has already made up his mind. There will be absolutely no changes to this marriage. Beside them, Nam Cam heard this and thought to herself, What kind of debt does the Jinnan Prince's manor owe the Nam Manor to be like this? How strange. The side consort continued, Camer is so disobedient. It's because our Nam Manor has not been strict in her upbringing. I'm afraid she is not worthy of the eldest young master. Furthermore, this child and the Shitsi seem to have some entanglement. A forced melon is not sweet. Perhaps the princess consort could reconsider. The Nam Manor doesn't just have one daughter of marriageable age. As soon as she finished, the fourth concubine immediately stood up and said excitedly, That's right, Princess Consort. My daughter Nam Piao, Su has been well-bred since childhood, gentle and graceful. She is in no way inferior to young Master Shansuo. Everyone fell silent upon hearing her words. Nam Kim laughed out loud directly. Seeing this, the side consort cursed inwardly, this pighead. In front of his mother, a mere concubine is already boasting that her daughter is a match for the prince's manor's eldest son. Isn't this a slap in their face? The fourth concubine saw this and asked, confused, What? Is there a problem? The princess consort said angrily, I've already said, the marriage must proceed, but my Jinnan Prince's manor will only marry the eldest daughter of the Nam Manor. Nam Cam, as for which of my sons to choose. She glanced at Nam Cam, startling both Meng Tianxiu and Meng Shansuo. She continued, It will be up to the eldest miss of the Nam Manor to decide for herself. Nam Cam was full of question marks upon hearing this. What did you just say? The side consort and the fourth concubine were both shocked and wondered. What? Nam Cam, utterly confused, pointed at herself and thought, What? I even get to choose my own husband? The room suddenly fell silent. No one said a word. The side consort frowned. This is utterly absurd. The princess consort turned to Nam Cam and said, Eldest miss of the Nam Manor, you don't need to feel any pressure. No matter who you choose, you will be a daughter-in-law of the Jinnan Prince's manor. This will not change. The side consort and the fourth concubine immediately exchanged a look. The Jinnan Princess consort continued, If you like my eldest son, then the marriage will proceed as planned. If you've changed your mind and now like my second son, Tianxiu, then picking an auspicious day won't take much time. Nam Cam feigned shyness and said, Both young masters are very good. It's me who is not good. I don't know how to choose. She cried inwardly, I'm begging you. Please just call off the marriage. Don't push me into a corner. I don't want to marry anyone. The Jinnan Princess consort said again, How about this? Since we're already in Qingzhou, I will probably stay for another 3 months. For these 3 months, let the eldest miss of the Nam Manor spend time with both of them in turn. Cultivate your feelings, and at the end of the 3 months, choose one to marry. That way, in addition to the parent's command and the matchmaker's word, it can also be considered mutual affection. Nam Cam was troubled and thought, what if I can't choose after 3 months? The Jinnan princess consort looked at her and said, I have heard about the eldest miss of the Nam Manor's taste. Scholar Pei Kachong was good, and young master Lu Qingshu was also fine. My sons are both outstanding and well-learned. Are they somehow not a match for those two? Hearing this, Nam Cam imagined the original owner's overwhelming joy and sighed, thinking, if it were the original owner, she would probably have fallen head over heels in love, vowing to marry no one but a prince. Forget it. For now, there's a 3-month deadline. I'll just think of a plan for now. She blushed shyly and said, then let's do as you say. Meng Tianxiu was immediately shocked to hear this. The Jinnan princess consort nodded, looking at Miss Nam's appearance. You must have suffered a lot traveling all night. You should get more rest. Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave. She didn't say it, but she hadn't noticed it herself either. Her body ached and her feet were sore. She just wanted to quickly take a hot bath and have a good sleep. The Jinnan princess consort left, and the side consort and the 4th concubine immediately followed to support her, saying, it's getting dark. The manor has already prepared dinner. But the Jinnan princess consort refused. I don't want to eat. I appreciate the side consort's kindness. At this point, only 3 people remained in the room. Meng Tianxiu, Meng Shansuo, and Nam Cam. The atmosphere immediately became quiet. Meng Tianxiu said, to win an argument, the eldest miss will stop at nothing. I'm truly impressed. Nam Cam sat down and replied, the Shitsi misunderstands. I just wanted to remind you that if you braid a girl's hair, you have to pay the price. Meng Tianxiu crossed his arms and asked, oh, pay the price? I didn't do anything. But what do you want? What on earth is going on in this girl's head? Usually, she's as cunning as a fox. Now, for one matter, she's willing to risk her own reputation. Nam Cam smiled and replied, I'm fine. No need for the Shitsi to worry. He started to argue with her. You don't need my concern? Didn't you just tell others that I like you? Seeing his younger brother so agitated, Meng Shansuo immediately stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Second brother. Then he turned to Nam Cam, bowed, and said, Miss Nam, my second brother has offended you. I apologize on his behalf. I hope you won't take it to heart. Nam Cam was very surprised to hear this. She stood up and bowed. Young Master Shansuo, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not considering your feelings and your dignity. If Meng Tianxiu hadn't been so outrageous, I wouldn't have resorted to this mutually destructive method. Meng Shansuo smiled. It's all right. Miss Nam and I can be considered to have gained some understanding of each other, which is a good thing. I also hope you will take good care of me in the future. She nodded happily. All right. Seeing the two of them talking and laughing happily, Meng Tianxiu's expression darkened. Meng Shansuo continued, let me walk eldest Miss Nam back to her room. My second brother has a bad temper. I still have a few words to say to him. She quickly refused. There's no need. Shui Bao is waiting for me at the tea house outside. I can go back to my room by myself. I won't trouble the young master to see me off. The young master's second brother is indeed in a bad mood. I won't disturb your conversation. Meng Shansuo nodded. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Nam. Meng Tianxiu and Nam Cam immediately glared at each other, sparks flying from their eyes. Then they turned their heads away at the same time, revealing expressions of disgust. Nam Cam and Shui Bao walked outside. She opened her mouth and asked, Shui Bao, is the hot water ready? Shui Bao replied, rest assured, Mississippi. It's all ready. Bath beans, soap beans, flower petals, imported essential oils, and jasmine fragrance. Nam Cam praised her. Well done. Right, go find Jinghua and tell him to check on that skinny guy for me. After I've finished my bath and soak, I'll go question him about a few things, she said as she took off her outer coat. Shui Bao immediately replied, yes, I understand, Mississippi. You must still want to deal with the 4th concubine. Nam Cam handed the coat to Shui Bao and said, wash it clean, dry it, and return it to the Shitsi. Shui Bao was surprised. What? The Shitsi still wants it? Nam Cam then said, if he doesn't want it, it would be a pity to just throw it away. Shui Bao was shocked. Did I hear that right? The miss is actually reluctant to part with an item? Could it be that the miss really has feelings for the Shitsi? A dirty cloak, and Miss can't bear to throw it away? Seeing Shui Bao in a daze, Nam Cam walked over and flicked her forehead, saying, don't let your imagination run wild. Shui Bao quickly said, Miss, You and the Shitsi are truly a perfect match. She waved her hand. How can you say that? More like mortal enemies. But there's no liking. Shui Bao opened her mouth. Miss, you shouldn't be so absolute. Now you have to spend more than 3 months together. What if the person you like is the Shitsi? It's not bad to be the Shitsi's consort. In the future, you will be the Jinan princess consort. Namcam immediately made a crossing gesture with her hands. Don't. If I like him, my precious silver will leave me, turning me into a penniless pauper. Shui Bao's jaw dropped in fear. The miss is swearing on her silver again? Shui Bao frowned and said, Miss, you can't make such vows lightly. In a room, the fourth concubine walked over and asked, Shue Fan, didn't I tell you to go get that girl's head? Why did you run off to provoke Meng Tianxiu? Now look, all your men have been captured. Do you think the people from the Jinan Prince's manor will let you go? After multiple interrogations, you won't be able to keep your mouth shut. What am I supposed to do? The man named Shue Fan replied, Do you think we're idiots that we can't see what you're doing? She said angrily, If you don't talk, and I don't admit it, who would dare do anything to me? She leaned down and said to him, I'm warning you, you'd better not say another word. If I'm safe, everyone is safe. If something happens to me, see how I'll deal with you. Shue Fan retorted, So what? I helped you collect high-interest loans and recruit brothers to do your dirty work, and now you're threatening me. Fourth concubine, let me tell you why I provoked Meng Tianxiu. The best way to silence a person is to kill them. At this moment, a person in black gradually approached from behind Shue Fan. The fourth concubine continued to feign anger. You've really got the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard. The person gradually got closer. Shue Fan heard the movement and turned his head in shock, but in the next moment, his throat was slit by that person. The person sheathed his blade and asked, You wanted to kill him long ago, what's with the act? The fourth concubine, who was putting on a panicked expression, immediately changed her face and replied coldly, I'm not as vicious as you. You're quite something. I still have things to ask him. She stepped forward, wanting to touch the person. The person immediately dodged. There are many ways for Namcam to break the engagement. Why find someone as unreliable as Shue Fan? Your impatience has made Namcam look down on you and also disgusted Wan Hongyu, using a tactic of feigning retreat to advance. Was it to prevent Nam Piao Su from having a chance to marry into the Jinan Prince's manor? She burst out laughing and replied, Don't try to guess what I'm thinking, or I won't spare you. The person snorted coldly, I'm too lazy to guess your thoughts. It's just that for the matter the master entrusted to me, I dare not be the slightest bit negligent. The fourth concubine let out a cold laugh. In the bathroom, Namcam was humming a tune while soaking in the tub. Just then, Jing Hua ran over shouting, This is bad. Sister Shui Bao quickly informed the eldest miss that skinny robber has been killed. Shui Bao asked in shock, What? Jing Hua continued to report. At that time, the fourth concubine was also at the scene and was injured. The culprit has fled. Shui Bao broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. An intruder has snuck into the manor and killed someone. The miss could be in danger. Just then, a loud noise came from inside, causing Shui Bao to turn her head in fear and call out. Mississippi Namcam, now dressed, walked out, frowning, and said, I heard everything. She tied up her hair and asked, How is the fourth concubine? Jing Hua reported as he walked. She's crying and making a fuss. Her right hand is injured. The physician has already bandaged it, but she hasn't recovered from the shock yet. The second miss is with her. Namcam turned and asked, Where's the skinny robber's body? Has the wound been examined? Jing Hua replied. Third uncle looked at it and said it was a single, fatal blow. He was an assassin. His methods were very skilled and vicious. The body has now been tied up and sent to the yamen. We're waiting for the yamen to investigate. Namcam sneered. The culprit slit Shue Fan's throat, yet the fourth concubine only suffered a minor flesh wound. Could it be that this culprit has a soft spot for women? Let's go to the prison cell first. This guy who killed to silence a witness is very likely related to the men in black who tried to kill me yesterday. It's just, why did he kill Shue Fan and also attack the fourth concubine? At this moment, a strong smell of blood wafted out of the room, making Shui Bao exclaim, Such a strong smell of blood. Shui Bao bent over and coughed. Miss, my apologies. Namcam shook her head. No. She pushed the door open and walked in, asking, What was the situation with the body at that time? Jing Hua replied, Shui Bao told me to go check on that robber. When I arrived, the fourth concubine had just entered the prison cell. I thought to myself, as long as the fourth concubine doesn't let the robber escape, I'll stand guard outside. It wasn't until I heard the fourth concubine scream that I rushed in. She glanced at the window and thought, the window is still intact. Did the culprit leave through the back door? Not even a piece of Xue Fan's clothing could be found, unless he can truly come and go without a trace. Otherwise, the one who killed to silence the witness was the fourth concubine. It seems the fourth concubine's exaggerated, vulgar, incompetent, and petty demeanor are all an act. The fourth concubine has truly exceeded my expectations. She ordered, "Go check the fourth concubine's wound, and check the fourth concubine's room." She was shouting, "This bastard. The authorities will definitely catch him, tie him up, skin him alive, and avenge me. Oh my God, my neck, my arm will have scars now. Your father won't despise me, will he?" Nam Cam sighed upon hearing this, thinking, there are many who can act, but there are truly few who can keep up an act for over 10 years. In the room, Nam Piao Su said to her, "Mother, please lower your voice. Third uncle has already applied scar-removing medicine for you. It won't leave a scar." She said angrily, "The best things in a manor are all given to Nam Cam. What's left for us? They say it won't leave a scar, yet they use this useless stuff to fool me. It's all because you're useless. If you were of any use, would your mother have to suffer like this?" Nam Piao Su immediately said, "Yes, yes, yes, Sewer is useless. Please say less. Mother, be careful not to aggravate your wound." In the past, Nam Piao Su was often bullied by the original owner. Although she was sad, she never held a grudge, just living her own life. I originally thought she was like a lotus rising from the mud, with her own integrity. Now it seems it was mostly because the fourth concubine intentionally raised her to be this way. But seeing that the fourth concubine is indeed sheltering her, she has actually been protecting her very well. This is truly admirable. Seeing the smile on her face, Shui Bao was utterly confused. She continued to think, if that's the case, then this marriage with the Jinnan prince's manor. The fourth concubine wanted to stand up for Nam Piao Su. Perhaps she really doesn't want Nam Piao Su to marry into the Jinnan prince's manor. One person doesn't want to marry her daughter off. Another has been acting for 17 or 18 years to break off an engagement, scheming to prevent her daughter from marrying over. Could it be that the Jinnan prince's manor is some kind of dragon's lair or tiger's den? Will marrying into it cause some infectious disease or befall some curse? In such a short time, so many questions have appeared around me. For a lazy person, this is truly an unshakable fate. Shui Bao saw Nam Cam's expression changing constantly, her head full of question marks. A loud noise startled both the fourth concubine and Nan Piaoshu. Nanjin pretended to be panicked and ran in, asking, "Fourth concubine, are you all right?" She immediately rushed to the fourth concubine's side, clutching her arm and crying, "Oh heavens, so much blood. It must hurt terribly, right?" The fourth concubine was very confused by this, covering her wound and asking, "What are you doing here? To laugh at my misfortune?" She thought to herself, her acting is too over the top, with no depth at all. This display of false benevolence is truly disgusting. Nanjin immediately wiped her tears and shook her head. How could that be? How could the fourth concubine treat me like this? Nan Piaoshu called out to her, "Eldest sister." Nanjin immediately asked angrily, "Who are you calling eldest sister?" Hearing this, Nan Piaoshu trembled all over, her heart aching as she was about to cry. Nanjin looked her over and assessed, just as I thought. The fourth concubine sighed and turned to her daughter, saying, "What's the use of raising you? People are about to beat you to death, and you don't even dare to fight back." Nan Piaoshu weakly called out, "Mother." Nanjin sighed, "Fourth concubine, we are family after all, so let me be honest with you. Since I returned from Songjiang, besides the bandits you sent, there was also a black-clothed assassin who wanted to take my life. If the crown prince hadn't risked his life to save me, I wouldn't have made it back. Now, Sister Piaoshu has truly become a member of the prince of Jinan's household." The fourth concubine played dumb, asking, What? Encounter bandits? Assassins? Nanjin thought to herself. Even for a moment, I could tell that the fourth concubine indeed knew that assassin. I just didn't expect they would actually dare to make a move. The result of their actions would be my death, and Nan Piaoshu's marriage in my place. Nan Piaoshu is the fourth concubine's last resort, and the assassin could be blamed on the bandits, which also means blaming the fourth concubine. It seems the enemy's internal ranks aren't very united. Nanjing continued. So this time, you and I are truly on the same side. I hope the authorities can quickly capture those people. To avenge you is also to avenge me. Nan Piaoshu then asked, Eldest sister, do you think those bandits will dare to come back? I'm very worried about mother. Nanjing snorted coldly. Our household guards are really too idle. Don't worry, they most likely won't dare to return, but I do have a difficult matter that I need my younger sister's help with. Nan Piaoshu was startled upon hearing this. Asking, what is it? Nanjing replied, As you know, the princess consort gave me 3 months to get along with the 2 young masters. Actually, I still prefer the eldest young master a little more. Meeting him today, he was indeed dashing and incomparably handsome. I don't read books or recite poetry, and I'm not skilled in literature, so I'm afraid he won't like me. Can you teach me, little sister? Can you live and eat with me? Nan Piaoshu was shocked and asked, As for the fourth concubine, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. She hurriedly tried to stop it. No, you can't go. Nanjing immediately smiled. Fourth concubine, I won't bully Sister Piaoshu. Besides, staying with me, you can also see the 2 young masters often. I'll choose one. Who knows? Maybe you'll still have a chance? Hearing this, Nan Piaoshu shyly replied, All right. She thought to herself, although marrying the crown prince is a distant dream, if I can see him a few more times, I'll be content. But the fourth concubine looked at Nan Piaoshu with worry. This is the first time she has followed my wishes. Nanjing said happily, That's wonderful then. She thought to herself, the fourth concubine is definitely staying in the Nan residence for her own purposes, and her only weakness is probably Nan Piaoshu. As long as I can get Nan Piaoshu in my hands without leaving a trace, I won't have to fear the fourth concubine anymore. But the fourth concubine looked worriedly at Nanjing, thinking anxiously, This girl Nanjing has a fiery temper, but she has indeed never harmed Piaoshu. I just hope she's not wearing a mask. I don't know how deep this disaster runs. 3 days later, at the dining table, Nanjing looked at Nan Piaoshu and thought, After living together for a few days, I can confirm that she likes calligraphy and painting and also knows a little about cooking. She is indeed very weak and doesn't have a malicious heart. Nanjing then asked, Will you go out with me today? Nan Piaoshu asked in surprise, Where are we going? Nanjing replied, Sightseeing at my beauty pool. Nan Piaoshu happily agreed, Yes. Just then, Shui Bao ran in and said, Young miss, this month's appointment has arrived. Nanjing was startled. Days, huh? What the hell is this? Scheduling appointments? Shui Bao immediately placed a stack of letters on her table. She thought in astonishment. There's no way I'm going on a date this early before breakfast, right? In my past life, I never even went on a blind date, nor did I have a boyfriend, but I did have a sweet romance once. But a date this intense, simultaneously having overlapping dates with 2 men, it feels like I'm digging my own grave. She was so angry she even dropped her chopsticks. Shui Bao blinked incessantly and asked her, Young miss, are you so excited you can't even hold your chopstick steady? Nanjing saw Shui Bao's gleeful expression and made a mental note, I'll definitely find fault with her another day and dock her pay. Nan Piaoshu looked at the letters for a moment and said, Eldest sister, today it's the crown prince. Nan Piaoshu's hand was on Meng Tianxiu's letter and she asked with a headache, Why is it him? Who decided this? Didn't I already flip his 2 cards? Hearing this, Shui Bao asked, What is flipping cards? After third uncle returns from the prince's villa, it will be about that time. If there's nothing urgent, it can be changed. Nanjing immediately slammed the table and said, Change it. She thought to herself, Who would want to go on a date with that sickly guy? Then Shui Bao brought over a tray with 2 name tablets and said, Young miss, it's time to flip the card. In ancient times, the names of concubines were carved on tablets and presented to the emperor, who would use them to choose which concubine to spend the night with. This was done in the palace. Nanjing sat on her chair and said cheerfully, Present it. Whoever the little chick pecks, that's the one. As long as it's not that sickly guy. She had just picked up a tablet when her cheerful mood instantly turned into a scowl, because on that tablet was the name of Meng Tianxiu. She put the tablet down again, pointed to the tablet next to it, and said, Take that one. Shui Bao happily flipped the tablet over and said, Young miss, it's the crown prince. Your servant has already arranged it for you." She was startled and revealed a murderous look. So both tablets had Meng Tianxiu's name. How dare she trick me? Can I banish this servant girl to the cold palace? Shui Bao said, "Young miss, actually, the crown prince is already waiting in the tea room." Shui Bao recalled being in the tea room earlier when Meng Tianxiu asked her, "Does the eldest young miss want to flip cards?" He immediately took out 2 tablets, handed them to Shui Bao, and gave a sly smile. "Take these back for your young miss to flip." Nanjing slammed the table upon hearing this. "What does he want?" Shui Bao replied. The crown prince said, "He has a strong will, while young Master Shantz is more fragile. Any grievances should be borne by him." She was furious upon hearing this. Bear the grievances. Strong will. She then said, "Fine, Shui Bao, go out and tell third uncle to serve the crown prince a pot of fine tea and tell him to wait slowly." A while later, Nanjing came out after changing her clothes. Shui Bao followed behind her, thinking, even if it's a date, you can't wear red. And what's this about a red battle robe being a wedding dress? Third uncle saw Nanjing and exclaimed in surprise, "Eldest young miss, if the master saw this, he would definitely be moved to tears by your beauty. You look so much like the late madam." In the room, Meng Tianxiu, having waited too long, angrily put down his teacup. Just then, the door opened and Nanjing walked in. Meng Tianxiu turned his head in surprise. As she stepped forward, curtsied, and asked, "Dear Crown Prince, you're so early?" Without saying a blunt word to him, I thought he couldn't bear to draw me out. Meng Tianxiu stood up and said, "Those words are true. Or perhaps the eldest young miss Nan could take pity and arrange for lunch tomorrow, which would give me, the crown prince, some face." She was immediately speechless, thinking, this is not good. My little brother-in-law has changed his tactics, resorting to shamelessness. She then said, "Whether I see the crown prince tomorrow depends on my mood." Meng Tianxiu immediately brightened up and replied, "All right." The people outside saw this and said emotionally, "It's so good to be young. So sweet." But Nanjing frowned, turned her head and said, "Let's go." Meng Tianxiu watched her departing figure, which overlapped with another, and stared blankly. Then he sighed and followed behind. The two of them got into a carriage and went out to the beauty pool. Inside the pool area, there were many construction workers, and the scene was very lively. The workers were working diligently, and someone shouted, "Eldest young miss Nan is here." This made everyone stop. Nan Piaoshu sat in the carriage, thinking, only since eldest sister bought Guling Village has it grown so much. This small village used to be uninhabited and desolate, but now it's so prosperous, with many discarded things waiting to be reborn. Farmers who lost their crops and wanted to earn quick money all came here to work. Now everyone calls Guling Village Nanguling. I never realized before that eldest sister was a woman with such business acumen and courage. It's truly impressive. Outside, the construction workers were all shouting, "Eldest young Miss Nan, come out and let us see." That's right, the carriage stopped, and Nanjing, dressed in her wedding attire, stepped down with a gentle smile. Nan Piaoshu came out, thinking angrily, "These people are so crude, their leering eyes are so uncomfortable. How can eldest sister be so calm?" Nanjing turned her head and said to Nan Piaoshu, "Many people are watching, just think of it as shining in my own way. I don't care what kind of looks they give me. If some people like you, naturally some will hate you." The men walked over and asked, "Eldest young Miss Nan, is it true you have a mole under your collarbone?" This question startled both Nanjing and Nan Piaoshu. The men continued to jeer. "We heard the skin on your back is smooth and silky. It must feel great to touch. When will you let us brothers have a feel?" Hearing this, Nanjing was stunned and frowned. "How does he know I have a mole under my collarbone?" They began to laugh lewdly. As the men were laughing lewdly, Meng Tianxiu walked over. He signaled to the person beside him, "You go handle it." His man nodded, ran over, grabbed one man by the collar, and asked, "Are you tired of living?" The group of men continued to laugh loudly. Meng Tianxiu's subordinate saw this and said through gritted teeth, "No matter what eldest young Miss Nan's reputation is, she is still the young madam of the prince of Jinnan's household." The man laughed loudly. "Eldest young Miss Nan, am I right? Your body has been seen by everyone. People use you as a joke all day, and I'm not the only one who's heard it. Ask the brothers here. They all know." Nanjing turned and said, "Crown Prince, tell your man to be quick. If a dog bites you, don't you want to bite back? Wouldn't killing him with one strike be more satisfying?" Meng Tianxiu's subordinate heard this and immediately punched the man in the face, sending him stumbling back a few steps. The man cursed, "Bastard, your young master wants to pick up someone else's worn-out shoes, and you're so proud of it." As soon as Meng Tianxiu heard this, his face darkened. He flicked a falling leaf from his hand into the man's mouth. The man was still cursing wildly. Proud of what? But the leaf prevented him from saying another word, and he fell in pain, shocking his brothers. The man knelt on the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his whole body in excruciating pain. Meng Tianxiu signaled, "Ta Feng." Ta Feng immediately gave chase. In the room, Nan Piaoshu spoke up. "Eldest sister, most of them are crude and wicked men. Don't take it to heart." Nanjing nodded in response. She looked at the teacup in her hand and thought. According to the original owner's memories, she was never intimate with anyone, not even Pei Kachang. A lifelong promise. Who on earth spread the word that I have a mole under my collarbone? Meng Tianxiu glanced at Nanjing, then asked, "Doesn't the second young miss like Tao Yuanji's calligraphy? I happen to have brought a set, and would like to invite the second young miss to appreciate it." He signaled, "Ba Jin." The person outside had been instructed, "I will take the second young miss there immediately." Nan Piaoshu stood up, thinking, "It seems the crown prince wants to send me away to speak privately with my sister. After all, for a matter as important as marriage, social status must match. How could the prince of Jinnan's household not care?" She curtsied and walked out. Ta Feng quickly closed the door to the room. Inside the room, Nanjing smiled and asked, "Does the crown prince want to break off the engagement? What happened today must be good news for you, right?" Meng Tianxiu replied, "Am I such a selfish person in your heart? Don't be afraid, I will help you." She was stunned by his words and turned her head to reply, "I'm not." Meng Tianxiu said, "I know." At this moment, his subordinate returned to report, "Crown Prince, the investigation is complete." He then said, "Speak." The person replied, "The ringleader spreading the rumors is a man named Pei Kachang. He had some fame before, but is now very poor. His father has passed away. He doesn't even have the money to transport the coffin back to his hometown. So he secretly came here to work for a living. It seems he and the eldest young miss then have some connection. And he likes to talk nonsense when he's drunk." Nanjing sighed and thought, "Pei Kachang, he has never seen my body. It must have been Fong Ro who told him." Fong Ro used to be the original owner's personal maid, so it's not strange that she saw her bathing. To use this to damage a woman's reputation is truly despicable. Meng Tianxiu turned to ask her, "What do you plan to do?" He thought to himself, killing him is the simplest thing. Leaving no trace, the authorities wouldn't be able to investigate. But if Pei Kachang dies because of his loose tongue, others will gossip, and Nanjin's reputation will be ruined. What was baseless will eventually become fact. She then asked, "He has nothing left now. The only thing remaining, I'm afraid, is that I was blind to be good to him before, so there's nothing more to say, right? He's still dreaming. Well, I have long since woken up." She sighed and thought, although I quite like the goddess image, maintaining it is inevitably tiring. Maybe I should take this opportunity to resolve it all at once. She immediately asked excitedly, "Crown Prince, will you help me?" She looked at him with sparkling eyes. Seeing this, he silently began to imagine, "Actually, I was just seriously considering countermeasures, but it's really not necessary. This Nanjing girl, no, this little fox, doesn't need others to pity or worry about her." In a room, a group of workers asked, "They just beat you up and let you go just like that? The Nan family even gave you money. Was it hush money?" "Heavens, old brother, did you really sleep with the eldest young miss of the Nan family? I thought what you said was all nonsense. I didn't expect it to be true." Pei Kachang thought smugly, "Nanjing ruined me, and now she wants to shut me up with just a tale of silver. She really looks down on me." He asked, "Do you want to hear what Nanjing tastes like?" A man immediately laughed and said, "Of course we do. We even dream of it. We also want to hold a beauty in our arms." Pei Kachang smiled. "All right, then I'll tell you." He thought smugly, "Let Nanjing's reputation be completely tarnished." At this moment, in the room, Nanjing was telling a story. 30 years ago, in the next village, there was a girl named Yin. Because of her ugly appearance, she started dating at 14, but was still unmarried at 20. When she was disheartened, a scholar treated her very well and even proposed to her. A Yin was overjoyed, sold her house and fields, and even the old ox that had been with her for over 10 years, taking all her assets to go with the scholar to the capital for the imperial examination. But as soon as they reached Guling village, she was murdered by the scholar for her money. A Yin died with resentment, and her vengeful spirit did not dissipate. The king of hell would not accept her, so she wandered for 30 years, becoming a female ghost who possessed the bodies of beautiful girls. The possessed girl's personality would change drastically. She would love men, especially weak scholars who couldn't even trust a chicken. After getting married, she would seduce the man, then drain his life essence, using a man's life to fuel her resentment, then moving on to find the next one. How about this ghost story? Find someone to spread it. Just do it like this. Let everyone in Qingzhou City think I'm possessed by a yin. Before, I was a lovesick fool, which is why I sought out Pei Kachong. The fact that Pei Kachong is still alive is enough to prove that he and I definitely did not have a lifelong promise. After hearing this, Meng Tianxiu was stunned into silence. Nanjing immediately leaned closer, made a scary face, and said, "Then you find me a Taoist priest to perform an exorcism, drive a yin away, and from then on, I can restore Nanjin's reputation." A few days later, Meng Tianxiu was in his study, painting and thinking. Does she want revenge on Pei Kachong or on me, Meng Tianxiu? If I don't help her and let the rumors spread, that would be great. If no one dies suddenly on the wedding night, will there be rumors the next day that the crown prince of the Prince of Jinnan's household is not favored? No. Who said it came from her? He immediately stopped. At this moment, Ta Feng ran in and called, "Young master." He immediately glanced over. Ta Feng said sheepishly, "Why are you angry again?" After not seeing Miss Nan for a few days, the young master's mood has been gloomy. Meng Tianxiu placed the book on the table. "If you have something to say, say it." Ta Feng then said, "Young master, I have invited the exorcist priest. I have also informed Shui Bao. The ritual will be performed tonight at Nanguling. Where the rumor started is where it will be resolved." Meng Tianxiu nodded in agreement. "I know." Ta Feng continued to ask, "Young master, are you going?" He frowned. "What is it now?" Ta Feng laughed. "Oh, according to the original plan, the eldest young master was supposed to accompany eldest young Miss Nan today. As long as she is there, you can rest assured you have to go even if you don't want to. The weather is getting cold. You must be careful with your health." Meng Tianxiu put down his brush and replied decisively, I'm not worried about Nanjing. Just to let her see less of my elder brother." Ta Feng then said, "Young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should." Meng Tianxiu stood up and said, "If you think you shouldn't say it, then don't." Ta Feng continued to ask, "Young master, don't you know what I want to say?" Meng Tianxiu turned and asked, "Are you going or not?" Ta Feng replied, "Yes." Ta Feng glanced at the paper on the table again, lifted the book, and saw the painting inside, then ran out and asked, "Young master, why are you drawing a fox?" Meng Tianxiu remained silent. Ta Feng continued to press, "Young master, why is the fox you drew eating a pumpkin? Don't foxes eat men?" Meng Tianxiu still didn't answer. Ta Feng continued to approach, "Young master." Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu angrily punched Ta Feng on the head, making Ta Feng cry out. While in the study, a painting of a fox hugging a pumpkin was revealed. That night, the two invited Taoist priests began the ritual. The surrounding crowd was buzzing with discussion. Nanjing sat at her room and asked, "Has Pei Kachong arrived?" Shui Bao replied, "Yes." He's mixed in with the crowd. It seems he's 70 or 80% convinced. He's scared out of his wits and has lost a lot of weight. "Young miss, use the eye drops. The crown prince has everything ready." Shui Bao took out a small bottle and gave it to Nanjing. Nanjing pulled down her eyelid. "I don't know where he got this strange thing. It can actually change the color of my eyes." At this moment, someone outside bowed and said, "Eldest young miss, the celestial master is ready." Nanjing took a deep breath and began to act. She shouted, "Who gave you the nerve? I'm not sick. On what grounds are you locking me in here? When my father returns, you're all dead. I don't want it. Tell him to get out." She then swept all the bowls and chopsticks in the room to the floor. Outside, Jinghua bowed and said, "Eldest young miss, please calm down. If the master were here, he would surely agree. Your illness hasn't improved for days, and the doctors can't find the cause. So let the celestial master perform a ritual for you." In the room, Nanjing angrily shouted, "Jinghua, you're so bold." Jinghua quickly knelt down and said, "If there really is an evil spirit, it can also help the young miss escape this sea of suffering." Eldest young miss. Hearing this from inside the room, Nanjing gave a thumbs up in praise. "Excellent acting. You're amazing." The Taoist priest began to burn yellow paper and incense and started chanting. Nanjing glanced outside, thinking, his pretense is even more real than mine. A moment later, the Taoist priest pointed his sword at the room. "Get out." Someone immediately splashed chicken blood on the door. At this moment, the space was completely silent. Shui Bao spoke up. "Celestial Master, I remember that a yin and an old ox depended on each other, all because of the scholar you mentioned. I'm afraid this chicken blood won't work. Can we use ox blood? The Taoist priest heard this and said, quickly, bring an ox here. Jinghua immediately replied, I'll go find one right away. In the room, Nanjing crawled out, shouting, don't. She struggled to sit up, her eyes turning a dark orange, causing the crowd to murmur in fear. Heavens, look at the eldest young Miss's appearance. There's really something wrong. I thought it was just a rumor. How terrifying. The Taoist priest immediately drew his sword. Men, quickly restrain her. Nanjing stood up, clutching her head and screaming, get out of my body. You made me suffer so much. You've ruined my reputation. I'm clearly not a promiscuous woman. Get out, get out. The surrounding crowd discussed. So the eldest young Miss's previous promiscuous reputation was because she was possessed by a demon. It was the demon causing trouble, deliberately framing a good person. Nanjing muttered, I really don't understand. Jeaner, isn't it good to live like this? Must you still be so infatuated, sacrificing your honor for him? Must you be so sincere? When I was alive, I never had such a good thing happen to me. Besides, I haven't even bitten any man's little brother yet. How can I give up so easily? The surrounding crowd was stunned and asked, Is this a Yen speaking? Pei Kachong was also startled with fear. Nanjing laughed coldly and asked, Peilang, you already escaped one calamity. Why did you come to provoke me? Since you said you wanted to spend your life with me, then I'll give you a big gift too. Pei Kachong immediately turned and fled. But he hadn't run far when his body suddenly stopped, then flew up. Nanjing laughed maniacally and said, Reincarnate sooner. Pei Kachong was pulled high into the air, twisting his body and grabbing his collar, screaming, No, no, help. Then he let out a tragic, painful scream. Nanjing stared at him, thinking the crown prince had his men set a trap in the bamboo forest, using threads that are hard to see in the dark to bind Pei Kachong. The other end of the threads were hung on the surrounding bamboo trees. In the eyes of an ordinary person, this was a terrifying scene of a demon claiming a life. Nanjing recalled the scene of Meng Tianxiu's men setting up the arrangement in the forest until she scared Pei Kachong, causing him to run into the forest in terror and be hoisted up. At this time, Bui Kok Suang was still screaming miserably. I never touched you, never. It was all Fong Nu's doing. Hearing this, Nanjing thought, he's finally confessed. She immediately let go. The person in the woods then pulled the rope, causing Bui Kok Suang to fall. Seeing this, Nanjing was stunned. When the crowd saw that Bui Kok Suang was dead, they all screamed, Murder, it's murder! Nanjing thought in a panic. What's going on? At this moment, Meng Tianxiu appeared beside her and said, You carry on, I'll go after him. After saying this, he immediately leaped into the woods. Seeing this, Nanjing was dumbfounded. How could those skills belong to that sickly crown prince? The sight of him flying away so swiftly left Tui Bao and the Taoist priest stunned as well. Then Tui Bao spoke up, Heavenly Master, please continue. The Taoist priest, hearing this, immediately came to his senses and continued his sword dance. Peach Demon, you, reveal your true form. Seeing this, Nanjing was dazed. The Taoist priest turned again and said to his disciple, Quick, sprinkle the chastity sand. This demon won't dare to cause trouble anymore. The disciple immediately brought over a bowl of sand. Seeing this, Nanjing thought to herself, although I find this whole chastity sand business completely unscientific, the Shogong, also known as a gecko, is fed cinnabar from birth until it weighs 7 caddies and its whole body is bright red. It is then ground into a paste and dotted on a virgin's arm, becoming the chastity mark that symbolizes a woman's purity. But anyway, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Having been reborn here, I might as well give it a try. Tui Bao immediately came forward and pulled up Nanjing's sleeve. The disciple began to paint on her arm, and a mark appeared, causing everyone to murmur in astonishment. It appeared. The eldest miss, Nan is still a virgin. I told you so. That Bui Kok Suang was talking nonsense. How could the eldest miss Nan grow old with him? Bui Kok Suang sullied the reputation of a good maiden. His death is well-deserved. Seeing this, Nanjing clutched her head. All right, it should be over. She put on an act, and that person flicked away the chastity mark. She took the opportunity to fall backward, her acting completely convincing. Tui Bao also ran over crying to catch her, shouting, Miss, Tui Bao thought to herself, tonight's good show will surely spread throughout Qingzhou City immediately. At the same time, in the woods, Meng Tianxiu was chasing the man in black. This person clearly did not want to fight, constantly concealing his moves and skills. He immediately struck out with his palm to attack the opponent, who instantly drew golden needles and shot them forward. This surprised him, and he hastily retreated to dodge. 3 golden needles embedded themselves straight into a bamboo stalk. When Meng Tianxiu turned back, the man had vanished without a trace. Meng Tianxiu leaned on the bamboo stalk. Damn it! At this moment, the sound of horse hooves echoed from behind him. Ta Fong arrived on horseback, calling out loudly, "Young master!" Meng Tianxiu angrily punched the bamboo stalk, saying, "I was so close. If it weren't for that layer of restraint, I would have caught him long ago." Ta Fong dismounted and handed medicine to Meng Tianxiu, saying, "Young master, you must not use your internal energy again. If Madame finds out, she will be very worried." Meng Tianxiu immediately took the medicine, thinking to himself, "My Qinggong has always had few rivals in the world, yet now I can't even use my internal energy." Ta Fong put the medicine away and asked, "Young master, who on earth is this person? What was so special about Bui Kok Suang that he had to be killed? In this world, the person who wants him dead the most, isn't it Miss Nan?" After hearing this, Meng Tianxiu turned to look at the golden needles and said, "This person is not simple. He's been hiding his true strength all along. It took a great deal of effort chasing him to force him to leave these 3 golden needles behind." This man in black was clearly afraid that Nanjing would be soft-hearted, so he decided to deal with Bui Kok Suang for her. As for the reason, it's impossible to know. Recent events all seem to be related to Nanjing. Afterwards, he drew the sword from Ta Fong's hand, thinking to himself, "I'm afraid this is inevitably related to some secret. In any case, Nanjing is innocent and shouldn't suffer any harm. I must investigate the whole truth." With that thought, he immediately swung the sword, striking the bamboo stalk repeatedly. But the golden needles on it did not move at all. Seeing this, Ta Fong stepped forward in astonishment and asked, "The Jinghong sword striking repeatedly. Could this be the Hanshua needle? Young master, could he be someone from the Prince Regent's side?" Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu sheathed his sword, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect Nanjing to have such deep connections behind her." He immediately gave a signal. "Ta Fong, go and summon Qinsheng for me." Hearing this, Ta Fong immediately bowed and replied with a yes. Ta Fong thought to himself, the young master is really going to use the power from that side. The young master's other identity is never easily revealed. It seems this time he has truly encountered a major, difficult problem. At this moment, in the hot spring, Nanjing was soaking contentedly, thinking to herself, "Finally got through that. I'm exhausted." At this moment, Tui Bao came forward and said, "Miss, Jinghua just came to ask for news about the Crown Prince, saying that he lost the assassin and even vomited blood for you. The Crown Prince truly disregards his own well-being." After hearing this, Nanjing sighed and thought, "Could be like last time, this guy really is a frail, pampered young master." She stepped onto the bank, thinking to herself, "Last time, saving my life was a last resort. Why make such a show of it today?" Tui Bao immediately came forward to dry her off and put a robe on her, saying, "Miss, that damn Bui Kok Song, you shouldn't be soft-hearted and blame yourself anymore. After today, you will no longer be associated with that bad reputation. You can date the 2 young masters with peace of mind. Then choose one you connect with, marry happily, and that will be your happiness." After hearing this, Nanjing turned and asked, "Well then, Tui Bao, who do you think I should choose?" Tui Bao heard this and immediately replied, "Miss, you don't even need to say it. This servant has wanted to ask for a long time. Considering all aspects of the 2 young masters, from status, appearance, family background to character, the Crown Prince gets 99 points, and young Master Shan gets 90 points." After hearing this, Nanjing sat down on a chair and asked with a smile, "His frail body is only -1 point, and everything else gets full marks? The other one only gets 10 points deducted because he's not the biological son, right? Tui Bao, you're so unfair." Tui Bao heard this and immediately said, "Heavens, miss, of course the Crown Prince is better. Young Master Shan Su isn't bad either, but he's not the prince's biological son. If you marry over in the days to come with the Crown Prince by your side, won't you have nothing to worry about?" Nanjing closed her eyes in silence, not saying a word. Tui Bao continued worriedly. "Besides, you'd have to live with your sister-in-law under the same roof. Although she calls you sister-in-law, if you want to dress a little extravagantly, you'd still need her approval. Hearing this, Nanjing immediately opened her eyes. That makes a lot of sense. Then let them all get lost. I don't need any of them. She immediately sat up excitedly and said this, leaving Tui Bao stunned and in disbelief. Tui Bao, full of confusion, asked again, Miss, you want both young masters to get lost? Those two are still waiting outside. Nanjing sighed and said, never mind. Then she dressed properly and walked towards the living room. Meng Tianxiu and Meng Shansu were waiting. Seeing her arrive, Meng Shansu immediately stood up, bowed, and asked, Miss Nan, are you all right? Nanjing smiled and replied, thank you for your concern, young Master Shansu. I'm fine now. Have you had dinner? Meng Tianxiu was drinking tea at this moment, glancing at the two of them chatting. After she asked, Meng Shan shook his head. She immediately asked smugly, then this is perfect timing. How about we have something to eat tonight? Although it can't compare to the high-end dishes served year-round at the Zilu, we basically have whatever you want to eat. Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu thought to himself, to maintain a team of private chefs and ensure an uninterrupted supply of fruits and vegetables, how much silver must that cost? As expected of Nanjing, her humble words are clearly a flamboyant display of her wealth. He put down his teacup, the thoughtful look on his face startling Nanjing. She glared at him angrily, made a face, then turned back to Meng Shansu with a gentle smile and asked, I wonder what kind of wine young Master Shansu likes. We could gather by the stove and have a little drink. It would be quite pleasant. After hearing this, Meng Shansu turned his head to look at Meng Tianxiu, who immediately recoiled upon seeing this. Nanjing continued to smile and said, today is my appointment. The irrelevant person should naturally leave. This sentence was like a stab to Meng Tianxiu's heart, leaving him stunned. Then he stood up. Nanjing immediately put on an indifferent expression, not seeing him off. Who would have thought he would just dust off his sleeves and then sit back down? Seeing this, Nanjing cried out internally, good heavens. She signaled with her eyes, Crown Prince, do you have any shame? Meng Tianxiu replied with a straight face, how can I leave? What if my older brother is in danger while I'm not here? Nanjing signaled, so thick-skinned, I'm impressed. Meng Tianxiu whistled in response. Thank you for the compliment. I'm flattered. And so, the three of them ended up dining together outside. Nanjing and Meng Shansu were drinking and chatting cheerfully. Meanwhile, Meng Tianxiu sat to one side, drinking tea, thinking to himself, this is good too. Nanjing has escaped her past troubles, proven her innocence, completely severed ties with Bui Coxuang, and restored her original purity. She is happily chatting and laughing with my older brother. I really have no reason to interfere anymore. He immediately put down his teacup. Seeing this, Meng Shansu asked with concern, second brother, are you not feeling well? He replied, it's nothing, just an outsider, no need to pay any mind. This remark seemed to be a jab at Nanjing, startling her. This guy, holding a grudge all day over a single sentence. So she smiled with feigned concern. Perhaps the food is not to the Crown Prince's taste. Tomorrow the Crown Prince, and I can just eat somewhere else, right? Hearing this, he immediately turned his head and asked, if the food isn't to my taste, I can change the place, but what about the person who disturbs my heart? What should I do? Hearing this, she became furious inside. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm an eyesore? I worked so hard to build this Leda-like image. I'll endure it. Meng Shansu immediately smiled and tried to mediate between them. My second brother means no harm. If he said or did anything improper earlier, I apologize to Miss Nan on his behalf. On such a beautiful night, with a beautiful view, let's not let anger spoil it. Shall we? Seeing Meng Shansu's smiling face, Nanjing's anger immediately subsided, and she replied, the wine has gone cold. Meng Shansu immediately took Nanjing's wine cup and said, let me warm it up for you. It will snow in a few days. The snow in Qingzhou City is not like the snow in Jinling. He prepared to warm the wine for Nanjing. But Meng Tianxiu stood up and said, older brother, have you seen Bui Coxuang's body? It's exactly like that bandit who had his throat slit. The technique was very clean. Meng Shansu, who was about to warm the wine, paused his movement. He put the wine cup down and called out, second brother. Meng Tianxiu then said, I'm also thinking of the eldest Miss Nan's well-being. After all, back in Songjiang, those people seem to want to kill her. Now that the culprit hasn't been caught, how can there be a mood for moon-gazing and snow-watching? Hearing this, Nanjing said, the Crown Prince is right. One's life is important. Who has the leisure to talk about such things? A capable person would have already gone to find that man in black and get to the bottom of it. Why are they still sitting here talking? Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu was immediately stunned, thinking to himself, it seems I've angered her again. Meng Shansu poured wine and asked, I heard the man in black's hidden weapon is the Hanshua needle. Second brother, neither you nor I can afford to offend him. This matter must be discussed at length. Meng Tianxiu nodded. I didn't mean to provoke anyone, did I? It's not my business anyway. If the eldest Miss Nan isn't in a hurry, why should I be? Hearing this, Nanjin angrily made a mental note. I'll remember your face. For the sake of my own life, I'll give in to you this once. She then asked, Crown Prince, what is the Hanshua needle? Do you know who sent him? Meng Tianxiu sighed. It's one of Ji Yinghan's people. Hearing this, Nanjin's face fell in terror. The Prince Regent Ji Yinghan, the true power in this vast country. It is now the 16th year of the Tianxi era. The imperial family is the Ji clan, but the emperor, already 16, has yet to rule on his own. The entire court is controlled by the Prince Regent, who holds absolute power and whose word is law. After hearing this, she immediately asked, could there be a mistake? I haven't offended him. She clutched her head, screaming internally. I'm just a minor young lady in Qingzhou. Since when did I get involved with this great demon lord? Meng Tianxiu replied, that thing is the Hanshua needle. There's absolutely no mistake. But I didn't witness the truth with my own eyes. He recalled the encounter with the assassin in the woods earlier, thinking to himself, the first time the Songjiang Mountains, the person sent by Ji Yinghan wanted to force me to use my internal energy, which is understandable. Unless it was to continue forcing my prince of Jinan Manor into a corner. Killing that bandit was either to cover his tracks or to protect his accomplice in the Nan Manor. But he clearly could have killed Bui Kok Suang earlier. Why did he have to wait until that moment? He thought for a moment and suddenly realized the other party cares a lot about Nanjin's reputation. In other words, he cares whether she is still a virgin. She noticed he was looking at her and immediately shot him a glare that startled him. So he explained, Ji Yinghan has a group of martial artists from the Jianghu who serve him. They are proficient in the 18 types of martial arts, with sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, and hooks, but their hidden weapon, the Hanshua needle, is all the same. The Hanshua needle can pierce through ordinary sword blades and is mainly used for assassination and escape. Hearing this, she voiced her speculation. It could also be a pretext. The other party intentionally revealed the Hanshua needle to let you know the identity of the mastermind, so you would know the difficulty and back down, and not pursue the matter of these two deaths. Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu thought to himself, this young lady is very thoughtful. I had also considered that even if the man in black had extraordinary skills, and even if he was forced to use a hidden weapon, he wouldn't have revealed it so blatantly. He recalled the instruction he gave Ta Fong in the bamboo forest earlier. Ta Fong, go and summon Qin Shang for me. Although I've already sent Ta Fong to summon Qin Shang to prepare in advance, I'm still not sure if this is just a trap. Nanjin continued, Crown Prince, you see how much that man in black was expecting you. He was a little confused by her words. She continued to explain, if the Crown Prince were an ordinary person, he certainly wouldn't have used the Hanshua needle, for fear that you would see it and think of the Prince Regent. But he understands you so well, knows your thoughts, that you would think more than others and feel the threat of the Prince Regent, which is why he left the Hanshua needle and departed. Hearing her say this, Meng Shansu stared at her intently. Nanjin continued to voice her speculation. So I think that man in black must be someone who understands you very well. Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu looked at her in silence. Nanjin slammed the table and concluded, if that's the case, then it is the Prince Regent Ji Yinghan. Meng Shansu poured wine and said, if the man in black knew Miss Nan was also here, he would probably have to think even more. Hearing this, Nanjin smiled demurely. Young Master Shansu, you flatter me. It's just speculation. But inside, she was grinning smugly. Meng Shansu handed her the freshly poured cup of wine. Just then, a spider fell from above, landing right on Meng Shansu's hand. Seeing the spider, both Meng Shansu and Nanjin were startled. Meng Shansu, in his panic, spilled the wine cup onto Nanjin's hand, and the spider also jumped away. Because the wine had just been warmed, it was so hot that Nanjing cried out in pain with an ah. Seeing this, Meng Tianxiu immediately ran over and grabbed her hand, asking worriedly, "It's so hot. Why didn't you wait a moment before taking it?" Nanjing immediately pulled her hand back. "Crown Prince, please have some self-respect." Then she lowered her head to look only at her hand, while he stared intently at her, after which he angrily turned and sat back down. Meng Shan said in a panic, "I'm sorry, that was my mistake. I have some burn ointment, which I originally used for sores, so I always carry it with me." Meng Shan took out the medicine vial and said, "Miss Nan, if you don't mind, let me take a look for you. Have we bow call for a doctor? If you wait any longer, it will blister and leave a scar." She asked in surprise, "It will leave a scar? Then I'll have to trouble you, eldest young master." She immediately offered her hand to Meng Shan Su. Meng Shan Su took her hand. His cheeks flushed, looking a little shy. Seeing this, Nanjing thought happily, "He's so gentle and refined. Even his shyness is adorable." Meng Shan Su applied the ointment to Nanjing's burn. The red, swollen burn made her flinch a little. "It hurts." Meng Shan Su said, "It will sting a little. There are some extra herbs in this medicine. If it touches the blood of the chastity mark, the skin will feel a slight stinging sensation, but it's not a big deal." Meng Tianxiu sat silently opposite them, watching them talk. Meng Shan let go of her hand and asked, "All right, does it still hurt?" She pulled her hand back, looked at the wound, and replied, "It's much cooler, and it doesn't hurt anymore." Meng Tianxiu was still staring at them. After applying the medicine for her, Meng Shan put the vial away and said with a smile, "That's good then." Only then did Meng Shan notice that Meng Tianxiu had been staring at him the whole time. He also glanced at Meng Tianxiu. Nanjing saw them looking at each other and looked at them with confusion. At this moment, Meng Tianxiu asked scornfully, "It seems the chastity mark is real. I thought Miss Nan had just temporarily applied a layer of grease." Nanjing was very angry when she heard this. She pouted. "What's it to you? A dog's mouth really can't spit out ivory tusks." Late at night, Meng Tianxiu and Meng Shan returned together. In the corridor, Meng Shan advised, "Don't stand in the wind if your body is weak." Meng Tianxiu asked back, "Older brother, did you do it on purpose?" Meng Shan asked him back, "On purpose what?" Meng Tianxiu frowned, intentionally spilling the wine to burn Nanjing, taking the opportunity to apply medicine for her, and using the white verbena to test her chastity mark. He thought to himself, those coincidences were too forced. But how could a small spider make my older brother's hand tremble so much that he'd spill the wine? Besides, my older brother has always been thoughtful. The wine was only warmed, not too hot. So how could he hand such a scalding cup to a young lady? Meng Tianxiu frowned and asked, "Older brother, do you mind?" Meng Shan was silent. He sighed, turned his head and asked, "If it were you, would you mind?" Meng Tianxiu immediately replied, "If I liked her, I would accept her completely, no matter what. Otherwise, what's the point of talking about liking her?" Meng Shan patted Meng Tianxiu's shoulder and said, "What's past is past. The result is very good. She is your future sister-in-law. You are not to cause any more trouble, understand?" Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu clenched his fists and asked back, "Older brother, do you like her?" Meng Shan turned and replied, "She's really very smart, isn't she? Since her reputation has been cleared, why wouldn't I marry her? All right, it's getting late. You should go back to your courtyard too. You must take good care of your health and get more rest." After saying this, Meng Shan patted Meng Tianxiu's shoulder. He frowned, turned his head and replied, "I know." Meng Shan heard this, nodded with him, and left. A moment later, Meng Tianxiu frowned and called out, "Older brother." By this time, Meng Shan had already walked far. Meng Tianxiu immediately chased after him and asked, "Older brother, why are you following me for no reason?" However, Meng Shan only replied, "Go back and rest early." After saying this, Meng Shan left Meng Tianxiu there and walked away alone. Qixi Festival. After a month of dating, Nanjing sat on a chaise lounge eating snacks, thinking to herself, "Ever since that exorcism in the bamboo forest, third uncle has thought I was frightened and need to rest at home. It's a good thing I don't have to deal with that little brother-in-law and Meng Shan anymore." But young Master Meng Shan isn't bad. She just thought while eating grapes, being lazy is still the most comfortable. At this moment, Tui Bao, who was weaving a rope beside her, asked, "Miss, why do you think the eldest young master brought young Master Wang home for the new year?" Originally, The Wang clan had sworn not to have any business dealings with the Nan Manor. The eldest young master went and befriended young Master Wang. It's a good thing the master isn't home, otherwise who knows how angry he would be. Nanjin asked back, it's just making friends. Those are all grudges from the previous generation. Father is old now. Why bother holding a grudge? The eldest young master Nan Howding is the son of the concubine. He has always done business on the southwestern border, trading with the Shi-Rome people. Then, the roads are long. He comes home once a year, but this year he brought a friend back, along with the Den nobleman Wang Jiao. The problem is that the Nan Manor and the Wang family had long since cut ties, but it was because of the original owner's legitimate mother, Su Jinjin, that they became enemies. Hearing this, Tui Bao sighed and said, "Miss, it's not that the master holds a grudge, but that the Wang family hold a grudge. After all, the madam still married the master in the end." Hearing this, Nanjin recalled the plot: old grudges, deep love, becoming friends. The original owner's mother and master Nan were childhood sweethearts. Wang Fanghe was a talented scholar. Originally, the original owner's mother had a marriage contract with the Wang family, but she had a lifelong promise with Master Nan. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, "If this were written into a book and published, it would surely be very interesting." Hearing this, Tui Bao pouted. "Miss, let's not talk about the madam. You yourself are interesting enough, and you can still laugh." Hearing this, Nanjin said excitedly, "That's true." She thought smugly, "But I'm outstanding. I'm not choosing secretly and casually, but openly and honorably. If I must marry someone from ancient times, Meng Shansu is actually not bad, gentle, refined, and knows his etiquette. I don't need some earth-shattering romance. Having a husband who can take care of the household for a lifetime isn't bad. At least it's better than that sickly crown prince." She imagined the scene of Meng Tianxiu coughing all day and couldn't help but break out in a sweat. Nanjin continued to pick up a grape and thought, anyway, Nan Piao Su really likes Meng Tianxiu. In the future, as her sister-in-law, it would be good to help her out. Just then, third uncle came in, bowed, and said, "Miss Nan, please prepare yourself. It's almost time for the year-end sacrifice." Hearing this, Tui Bao immediately stood up, and Nanjin also put her feet down to put on her shoes. Supported by Tui Bao, she yawned and replied with him. She sighed to herself. Why does this family have so many troublesome rituals? I really don't know. That evening was New Year's Eve. Kongming lanterns were lit and released into the sky, illuminating the entire night sky. At this time in the room, Nanjin was sitting on a chair, clutching her stomach, panting from exhaustion. She sighed and thought, when can we eat? By modern time, the New Year's gala would probably be halfway through by now. At this moment, Tui Bao walked in. "Miss, the prince's courtyard sent over some pastries." This servant knew that the New Year's Eve dinner would be very late. "Afraid you might be hungry." Nam Kam asked angrily. "Doesn't our Nam Manor have snacks and tea? Why didn't you let him bring it?" Shui Bao smiled and said, "Young miss, it wasn't sent by the heir apparent. It's the eldest young master who is concerned about you. I've already had a look. They're the stuffed buns and golden coin cakes that can only be found in Jinling, and there's also New Year's cured meat, plus the nougat candy that you like to eat." After hearing this, Nam Kam sighed and said, "Oh, it's him?" Shui Bao nodded. "Young miss, it seems you still prefer young Master Sun Satch, don't you?" She waved her hand. "Wrong. I just prefer the nougat. Bring it here." Hearing this, Shui Bao froze for a moment, then answered with a yes. Then Shui Bao continued to ask, "But young miss, how do you plan to return the favor?" The young girl thought to herself, "You give me a gift, I give one back. Feelings grow over time, and the relationship between both sides will be good." Although the young miss and the heir apparent are polite when they interact, she always bluntly provokes the heir apparent, making him storm back to Jinling in anger. Nam Kam playfully twirled a lock of her hair, her cheeks blushing. "Of course I'm not sending anything back. A girl must have her pride, you know?" Hearing this, Shui Bao broke out in a cold sweat. "But young miss, the heir apparent brought it himself. He's in the main hall right now, waiting for your return gift." Upon hearing this, Nam Kam was stunned and fell silent. Then she frowned in anger. "Ignore him. I don't have time to entertain him. We'll talk after the ancestral worship is over." "Is he sick?" "A 30-year-old man, not staying home for the new year. What is he doing running to someone else's house?" Shui Bao quickly said, "Yes, anyway, the second young miss and third uncle are entertaining guests right now. Third uncle said he wanted to call you over, but the heir apparent said there was no need. He was just passing on a message. He himself doesn't want to see you." Hearing this, Nam Kam slammed the chair and snorted coldly. "It's I who can't be bothered to see him." She thought angrily, if you don't want to see me, then don't come. The grand manner of the Prince of Jinan doesn't even have a single errand runner? Did the heir apparent absolutely have to bring it himself? She clenched the jar in her hand, then stood up angrily and said, it's a return gift. I'm still preparing it. Let him wait. Hearing this, a confused Shui Bao asked, huh? Young miss, didn't you say you didn't want to see him? Nam Cam scolded angrily. Shut your mouth. Shui Bao was on the verge of tears. Oh dear. Shui Bao lamented. Who does the young miss actually like? At this moment in the ancestral hall, the descendants of the Nam family were all kneeling on cushions, offering incense to their ancestors. Nam Cam frowned. Good heavens, bowing to one after another. I'm getting dizzy from all the kneeling. Let me see this Nam family's New Year ceremony. She looked at the portraits of the family ancestors and assessed. As expected of a merchant family, every one of them looks like a businessman. Then she looked towards the memorial tablets. Wait a minute. It seems the madams of the Nam family all had tragic fates and died very young. Thinking carefully, the original owner's mother died in childbirth. Her grandmother and great-grandmother also didn't live long. It seems they all died after giving birth to 1 or 2 children. But the men are capable. In nearly 300 years, only one madam remarried, gave birth to a daughter, and then also died of illness. How strange. It's like there's some kind of curse. At this thought, her expression darkened. At this time in the guest hall, Wang Jiayu was enthusiastically trying to make conversation with Meng Tian-ku while he remained silent, thinking, it's already this late, the ancestral worship should be over by now, right? At this moment, 2 people walked in from outside. Nam Hao Din bowed. My apologies for making the heir apparent wait. Wang Jiayu immediately stood up and said, today is a special day. Brother Nam is busy with the family's ancestral worship. I hope the heir apparent won't take offense. After hearing this, Meng Tian-ku put his teacup down on the table and asked, is that so? Young Master Wang, it seems you and I have only just met today. Do you have something you wish to say to me? He smiled, looking at him coldly. The man broke out in a cold sweat. If I said anything wrong, I hope the heir apparent will not take offense. Nam Hao Din also spoke up. The heir apparent is a guest in Tan Chao. Celebrating the new year in Jinling is surely not so troublesome. It's getting late. Why not stay at the Nam Manor for the New Year's Eve dinner? Nam Hao Din thought. The heir apparent is indeed as difficult as the rumors say. Nam Hao Din glanced at Nam Cam, then said, my younger sister is also here. How about we let her entertain you? Nam Cam immediately flashed a brilliant smile in his direction. Seeing this, Meng Tian-ku's heart skipped a beat. He thought with hesitation, every time Nam Cam smiles like that, something unfortunate is definitely about to happen. Nam Hao Din bowed. Then, heir apparent and everyone, please take your time to chat. I will go arrange the New Year's Eve dinner. Nam Cam walked down from Nam Hao Din's side and sat opposite Meng Tian-ku. Meng Tian-ku smiled and said, please go ahead. Wang Jiayu also immediately bowed to take his leave. I will also take my leave. Then both of them breathed a sigh of relief and went outside. Only Meng Tian-ku and Nam Cam were left in the room. She calmly poured herself a cup of tea, then raised it and asked, doesn't the heir apparent celebrate the new year? Aren't you bored running to someone else's house to sit around? Meng Tian-ku flicked his sleeves and replied, I'm just doing a favor for someone else. Did you think I wanted to come? Nam Cam immediately smiled. Well, the items have been delivered, so you can leave now. My family is having a reunion dinner. It's not convenient to have an outsider at the table. Hearing this, Meng Tian-ku laughed out loud and asked, what? The people of the Wang family are no longer enemies, but have become one family now? Eldest Miss Nam, you don't regret marrying Inate and Hung Dian? Hearing this, Nam Cam snorted coldly. I have no marriage agreement with the manor of the Prince of Jinan. Isn't this what the heir apparent wanted most? When Meng Tian-ku heard this, he was stunned, then said, my older brother doesn't dislike you. Nam Cam, who was drinking tea, was also stunned to hear this. Her cheeks flushed, and she feigned surprise, saying, oh. He found this very confusing, and pointed at her, asking, he doesn't dislike you, but he doesn't like you either. What are you blushing for? Nam Cam put down her teacup and replied, if he doesn't dislike me, then that means he likes me a little. Heir apparent, if you truly liked me, Shouldn't it be until the mountains are flattened and the rivers run dry before I would dare to part with you? Why would you say such heartless words to me? After speaking, she put on the shy demeanor of a sheltered young lady. Seeing this, Meng Tianku's face immediately darkened, and he threw cold water on her. Your obsession has been cured, so how is your face still as thick as a city wall? Hearing this, Nam Cam was furious inside. She smiled and asked, Younger brother-in-law, you praise me too much. Isn't our family of a general's lineage? A face as thick as a city wall. Isn't that a good omen? Then you should congratulate me. With a fortress wall as sturdy as me, there probably won't be any more wars. After hearing this, Meng Tianku silently thought to himself, why did she suddenly change her tone and call me younger brother-in-law? He was so angry he shot to his feet. I must be crazy not staying home on New Year's and instead running to the Nam Manor to get myself aggravated. At this moment, third uncle stepped forward and bowed. Heir apparent, eldest young miss, it is time for the meal. Please come to the dining hall. Nam Cam immediately said, although the heir apparent's martial arts are nothing special, this unknown talent for prophecy is quite good. He knew it was time to eat, so he stood up. Meng Tianku, who had just stood up, heard this, and his face immediately flushed red. He was so angry he gritted his teeth. Nam Cam. Nam Cam immediately made a gesture of invitation. Younger brother-in-law, please. Meng Tianku couldn't stand it. Don't call me that. Unexpectedly, Nam Cam continued to tease with a smile. Well then, heir apparent, younger brother-in-law, please. After hearing this, Meng Tianku fell silent, not daring to say another word. In the dining hall, the third young miss spoke up. A new shop that opened not long ago. It seems to sell all sorts of strange fragrant bombs. The scents are very high class. Hearing this, Nam Fu Nu smiled and replied, no wonder third sister's clothes have a different scent today. Nam Cam thought as she drank her wine, how strange. In such a lively place, I feel out of place, unable to fit in, and even a little lonely. Father is far away in the capital. I wonder if he will come back for the Qixi festival. Nam Cam glanced over at the guest table again, seeing them chattering endlessly. Meng Tianku was calmly drinking tea at this moment. The others were leisurely engaged in lively discussion. She looked at Meng Tianku and thought to herself, does Meng Tianku feel the same way I do? Just then, he also opened his eyes and glanced in her direction. Seeing her looking at him, Nam Cam raised her wine cup. He also raised his cup in return, and then they both drained their cups, exchanging another meaningful glance. The dining hall was extremely lively at this point. Nam Cam put on a cloak and walked out onto the corridor outside. Meng Tianku was already waiting there. She walked over. Seeing him playing with the snow while coughing incessantly, she looked at his frail appearance and thought to herself, truly a sickly handsome man. So she went forward to start a conversation. The heir apparent must be like me, finding an excuse to slip out. How about we have a few drinks together? A cup of tea, perhaps? The snow is falling heavily now. This year can be considered over. Hearing this, Meng Tianku smiled and nodded. Then the two of them left side by side. In a nearby pavilion, Nam Cam began to boil water to make tea. When the water boiled, she added the tea leaves and stirred gently. Meng Tianku watched her, thinking to himself, at first, I only wanted to probe and understand her because of my older brother's marriage. I never expected that somewhere along the way, I myself got lost. I thought I understood her well enough, but she is like an enigma, impossible for one to figure out. After making the tea, Nam Cam poured a cup and offered it to Meng Tianku. Please. Only then did he come back to his senses, looking at her in silence. Nam Cam smiled and asked, what's wrong, heir apparent? Are you perhaps surprised that the money-grubbing eldest miss is personally making tea for you? Meng Tianku took the cup and replied, no. He looked at the teacup and thought, I'm not at my own home, but found an excuse to come to the Nam Manor. What for in the end? Could it be that I just wanted to see her? Meanwhile, Nam Cam sat down and thought, why has this guy suddenly gone quiet and stopped bickering with me? So she decided to break the silence and ask, did the heir apparent just have a fight with his family right after the new year began, and then ran to my place to drown your sorrows in wine? He replied, the inns in Tan Chao have no gatherings. Is the new year peaceful? Isn't it? Nam Cam asked in return, because the prince is alone in Jinling. My father is in poor health and is recuperating in Taoyuan. He hasn't been in the manor for a long time. Hearing this, she asked, so the princess consort and the eldest young master are not at the Tan Chao villa? He immediately said, you're missing one person. My older sister, Meng Tian Kentucky. Hearing this, Nam Cam thought to herself, that's right, Meng Tian Kai, the original owner, knew her too. The great responsibility of the manor of the Prince of Jinnan is to guard the border. The old prince in the southern territories is in poor health, so this burden should have fallen on Meng Tian Ku's shoulders. But because he is a sickly person, the only one who can go to battle and kill enemies is Meng Tian Kentucky. And so, the eldest daughter of the manor of the Prince of Jinnan went to war in her father's place, becoming General Lan Ling, guarding the border and holding all the glory of the manor of the Prince of Jinnan in her hands. She asked curiously, Heir apparent, what exactly is your illness? I'm afraid it's not as simple as asthma, which prevents him from using his internal energy, causing him to vomit blood whenever he does. It's more like he's been poisoned. He answered her, that is the fate of the manor of the Prince of Jinnan. The one who becomes the heir apparent is a hostage of the imperial family from birth, controlled by them. Hearing this, she frowned. Is this a threatening tactic of the imperial power? To deal with powerful aristocratic families like this, they must find someone to hold in their hands. I'm afraid Meng Tian Ku has taken some kind of medicine or has been afflicted with a goo poison. The antidote is surely in the emperor's hands. No wonder the younger brother's life is in the hands of the monarch, and the older sister at the border can only be loyal to the country, loyal to the imperial court. She looked up and asked, for a whole lifetime? He said sadly, at least for now. Hearing this, she grasped the main point. It seems Meng Tian Ku does not accept his fate, but is instead full of resentment. He said to her, so, it's good that you choose my older brother. At least this fate of a short life will not fall upon you. Hearing this, Nam Cam thought to herself, so that's how it is. To repay father's kindness, I only need to marry an adopted son of the prince's manor. It was never said that I must become the heir apparent's wife. That's because if the heir apparent's wife gives birth to a son, that child will become the next one to suffer a short life. She asked, not understanding, wait, why do I have to choose one? He was also confused and asked back, otherwise, do you want to marry Wang Jiayuyu? Hearing this, she was both angry and bewildered, asking back, what does this have to do with him? Meng Tian Ku put down his teacup and asked, hasn't your father told you yet? Nam Cam was shocked. What? Meng Tian Ku then told her. The Meng family helped the founding emperor conquer the 9 provinces, establish the capital and the nation. Their achievements overshadowed the master, becoming a thorn in the emperor's side, which led to the fated events of that year. There were also the 3 merchant families of Wang, Nam, and Liu, who assisted the Nam manor, providing military supplies and provisions. Afterwards, these 4 great families began to intermarry and made a pact to only marry the eldest daughter of their generation. As for why, only a few people know, including the clan leaders. Hearing this, Nam Cam thought in shock. No one ever told me this. No wonder no matter how bad my reputation was, no matter how outrageous my behavior, the manor of the Prince of Jinnan still wanted to marry me and completely disregarded Nam Fiunu. Meng Tian Ku continued. The Nam and Wang families were originally both in Tanchao City. The manor of the Prince of Jinnan and the Liu family went to Jinling. It wasn't until your father's generation, because your mother had a conflict with the Wang family, that Wang Fong Hak angrily gave up his great enterprise. The whole family moved to Tay in Hengdai and to start over, and could no longer associate with the other 3 families. Nam Cam continued, so my marriage was already decided. If not the manor of the Prince of Jinnan, then it's Lutan Thursday or Wang Jiayuyu. Even if Pei Kachong tried 100 schemes to harm me, I could never marry him. Meng Tian Ku asked her, do you think your father would let a maid like Fuang Nu get close to Pei Kachong? Hearing this, Nam Cam asked in shock, you investigated Fuang Nu? Meng Tian Ku just remained silent, admitting it. Thinking carefully, old Master Nam dotes on Nam Cam very much. Would he really want Pei Kachong as a son-in-law? Does Nam Cam need to pay a price for him? He would be even less likely to let Fuang Nu cross the line and humiliate Nam Cam. Even the fact that Nam Fu Nu was always worried about her father, Old Pei, being seriously ill, could it be such a coincidence? Old Master Nam just wanted to wait until Nam Cam gave up all hope and would then obediently accept the marriage alliance. I was thinking too simply, but even if it's for a marriage alliance, why must it be the eldest young miss? I have a very bad feeling. I must find out the secret of Nam Cam's identity to understand the inseparable relationship between Nam Cam, the black-clothed assassin, and the 4 great clans. Meng Tian Ku continued to tell her, Lutan Thursday has a dissolute character, and the Wang family has a feud with your family. Besides me and my older brother, Miss Nam Cam, it seems you really have no other choice. After saying this, he leaned back. She tilted her head upon hearing this. You're wrong. It should be, besides your older brother. I truly have no other choice. Hearing this, Meng Tian Ku was silent. Nam Cam stood up and said, the heir apparent should go home for New Year's Eve. The new year is already over. Hearing this, he nodded and replied, it is indeed time to go. He stood up and bowed. Then I'll take my leave. Nam Cam watched him go, and as he disappeared into the snow, she suddenly called out, Meng Tian Ku. Hearing her call, he stopped and turned back towards her. She stood in the courtyard and said, Happy New Year. Hearing this, he smiled and waved. Nam Cam, Happy New Year. Seeing this, she smiled silently, but inside, she was clutching her head and screaming wildly. This charming devil, why did he suddenly say such things? I'm going crazy. In the main hall of the main courtyard, everyone was laughing and talking happily. At this moment, Nam Cam was helped in by Shui Bao. The people in the room were still chatting animatedly. When Nam Engip Tui saw her enter, she said loudly to Nam Fu Nu, Second sister, such a shameful thing has happened. Are you not afraid of making things worse? That person has no intention of playing with you. You should stay far away. If a DM comes back for revenge, you'll be in trouble. Her words were aimed at Nam Cam. Hearing this, Nam Cam sighed, then raised her wine cup and thought to herself, Nam Engip Tui, her birth mother died early, and she was raised by the side madam, which is why she dares to provoke me when father isn't here. When Nam Fu Nu heard what Nam Engip Tui said, she advised, Third sister, you've had too much to drink. Do you need a maid to bring you a bowl of sobering soup? Nam Engip Tui shouted, I'm not drinking that. It's just a heartfelt word. It's up to second sister whether you listen or not. Hearing this, Nam Fu Nu said with tears in her eyes, I didn't mean that. The other girl snorted coldly. Or is it that you've been following eldest sister these past few days, got some silver, and have had a change of heart? At this moment, the fourth concubine in the room spoke up. Useless thing. All you know is how to cry. Learn from your third sister. You're both motherless children. Who is more miserable than whom? When Nam Engip Tui heard herself being scolded, she shouted angrily, I was raised by the side madam, and I will be married off in the future. Some people have good fortune, born as the daughter of the main wife. Some have a hard life, their birth mother is gone, and they can never hold their heads up, forever looked down upon by others. Hearing this, Nam Fu Nu trembled all over and sobbed. At this point, Nam Cam could no longer hold back. She stood up, rolled up her sleeves, walked over, and slapped Nam Engip Tui squarely across the face, asking, Oh my, does it hurt, third sister? Seeing this, Nam Fu Nu and Nam Engip Tui were both horrified. Nam Engip Tui held her face, gritting her teeth and saying, You. Nam Cam stepped forward and lifted her chin, warning, Third sister, these are all heartfelt words. You can't be quiet on New Year's Eve, and father isn't here. I don't have a birth mother either, and I couldn't stand to hear what you said, so I couldn't help but act. You don't believe me? Watch again. With that, Nam Cam slapped Nam Engip Tui again. The girl held her face, cried, and ran away. After dealing with the matter, Nam Cam put on a gentle smile, turned her face and said, I've made a fool of myself in front of second sister. I must not be feeling well. When Nam Fu Nu saw that she had been protected, she was deeply moved. What was this? Being bullied and then fighting back. It turned out to be so satisfying. This was the first time in her life she had experienced it. That night, after dinner, Nam Cam returned to the ancestral hall. She lit incense for Madame Nam, then knelt and cowed out. Mother, Happy New Year. Father is staying in the capital this year and couldn't come back to be with you. Father wrote a letter home, asking me to tell you that he misses you very much. Mother, you have passed on, so you must know more about ghosts and spirits than I do. Actually, I am not your biological daughter, but I have her memories. A motherless child is truly pitiful. But because of you, Father loves me very much. Even if I am truly not well behaved, Father will surely meet you in his dreams. After paying her respects, she stood up. When she saw Madame Nam's real name, she was shocked. To Chan Chan, her surname was Tu, not from the Liu, Meng, or Wang families. Wait a minute. The four great families intermarry, only marrying the eldest daughter. In that case, isn't that close-kin marriage? I wonder if the tragic fates of the main wives are related to this. Could it be that father, considering the next generation, chose to marry mother? Father truly loves his daughter. He doesn't say it, but his heart is full of love. But this matter concerns my fate. I must get to the bottom of it. Namkham stood up. At this moment, from behind, the fourth concubine pushed open the door of the ancestral hall and entered. She approached and called to her, Namkham, you came back to protect Fu Nu today, so I'll tell you one more thing. She also stepped forward to light incense, placed it in the incense burner, then turned her head to advise her. Actually, marrying Meng's son Sach is your only way out. Hearing this, Namkham was shocked. She had thought before, the fourth concubine had hidden Nam Fu Nu for so many years. Why not marry her into the manor of the Prince of Jinan? But Nam Fu Nu is not the eldest young miss. What is she afraid of? As expected, the fourth concubine also knows the inside story. She smiled teasingly. Leave Meng Tian Ku for Nuer. Let her be the heir apparent's wife. Hearing this, Namkham sighed and thought, I don't believe it. So she began her counterattack. The fourth concubine looked up. There are deities 3 feet above one's head. Some words are destined long ago, but the matchmaker god can also make it come true. The fourth concubine was immediately stunned. Namkham lowered her head and said, what the concubine is thinking in her heart, I'm afraid only you know. Second sister probably doesn't understand. She has fallen for him. The fourth concubine provoked again. So what if she has? The fourth concubine, her face darkened as she asked, what did Nuer say to you? She replied, second sister has a quiet temperament. How could she tell me about a young girl's heart? But since she and I are together, I can naturally see it. When you like someone, it's impossible to hide. What kind of person I am now, the concubine must have already figured out, at least for Fu Nu's sake. Can you tell me a few things? The fourth concubine looked at her and hesitated for a moment, then said, I will tell you a story. In the past, heroes vied for supremacy in the world. General Meng Luong was born with divine strength and had meritorious service in founding the nation. Later, General Meng Luong allied with 3 merchant families, and each built a temple. It is said that these temples were not only to atone for the Meng family's sins, but also to hide the family secrets. The locations of the temples were drawn on a map, divided into 4 parts. A great spiritual master from the southern border cast a spell, tattooing it onto the back shoulder of the eldest daughters of the subsequent generations of the 4 great families. From then on, the indestructible map would only appear on the body of the eldest daughter of that family. The 4 great families of Meng, Lu, Nam, and Wang protect this secret together, sharing blessings and misfortunes, never forgetting or abandoning each other. Hearing this, Namkham thought to herself, why does this sound so absurd? It's really a bit hard to believe. And what's on my back? How come I don't know? The fourth concubine looked at the memorial tablet and continued, the 4 great families have intermarried for generations, also because of this. Hearing this, Namkham said, it's just a legend. Because it has been passed down through generations, people believe it to be true. They see it as a kind of fate that cannot be violated, that is eternity. Generation after generation, the cycle is endless. After hearing her speak, the fourth concubine replied, believe it or not, it's up to you. On the memorial tablets, you can see those short-lived women, including your mother. How many of them lived past a few springs? Meng Tian Ku has his own fate. Young master son Sach is not of the direct bloodline of the Meng family. Marrying him is your only way to live. Hearing this, Namkham smiled and said, thank you for the concubine's kind intentions. I will protect myself well. The fourth concubine looked at her with a smile, then turned and left. As for what happened today, just pretend I was never here. Namkham watched her walk out and close the door. Then she turned back to the memorial tablet and thought, the family genealogy must have records. There are records of marriages, funerals, and births of men and women over the years. Why did the madams die after getting married? What was the cause of death? After death, were they cremated or buried? After the madam dies, the daughter inherits the tattoo. So when was she born? And when did she die of illness? There must be a pattern to these things. She immediately flipped open the family genealogy book, recalling how she had looked in the mirror before and her back was smooth without a single mark, and thought to herself, if the legend is true, could it be that the tattoo requires a special environment or a special method to appear? Thinking carefully, Pei Kachong was alive and well, but he was suddenly killed at that very moment. It's very likely that the person in black was afraid that Pei Kachong would see the tattoo on my back, and since I started using the chastity mark, the person in black has not appeared again. Could it be? Or does the tattoo appear under special conditions, when a woman is married and is no longer a virgin? Then what the fourth concubine said is not wrong. Meng's son Sach is the path of the princess consort of Jinan, and the former husband is the adopted son of the manor of the prince of Jinan. By marrying Meng's son Sach, leaving the manor of the prince of Jinan, and establishing her own residence, perhaps she can escape the reincarnation cycle of the four great families. The next day, Nam Cam and Tui Bao went out. Tui Bao said, "Miss, the concubine is observing a vegetarian diet today." Nam Cam grunted in acknowledgement. "I know. She's been a vegetarian and a devout Buddhist for many years." Tui Bao continued, "I heard the kitchen is preparing vegetarian dumplings. That means everyone has to eat vegetarian today." Nam Cam remembered and said, "Oh, that's right. Father isn't in the residence today. When Father is here, the concubine knows her place and keeps a low profile." As she and Tui Bao walked, she said, now she's looking for an opportunity, wanting to use her son to quickly seize power. She walked to the concubine's courtyard. Just as she entered, someone stormed out angrily, shouting, "In that case, I won't be polite either. I'm going home to eat." The fourth concubine saw her, nodded, and greeted, "Eldest miss, a prosperous new year to you." The concubine nodded in return. Seeing her, she asked, "Kamni, you're here?" Nam Cam glanced towards the fourth concubine, then suddenly smiled at her and said, "Yes, another spring has come, and you are as beautiful as ever, concubine. With a face like a peach blossom, it's no wonder Father has always favored you." Hearing this, the fourth concubine was utterly bewildered, while the concubine gritted her teeth in anger. The fourth concubine smiled, waving her handkerchief shyly as she replied, "Is that really so?" "Of course it is. Everything happens for a reason. If you keep things bottled up, you'll age quickly. If you always remain as generous and cheerful as you are, fourth concubine, you'll stay young forever." With that, she burst into hearty laughter. "This girl is so unpredictable." Just then, the concubine cleared her throat and said, "It's the new year today. Kamni, stop causing trouble. We have a guest in the house." Meng's son Sach, who was sitting to one side, also spoke up, "Happy New Year." She immediately turned and said, "Eldest young master, Happy New Year. Since you are here, eldest young master, I should be the one to entertain you. Would you please accompany me for a bit?" Meng's son Sach was a little confused by this, but he turned and walked out with her. She turned back, smiled, and said, "I'm sorry to have wronged you today, young master." Meng's son Sach grew even more puzzled. Tui Bao helped her remove her cloak. Standing in the kitchen, she asked, "Do you have any particular preferences, young master?" Meng's son Sach immediately replied, "Something light and not too spicy would be fine." Upon hearing this, Nam Cam immediately rolled up her sleeves and said, "After staying up all night, I'd also like to eat something light." Meng's son Sach heard this and asked in surprise, "Miss Nam, you intend to cook yourself?" She nodded and replied, "I gave all the servants the day off yesterday, so now we can only rely on ourselves. No work, no food." Hearing this, Meng's son Sach looked at her with a smile, thinking she has an extraordinary mind for a proud young lady of her status to personally cook in the kitchen. Nam Cam propped her hands on her hips and said cheerfully, "Although you are a guest, eldest young master, you should still come and lend a hand." Meng's son Sach immediately nodded, of course. Then he turned to the side to wash radishes for Nam Cam. Meanwhile, she was preparing the vegetables, then began to stir-fry them. As she cooked, she said, "Don't look down on these dishes. The method is simple, but making them delicious requires superb cooking skills." Meng's son Sach helped her while watching her cook. A moment later, Nam Cam dished out the food. The simplest things in the world, once mastered, become the most difficult. Meng's son Sach nodded upon hearing this. This is exactly the flavor. Nam Cam looked at Meng's son, Sach, and began to assess him. People's hearts are the same. The kinder they appear, the more they hide their true selves. She stepped forward and asked, "Does it smell good?" Meng's son, Sach, stared at her, stunned. Then he lowered his head to look at the dish. She stared at him, thinking, he seems very concerned about my chastity mark. Could it be that when he accidentally spilled wine in the garden, he was trying to probe for something? To see if I was no longer a virgin? Or did he also want to know if the tattoo really exists? Meng's son Sach looked at the dish and said, "The color, aroma, and presentation are all perfect. The taste must be delicious as well." Nam Cam told him to hold the plate, then turned to continue adding other ingredients to the pot. Just then, the fire suddenly flared up, startling her into a scream. Meng's son Sach immediately put the plate down and rushed over to pull her aside. He grabbed a nearby pot lid and covered the stove to smother the flames. Then she looked at him. The two looked at each other, after which she shyly turned her head away. Tui Bao, watching this beautiful scene from the side, was deeply moved. After a moment, Nam Cam called out, "Eldest young master." Meng Sun Sach immediately stepped aside and said, "My apologies, I was too forward. I'm fine. Thank you, young master." She thought to herself, "I'm sorry, young master Sun Sach, but to test you, I had to stage this deeply emotional drama. I heard that before Nguyen Hong Nok married into the Prince of Jinnan's mansion, Meng Sun Sach and his mother lived a very difficult life. Therefore, what can compare to delicacies from the mountains and seas are simple, home-cooked meals. This should be able to close the distance between us. It seems that is indeed the case." She continued to cook for a while, then brought the food to the table. Meng Sun Sach sat down and began, "Miss Nam, I'm very grateful that you would lower yourself to keep me company, but the past is the past. There's no need to dwell on it." She was stunned to hear this. He had figured it out. He then said, "I don't find this offensive at all. On the contrary, I quite like it. In my heart, I have already decided to marry you. You just need to be yourself. There is no need for you to experience my impoverished past. The me of today will not let my wife suffer." I can see that he is speaking from the heart, so now is the best time. Nam Cam then pretended to be shy and said, "In the future, I just hope you won't blame me, young master. I've always been a rebellious child, and I'm not skilled in the four arts. The scariest part is, my luck seems to be bad. I always run into inexplicable troubles, and I've even unintentionally caused someone's death." After hearing this, Meng Sun Sach looked at her in silence. She continued to feign distress. "Sometimes I get scared in the middle of the night, tormented by nightmares. I always feel like I won't live long, that I'll die a horrible death." Meng Sun Sach immediately reached out, took her hand, and comforted her. "I will protect you for the rest of your life." The two looked at each other. Nam Cam thought to herself, "Although I'm not sure if Meng Sun Sach knows about the matter, I've now increased his affection for me, turning him into a life-saving talisman." The two were now eating together. Suddenly, there was a noise from outside. Tui Bao was startled upon seeing the person who appeared. Your Highness, why are you here?" Nam Cam was also surprised to hear this. Outside, Meng Tien Ku asked, "I came looking for my elder brother to have a drink. Where is he?" Hearing this question, Nam Cam immediately showed a look of contempt, while Meng Sun Sach sighed. He stood up, opened the door, and said, "Second brother." Meng Tien Ku appeared outside, dressed in a dazzling outfit. He smiled brightly and called out, "Elder brother." When Nam Cam came out and saw his sparkling clothes, she was also taken aback. She looked at him as if he were a lunatic, thinking he was dressed normally yesterday. What kind of stunt is this? Did he take the wrong medicine today? Meng Tien Ku's eyes met hers, and he asked, feigning ignorance, "You're here too?" Nam Cam's eyes replied, "Obviously, what do you think?" But she still said gently, to the heir apparent's disappointment, "I am indeed here." The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Tui Bao took the opportunity to slip into the house, escaping the awkward atmosphere. Meng Sun Sach stepped forward and patted Meng Tien Ku's shoulder. "Let's sit for a while, brother. We can go later. I've already promised Cam Ni I'd go to the library with her." The two words Cam Ni landed like a heavy stone on Meng Tien Ku's head, making him wonder in confusion. Since when did they become so close? He glanced at Nam Cam and asked, "The Nam Residence's library?" Meng Sun Sach replied, "Yes." Meng Tien Ku frowned upon hearing this. Can't she go by herself? Nam Cam gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, "I was going to go by myself, but your elder brother insisted on coming with me, all right?" She recalled what she had said to Meng Sun Sach earlier. "Father isn't here. To miss mother a little less. I plan to go to the library this afternoon to find some memories of her in the residence." Meng Sun Sach had immediately said, "I'll go with you." Back in the present, Meng Sun Sach stood at the door and said, "Second brother, she is your future sister-in-law. You should show some restraint." Tui Bao had now brought a cloak for Nam Cam. Meng Tien Ku sighed after hearing this. "Isn't there still 3 months to go? Who knows who she'll choose?" Meng Sun Sach then asked, "Could it be you?" Meng Tien Ku was stunned by the question. He turned and said, "I'd rather die." Tui Bao also came over to give Meng Sun Sach's cloak. Meng Sun Sach put it on and sighed, such a stubborn temper. Then he turned and said to her, "Cam Ni, let's go." She nodded in response, glanced at Meng Tien Ku, and walked past him. Meng Tien Ku suddenly grabbed her hand, pulling her towards him, and said, "Sister-in-law, watch your step. The snowy ground is slippery. You might fall." Hearing this, Nam Cam was stunned. What kind of address was that? Why'd he suddenly call her sister-in-law? It sounded so strange. She immediately pulled her hand away from his and walked towards Meng's son Sach. Meng's son, Sach, asked him, "Didn't you say you wanted to go for a drink? Come with us." Meng Tian-ku nodded and went along with them. At the Nam residence's library, Nam Cam entered. Whenever my father is in the mood, he goes out to buy books. The residence has quite a few rare editions. You two may browse as you please. Meng's son Sach sat down, nodded, and said, "All right, Camney, please go ahead." She said cheerfully, "Then I shall be excused." With that, she turned and went inside to look for books. Meng Tian-ku watched her retreating figure and thought, "This is the Nam residence's storeroom, usually used to store miscellaneous items and record the trivial matters of the servants. On the first day of a new year, why would she suddenly want to look at these things?" Nam Cam pushed open the door to her room and lit a lamp. She searched through the books one by one, muttering, Su family, here it is." She took out a book and thought, looking at this old crease, it must have been flipped through many times. Could it be? She recalled Tui Bao asking her before, "Miss, why are you looking at the mistress's biography?" Third uncle once said that on the anniversary of the mistress's death, the master would always get drunk, then scribble on paper. Besides the mistress's name, he would only write 3 phrases. Want her, miss her, kiss her. Nam Cam placed the book on the table, sat down, and began to flip through it. In the library, Nam Cam began to look through the book and piece things together. The Su family were also merchants who supplied the inner court, responsible for providing brocades to the imperial concubines. To facilitate future business, the Su and Nam families often interacted. Mother and father were considered childhood sweethearts who grew up together. They even studied embroidery under the same master. Mother used to call father senior brother. These childhood memories were all carefully recorded by father in his diary. But later, when it came to mother's marriage into the Nam residence, there were only a few brief lines about the wedding. The marriage was held in a great hurry. After the wedding, mother was diagnosed as pregnant, but she gave birth at 7 months. Although the best midwife was hired, she still died from a difficult birth. This period was only briefly mentioned in the book, with very few ink marks, as if father didn't want to face it. In the original owner's memory, very few people mentioned that she was a 7-month premature baby. A baby born at 7 months is indeed very early. Although she was weak, she wasn't so weak as to die prematurely as if she hadn't stayed in the womb long enough. She was buried in the Nam family's ancestral tomb, nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, she discovered something, shocked. What is this? She began to focus on reading. What I promised her, I will definitely achieve. Camney is my daughter. I will pave the way for her, step by step. No one in this life will be allowed to bully her. No one is allowed to harm her. Not Kion, not the prince. When I have done it, I will. Just then, a gust of wind blew through, the lamp flickered, and fell onto the page. The page immediately caught fire. Nam Cam instantly threw the book to the ground and stomped out the fire with her foot, then quickly picked up the candle and placed it on the table. She picked up the book, looked at the nearly burnt page, and fell silent. Then she leaned over to look at the window. The window is shut tight, so where did the wind come from? Just then, Meng's son Sach and Meng Tian-ku ran in, asking what happened. She replied, "Nothing. I accidentally knocked over the oil lamp and burned half the book." Meng's son, Sach, worriedly asked if she was burned. She replied, "No, I just feel sorry for this journal." At that moment, someone spoke from outside. "Eldest miss, are the 2 young masters there? Would you like to have a late-night meal together?" Nam Cam immediately tucked the book into her sleeve and opened the window, saying, "The 2 young masters have an appointment at a tavern, so they probably don't need a late-night meal." Third uncle heard this and asked, "Is there a tavern open on New Year's Day?" She replied, "For elegant young masters. A plum blossom forest on a snowy mountain, as long as there is wine in the cup, where can one not drink?" Third uncle laughed at this. "That's true. I still have some good wine in the residence. How about I invite the 2 of you to take some with you?" Meng Tian-ku, leaning against the bookshelf, spoke up, "No need. I only drink flower wine in brothels, with music and song every day. What's the big deal about one New Year's Day?" Hearing this, Nam Cam paused for a moment. This guy who can't even stand straight is still acting like a playboy. He's lucky he hasn't fallen to his death. Meng's son Sach turned and called out, "Second brother, Meng Tian-ku waved his hand. Elder brother, you go with the beauty. Your little brother can go by himself. Nam-kam turned and said, we should go too. We've seen everything there is to see. The three of them immediately went downstairs together and opened the door. Suddenly, a body fell from the floor above. The third steward saw it, and his face turned pale with fright, letting out a loud scream. Meng Sun Sach and Meng Tian-ku were also stunned, and Nam-kam covered her mouth in fear. The four of them stood frozen, staring at the corpse on the ground. Nam-kam saw what was in front of her, immediately backed away in fear, and muttered, a dead person, it's a woman. She asked in shock, who is she? As soon as third uncle saw the body, he immediately covered his nose and said, it's the concubine's maid, Lin Tam. Meng Tian-ku knelt to examine her and said, her joints are stiff. She's been dead for at least 4 hours. It's clear she was strangled to death. Hearing this, third uncle asked fearfully, should we report this to the authorities? Meng Tian-ku stood up and thought, Lin Tam's body fell right in front of us. What is the killer trying to say? She thought in fear. Lin Tam can't be the one with the tattoo. Could this be a hint that the killer can threaten me? That strange gust of wind just now that suddenly burned the important letter my father left. Could that also be the killer's doing? Will I be next? At this thought, she couldn't help but tremble in fear. Meng Sun Sach immediately raised his arm, using his sleeve to shield her, and said, don't look. I'm here for everything. You don't need to be afraid. She smiled. Thank you, eldest young master. I was indeed very scared just now, but I'm much better now. Meng Tian-ku glanced at the two of them, thinking, never mind, some things are more appropriate for elder brother to say than me. He immediately took off his cloak and covered the maid's body with it. Nam-kam ordered, third uncle, quickly send someone to report this to the authorities. Call someone to perform an autopsy and arrange for the officials to search inside and out. If anyone suspicious is found, arrest them for questioning immediately. Third uncle immediately replied, yes, yes, eldest Mississippi. That night, in the main hall of the Nam residence, an official returned and bowed. Madam, eldest young master. Eldest Mississippi Nam-kam frowned and asked, what are the findings? The official hesitated for a moment. She slammed the table in anger and scolded. Speak. The man said awkwardly, she was raped first, then strangled to death. The concubine let out a cry of shock upon hearing this. Nam-kam asked angrily, besides the marks on her neck, are there any other injuries? What about her body? Are there any injuries for violence? What about her wrists? Are there any signs of being tied up? Did the man leave any traces? On what basis did you conclude it was rape and murder? The man was flustered by her barrage of questions. The concubine called her, Kam-ni. Nam-howden also slammed the table in anger. Nam-kam frowned at them. Why is it that the dead are not afraid? Yet a young lady from a noble family acts as if she's seen a ghost just talking about this. The two servants looked at each other for a moment. Nam-kam thought angrily. Life and death are fated, no need to overthink it. So she said angrily, answer me. The man bowed his head. There are none, no external injuries. As for the rape and murder, that was my own speculation. She stood up angrily and asked, how dare you say such things? You are an officer of the law, not a storyteller in a tea house. You speak so carelessly, making arbitrary conclusions in front of the deceased and treating it as fact. I'll ask you one last time, how exactly did Lin Tam die? Hearing this, the official broke out in a cold sweat, trembling for a moment. He clenched his fists and said, she had an affair with someone and was strangled to death. The concubine immediately stood up and scolded, you're talking nonsense. The concubine shouted, absolutely not. I know Lin Tam's character very well. I had already arranged a marriage for her, and I was going to officiate it after the Lantern Festival. How could she have an affair with a man outside? Someone spoke up, concubine. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. It must be said that the killer was very ruthless. Your authorities must investigate this thoroughly. If it can be proven that it was an affair, then the killer is very likely someone from within the residence. Nam-kam thought to herself, that's right, we must consider this possibility to find out the truth of Lin Tam's death. If the killer is indeed from the residence, it will be easier to catch them. I'm just afraid it's an unrelated person targeting me. That would be terrifying. She then asked third uncle, how are the arrangements for the search within the residence? Third uncle, hearing her call from outside, immediately came in, bowed, and said, all the servants on the list who haven't gone home have been checked. We've also sent people to find those who have gone home. Anyone without an alibi has been detained for questioning. There are 3 to 5 suspicious individuals. She asked further, "What's the situation?" Third uncle shook his head. "I don't think it's any of them." The concubine heard this and said angrily, "Regardless of whether it seems like them or not, as long as they are suspicious, keep them in the residence for investigation. The stricter we are, the more clues we'll find. Lean Tam cannot die in vain. My Nam residents cannot bear this humiliation. The master is not at home, and the house is in such chaos. How am I supposed to explain this to him?" She turned her head and glared at Nam Cam, saying, "Third uncle, lock down the residence. Don't let the young ladies out before the Lantern Festival. If any guests come to visit, politely turn them away." Nam Haodin heard this and asked, "Lean Tam died in the library." Not only was Cam Ni present at the time, but the 2 young masters of the Meng family were also there. Nam Cam frowned at this. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Nam Haodin spoke up, "Sister, I'm not suspecting them. It's just that wagging tongues are a fearsome thing. It's better to keep a distance, at least until the real killer is caught. Besides," Nam Cam immediately cut him off. "What about the guests that you invited, brother? Shouldn't you also keep your distance?" Nam Haodin paused at this, asking, "Stop meddling in other people's business." "How can I stop meddling?" Nam Cam retorted aggressively. "Why not? He has a powerful family background. In terms of motive, he has more than the 2 Meng young masters. If you want to drive outsiders away, you should at least pick the right person, shouldn't you?" Nam Haodin heard this and scolded. "Nonsense. That's all just gibberish." At this moment, someone ran in and called, "Third uncle." Third uncle turned and asked, "What's with the panic?" The person replied, "Someone came to report a crime outside. A courtesan from the Red Sleeve Pavilion has also been killed." Nam Cam heard this and asked, "Another courtesan?" She thought to herself, "What's going on? Is the killer targeting the tattoo? Could he be a flower-plucking thief who collects the skin of beautiful women? Then why would Lean Tam have an affair with a thief?" The concubine heard this and shouted, "It seems Lean Tam's death is still an open question. We don't know if it was done by someone from the residence. It seems this year in Tan Chao City will not be a simple one." The officials immediately replied, Yes, we'll go right away. We'll go to the Red Sleeve Pavilion right away. Please rest assured, we will definitely bring the killer to justice soon." Nam Haodin stood up and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Head Constable Veen." Third uncle saw them off. Third uncle gestured with his hand. "Yes, eldest young master." By now, everyone had left. Nam Haodin sat down and spoke. "I heard that there used to be a notorious thief in Tan Chao City named Tan Fong Lang Deep." Nam Cam recalled the name from the bathroom earlier and thought, "It couldn't be him, could it?" The concubine said, "There was indeed such a thief. The last time he suddenly attacked your sister, your father was furious and raised a storm at the magistrate's office. I don't know if he's out of prison yet." Nam Haodin then said, "I think it's him 8 or 9 times out of 10. A few days in jail is nothing, and he might even hold a grudge. To be safe, from today on, we must protect the eldest Miss well. Don't let anyone get close." Hearing this, Nam Cam asked in surprise, "What?" She thought, "They call it protection, but it's really just house arrest." The concubine ordered, "Have someone lock the eldest miss in her courtyard now. There must be no mistakes." Third uncle bowed and replied, "Yes. Time is of the essence. We can only let the eldest miss suffer this inconvenience." She protested angrily, "Just you wait until my father gets back. I'll definitely tell on all of you." But inwardly, she was very happy. On the surface, she would obediently stay at home, but in reality, she would secretly sneak out to investigate. Perhaps this would be even safer. She turned and walked out, thinking, "I can't do this alone. I need to find someone outside to help. Who should I look for?" She began to think about that constantly coughing Meng Tien Ku, wondering what he was like. Just then, Tui Bao walked over and said, "Mississippi." She looked up and asked, "Are the 2 young masters still waiting in the guest hall?" Tui Bao handed her a piece of paper. Third uncle tactfully reminded them that they shouldn't keep guests. "They have already left." Nam Kim looked around, then immediately opened the note. Inside, it was written, "Third watch, library, Ma Xian, spring." She smiled after reading it. "This Meng Tien Ku." She tucked the note into her sleeve and asked, "Do they both know that Nam Haodin wants to put me under house arrest?" Tui Bao replied, "Yes. The eldest young master said that you don't need to worry and that he will definitely do what he promised that day." The heir apparent, however, made a sarcastic remark, saying it was a good thing, as it would save him from worrying day and night that you might bring disaster upon young Master Sun Sach. Nam Cam smiled. "If I don't bring disaster to Meng Sun Sach, then he'll just have to suffer in his brother's place." Tui Bao heard this and asked worriedly, "Miss, are you really going?" It's very dangerous, she replied cheerfully. Relying on others has never been your Mrs. Style. Go prepare the most beautiful set of night-traveling clothes for me. Tui Bao followed and asked worriedly, Miss, what night-traveling clothes could possibly be beautiful? She huffed, a set of men's clothing will do. In the middle of the night, her courtyard was guarded by many household servants. Kinhoa brought a food box over, saying worriedly, the eldest miss hasn't eaten since noon. Let me go in and persuade her. Tui Bao followed and asked. The miss has never been locked up like this, and she was frightened by the murder case. Don't provoke her any further. Kinhoa turned and replied fiercely, no, the miss is very good to me. Even if I get scolded or beaten, I have to persuade her to eat something. Then Kinhoa immediately went in. As soon as the door closed, Nam Cam shouted, get out, I'm not eating. Kinhoa cried out in distress, Mississippi. She roared, get out, leave me alone. Aya. The two guards outside heard this and muttered to each other. This kid Kinhoa really has it rough following the eldest Mississippi. That's right, knowing the eldest Mrs. Temper, why bother looking for trouble at a time like this? A moment later, Jinghua and two other servants were all kicked out. Shui Bao immediately ran over and asked, Aya, are you hurt? Quick, apply some medicine. Then Shui Bao helped Jinghua away, but it turned out that person was Nanjing disguised as Jinghua. She broke into a smile. That night, at the library pavilion, Meng Tianxiu was standing on the roof. Seeing Nanjing tiptoeing over with a ladder, she leaned the ladder against the wall and thought, didn't they say a frail person can't use lightness skills? And to choose such a dangerous place, making me have to carry a ladder over here. Just then, Meng Tianxiu, standing on the roof, said, if you have time to complain, you would have climbed up already. The moment Nanjing saw him, she jumped. Damn it, when did this guy get here? She retorted, if you have time to be sarcastic, you could give me a hand, and I'd be up already. Unexpectedly, he really did extend a hand and pull her onto the roof. She quickly steadied herself. I need to rest for a bit. Afraid of heights, she immediately sat down, panting. Seeing this, he smiled and looked at her. Meng Tianxiu looked at Nanjing and thought, sometimes she's clearly dead calm, yet she insists on acting half dead. Now she's obviously terrified, yet she's trying to act tough. For her, instead of saying don't be afraid, I'm here for you, only by truly accompanying her, uncovering the truth and catching the culprit together, can it be considered real comfort. He handed her a goatskin flask of wine. Warm yourself up. Don't let yourself freeze to death before we even find the culprit. She took the flask and replied, thank you. Then she opened it and took a large gulp. A moment later, she said cheerfully, I'm alive again. Suddenly, she noticed Meng Tianxiu looking at her with a radiant smile. That smile was so dazzling it made her squint. Seeing this, he thought smugly, just noticed, have you? Then he struck a refined, ethereal pose, smoothed his hair, and asked, what do you think? Captivated by me? Isn't this look better? She shivered and asked, Your Highness, aren't you cold? Hearing this, he was taken aback, then asked, otherwise, what do you think I brought it for? Did you really think I prepared it for you? She handed the flask back to him, saying, Your Highness should still take care of your health. Who knows if that flower-plucking fiend has a taste for handsome men? Maybe he's waiting to skin you. Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu's mouth twitched in anger, and he scolded, stop spouting nonsense, and get a business. She quickly stood up and steadied herself, thinking, finally got through that. Looking straight at him, just now, I was almost blinded by his beauty. If he had noticed, it would have been too embarrassing. Perhaps if he hadn't become a hostage, he would have always been this dazzling. Seeing him stand up, she asked, the constables have already searched this roof. You deliberately called me up here, so you must have discovered something new, right? He pointed in a direction and replied, look, Lien Xin fell from here. She glanced in that direction and mused. This looks like an indentation mark from a rope. We all thought Lien Xin was strangled to death, skinned, and then her body was moved here and pushed off. That's why we overlooked many people when verifying alibis. If Lien Xin's body was transported here beforehand and secured with a rope, the culprit could have used another method to control the time of her fall. He nodded and replied, so the culprit is very likely someone who was there, because no one would suspect that someone present in the library pavilion at the time was the culprit. Hearing this, she asked in shock, then the culprit could be? He nodded. Nanjin's answer was, your older brother, while Meng Tianxiu said, the third butler. After hearing each other, they immediately glared, then both turned away and replied, impossible. How could it be? She sighed. This is just our speculation. A small indentation mark doesn't prove anything. Even if it's true, it doesn't necessarily mean the culprit was among those present in the library pavilion at the time. He turned around, forget it. let's go to the Red Sleeve Pavilion and take a look. She immediately replied, that's just what I was thinking. Meng Tianxiu and Nanjing followed Qin Sheng out of the Nan Manor. Nanjing thought with a disdainful expression, I thought Meng Tianxiu had some brilliant way to get me out of the manor, but who knew? She recalled earlier he snapped his fingers, and Qin Sheng immediately appeared from the roof, bowing. Qin Sheng pays his respects to the city lord. Hearing this, Nanjing was stunned. She glanced at him. Damn it, this guy has a shadow guard with him? City lord? What city lord? Meng Tianxiu ordered, get us out. Qin Sheng replied with a yes, then grabbed Nanjing by the collar, and before she could react, carried her up to the roof. Meng Tianxiu, having just used his lightness skill to leap onto the roof, was also startled to see that Nanjing had fainted. Recalling that moment, Nanjing gritted her teeth in hatred. She looked at Meng Tianxiu with disgust and thought, that person named Qin Sheng is truly worthy of being a shadow guard, sticking to Meng Tianxiu like a shadow. Moreover, he remains silent no matter what I ask him. His eyes only see his master, treating me like thin air. Qin Sheng reported to Meng Tianxiu. The deceased courtesan was named Chen Xionyang. Her cause of death is similar to Miss Lian Xian's, but with a slight difference. Chen Xionyang was strangled to death first, then skinned. Furthermore, her clothes were only torn, and she was not violated. Hearing this, Nanjing thought to herself, from Qin Sheng's report, it seems that ever since Pei Kachang's death, he must have been secretly investigating under Meng Tianxiu's orders. The most powerful force comes from the Regent King, likely Ji Yinghan. There are also two other deeply hidden, extremely mysterious forces, each with its own agenda. Qin Sheng has not yet found out who the mastermind is. But the one thing that can be confirmed is that this force is related to me, and all the recent events in Qingzhou City, all the schemes and struggles, are aimed at me. Qin Sheng continued, it's very clear the eldest miss of the Nan family possesses something very important. Some people want to seize it, and some people want to protect it. Hearing this, Nanjing lowered her head. Meng Tianxiu glanced at her and asked, it seems you already know. What else is there? She turned her head and replied, I'm not telling you. Meng Tianxiu smiled. I'm helping you. I think we should trust each other. Before he could finish, she cut him off. Thank you, but I can find out everything on my own. Although you and I are partners now, a person's heart is separated by a layer of skin. Matters concerning my life. How can I dare to entrust them to someone else? Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu was stunned. He thought silently. If this were in the past, I would have felt that Nanjing was not wrong, and even admired her a little. But now, knowing she's in a dangerous situation, I've spared no effort in scheming for her sake. Yet she just uses a person's heart is separated by a layer of skin to push people away. Such unequal trust is truly infuriating. He sighed and said, you overestimate yourself. When you can't protect yourself, the more you know about certain things, the closer the danger. She turned her head and replied, Your Highness is not wrong. But this is the personality of I, Nanjing. Even if I die, I must die knowing why. Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu blurted out, Nanjing. She stopped him. Your Highness, say no more. We've arrived at the Red Sleeve Pavilion. The two looked up and saw the madam beckoning customers inside, so they went in together. The madam was cursing angrily. That bitch was crazy for money. She'd take any client, even murderers and robbers. What could I do? Now she's dead and even skinned. She brought it all on herself. Qin Sheng asked her what impression she had of the last client she saw. She replied, I do. He wasn't old, had a small build and dark skin. I thought he was a grave robber. I don't have an impression of his looks. He was all covered up, not wanting to be recognized. At the time, I thought that bitch Xionyang must have brought him in, someone of unknown origin, but as long as I got paid, it was fine. Hearing this, Nanjing thought to herself, neither third uncle nor Meng Shantz fits the description. Could the killer really be someone else? The madam led them to the sealed room, saying, This is Xionyang's room. The authorities have already taken the body to the graveyard, but the furniture and bedding inside haven't been touched an inch. The authorities even put a seal on it. Hearing this, Qin Sheng immediately gave her a bag of silver and said, You may leave. She replied happily, Thank you, esteemed guest. Meng Tianxiu pushed the door open, and Nanjing immediately covered her nose. Seeing her so tense, he took her hand. Let me. Don't touch anything. Then he went inside. Nanjing asked him, Is there anything unusual? He answered, Nothing, just as the authorities said. She then asked, Isn't the killer the same person? He said, It's very likely. Meng Tianxiu led Nanjing to the bedside, pointed at the bed and said, "Look at this." She looked at the dirty blanket and said, "This black stain, it feels a bit strange." She then turned her head to look around the room. The room is so clean, yet there's a black stain only on the bed. This must be a trace left by the culprit during the crime. Nanjing was about to climb onto the bed when Meng Tianxiu quickly stopped her, saying, "Let me." She looked at him and thought with emotion, "My little brother-in-law is so different now from when we used to bicker. When there's danger, he really steps up to protect me." Seeing her expression, his face darkened, and he said, "This is the only clue we have. Don't you dare wipe it clean." Her fleeting moment of being touched was immediately drowned by anger. She cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I take back my feeling touched just now." He stepped forward, touched the stain with his hand, and sniffed it, then said, "It seems to be soot from the bottom of a pot." He dusted off his hands and said to her, "The madam just said the last client Xiaonyang received had a small build and dark skin." She nodded and said he was a grave robber. Meng Tianxiu then spoke up for the madam to say that it's clear this person's darkness was unnatural. It wasn't the tan of a farmer baked by the sun, nor the pale complexion of a typical grave robber who never sees the sun, but a darkness from excessive yin energy. Hearing this, she asked in astonishment, "Could this skin color be a disguise using pot soot?" He explained, "It's possible, and it's very likely a woman." Hearing this, she gaped in shock. He continued to voice his thoughts. If a man didn't want his face to be remembered, he could just wear a mask. After all, the madam only cares about money, not the person. But if a woman deliberately wears a mask, when her facial features are unclear, people will naturally pay attention to other physical characteristics. For example, the Adam's apple, the chest, the figure. Hearing this, she said, "So by doing the opposite, showing her face naturally with a bit of disguise, for example, an unnatural and strange darkness, it would instead make people overlook the most telling features on her body." Xiaonyang wasn't violated, which further proves the culprit is female. Now we can determine that there isn't just one culprit, it's likely a gang. However, neither Xiaonyang nor Lien Xian was the one with the tattoo. So what's the point of skinning them? Just then, Meng Tianxiu placed a hand on her shoulder. Startling her so much, she slapped his hand away and turned around. He immediately grabbed her hand tightly. She said angrily, "You." He then said, "Don't move. I think I saw Xiaonyang." After she heard that, her soul nearly left her body from fright, and she quickly waved her hands. "Don't talk nonsense. She's already dead. Don't say such things." He said again, "Nanjing, you wait for me outside. It seems Xiaonyang has something to say to me." She cried out in terror, "Meng Tianxiu." He coaxed her, "Be good." He patted her head, and she nodded in reply. "All right, I'll wait for you outside." You talk things over with her clearly. If there are any unresolved grievances or unfulfilled wishes, I'll find a way to complete them for her. He nodded, "Okay." Nanjing stepped outside, her heart full of doubt. "See Xiaonyang?" Meng Tianxiu must have seen something dangerous and wanted to send me away. What on earth is in that room? The moment she opened the door, she was startled to see no one there. Wasn't Qin Sheng standing guard outside? Where did he go? She went downstairs, thinking, what did he run off to? Your master is in danger. At that moment in the room, Meng Tianxiu spoke. "Come down." A person in a black cloak immediately jumped down from the rafters, then took out a letter wrapped in yellow cloth from his robes. Seeing this, Meng Tianxiu frowned and knelt to receive the letter. The person in black said, "Your subordinate has delivered the master's message to your highness. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as your highness completes this task for the master, the Meng family's trapped fate will end in your highness's hands. Which path to take, please reconsider carefully, your highness." After hearing this, Meng Tianxiu stood up silently and said, "My sister." The person then said, "On General Lanling's side, the master has already made separate arrangements. Moreover, the general has tacitly approved of this matter. The general's letter should be arriving in Qingzhou City soon. Once your highness succeeds, the master will issue an edict for General Lanling's marriage. The general will no longer have to waste her life in the desolate borderlands, spending her days with yellow sand and sharp swords." That person handed him a pill, saying, "A new year, a new blessing. This is this year's antidote. Your subordinate also hopes this is the last one." He took the pill and thought, this time last year, I could still sneak away to get through it. This year, I'm afraid that won't be possible. I hope I can hold on until Nanjing returns. He took the pill. The person immediately took his leave. Your subordinate must return to the capital to report. Your highness, take care. Downstairs, Nanjing looked around, thinking, what on earth is going on? I've looked everywhere, but can't find Qin Sheng. She saw a man with his arms around two girls and had an idea. This big guy looks like a swordsman. I'll try asking him for help. She immediately ran to a door and knocked. The man angrily opened the door and cursed. Damn it, who's the blind fool daring to disturb me while I'm enjoying myself in this pleasure den? Nanjin fearfully held out a silver note, saying, "This great hero, your little brother has run into some trouble. I hope you can lend a hand." The big guy saw it, immediately took the silver note, and said loudly, "What is it? All men are brothers. If I can help, I definitely will." With that, he put his arm around Nanjin's shoulder. She quickly led him to her room, from which a groan could be heard. Nanjin's heart tightened. "Your Highness." The big guy then asked, "Is something really wrong inside?" With that, he kicked the door open, and Nanjin screamed along with it. "Meng Tianxiu." The man drew his saber. Nanjin was horrified to see Meng Tianxiu convulsing on the ground. She called out worriedly, "Meng Tianxiu." She thought, this state, could it be the poison acting up? She immediately helped him up, asking, "What can I do to help you? Should I call a physician?" Meng Tianxiu opened his eyes and saw Nanjin calling him, asking, "Do you have medicine? Does it hurt a lot?" He was startled, thinking, "Nanjin." He replied, "I'm fine." Nanjin said worriedly, "How can you be fine?" The big guy walked a circle around the room, then said, "Little brother, I've looked around. There's no one else in this room." She then pleaded, "Give me a hand. First, help me move him somewhere else. Are there any empty rooms?" The big guy helped her support Meng Tianxiu, then said, "Come to my place." She was stunned to hear that. "Your place?" The man laughed heartily. "What's wrong? It's spacious and comfortable, and there are girls to wait on you. Seeing how fair and clean you are, you must be some young master. How would you know how to take care of someone?" Hearing this, she thought, "That's right. I absolutely can't let Meng Tianxiu know I was the one who took care of him." So she said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Nanjin immediately pushed open the room door. Inside, three girls, A, B, and C, all turned to look at them. The atmosphere was instantly silent. The big guy carried Meng Tianxiu in, while Nanjin held his saber. One girl spoke up, "Master Song, to more people? Isn't this making things difficult for us sisters? How would you have the heart?" The big guy placed Meng Tianxiu on the bed and said, "Cut the crap. Take good care of him and listen to this little brother." The girl said again, "Master Song, this is a place of pleasure, not a clinic. We are women of the night." "Nah," the big guy said angrily. "Say one more word." Hearing that, the girl turned away in a huff. Nanjin looked at them and thought, this person is lecherous and greedy. A little money is all it takes to order him around. However, this swordsman named Song is lecherous but not obsessed, greedy but not insatiable. It seems he's someone I can use. She stood up, took out some silver fragments, and said, "I'll trouble you, brother, to help me fetch a physician. It's just that today is the first day of the new year, so it might not be easy." The big guy immediately put up a hand to stop her. "That was no trouble at all. I can't accept this silver. I'll go get a physician right now. I don't care what day of the new year it is. I'll drag him here, even if I have to tie him up. Little brother, don't you worry. I've already paid for these girls. You can order them around as you please. I'll be right back." He waved and left. Nanjin smiled and replied with an okay. In the room, a girl wrung out a towel and handed it to Nanjin. She took the towel, frowned, and asked, "You're wearing Peach Blossom Cosmetics. Go wash your hands clean before you wash a towel for me." Meng Tianxiu is allergic to peach blossoms, and she was afraid his condition would worsen. Hearing this, the girl's face fell, and she said, "Pouring tea, fetching water, washing towels. Are you really treating us like maids? Wanwan, you go get another basin of water." The girl named Wanwan heard this and glanced at Nanjin. Hearing this, Nanjin turned back angrily and took a silver note from her robes. The girl in yellow saw it, and her expression immediately changed. She giggled, about to take it, but Nanjin pulled it back, saying, "If you hadn't talked back just now, this silver note would have been yours. But now, it doesn't want you anymore." She turned to Wanwan and said, "You come here." It was clear this girl was resentful of being ordered around. If I just spend a little money to buy her freedom, I can surely make her work for me wholeheartedly. Nanjin held the silver note and said, "This 100 taels is for you. I just need clean, hot water. You don't need to worry about anything else." The girl named Wanwan heard this, happily picked up the basin, while the girl in yellow was fuming. Wanwan said, "Sister, don't be hasty. If there's money to be made, we make it together. You acted as a maid once just now. I'll just split this silver note with you." The girl in yellow heard this and said angrily, "I don't want your damn money." Nanjin took out another silver note, smiled, and asked, 500 taels in total now. Is that enough?" The girl in yellow immediately replied, "It's enough." Nanjin used a towel to wipe Meng Tianxiu's body, personally taking care of him, while the three girls stood to one side watching her. Nanjing pointed at Wanwan and said, she can stay and help. The two of you can go out first. The other two girls curtsied and replied, yes. Nanjing asked, what's your name? The girl answered, this humble girl is named Lu Wanwan. Hearing this, Nanjing said in surprise, another Lu? The girl then said, not the Lu family from Jinling. If I were really from the Lu family, why would I have ended up in a place like this? Miss, are your hands cold? Shall I go get you a hand warmer? She said in surprise. How did you? She thought in surprise. I'm clearly dressed as a man. The girl sighed. If I didn't even have this bit of perceptiveness, in a place like this, I'm afraid I would have been taken advantage of long ago. Nanjing then asked, do you know something? The last client Xionyang saw before she died. Did you see them? Nanjing thought to herself. It seems she really does know something. The client who killed Xionyang was actually a woman. As for why she didn't report it to the authorities, it was probably to protect herself. Better to have one less problem than one more. Lu Wanwan heard this, turned her head and asked, is the young lady a constable, or did you have some friendship with Xionyang? Nanjing replied, I'm not a constable, nor did I know her. It's just that, if the killer isn't caught, the next person sent to the graveyard, I'm afraid, will be me. Hearing this, Lu Wanwan turned her head in shock and asked, you're Nanjing? Hearing this, she frowned. She knows me too? She then said, whatever you know, just say it. Lu Wanwan then said, I don't know much. I just happened to see a very small mark on the killer's wrist, which looked a lot like a shrimp tassel bracelet. Hearing this, Nanjing fell silent. Come to think of it, there's also a woman in the Nan Manor who often wears a shrimp tassel bracelet. Could be her? Lu Wanwan continued. If there's nothing else, I'll go get the hand warmer. A while later, Meng Tianxiu woke up. He sat up, looked around, and thought this place. I remember hearing Nanjing's voice, and my clothes have been changed. Just then, Lu Wanwan walked in and asked, Your Highness, you're awake? Hearing this, he asked in surprise, Who are you? He thought to himself, Where's Nanjing? Why is there a courtesan in my room? Lu Wanwan walked over and said, You're so heartless. I took off all my clothes. Misspoke. I stayed up all night without taking off my clothes to care for you, and now you don't recognize me. Last night you even held my hand, called me your soulmate, your treasure. Have you forgotten it all? He wasn't fooled, and asked, Where is she? Lu Wanwan reached out to touch him. He immediately slapped her hand away and coughed. Lu Wanwan said, She went to get breakfast. She'll be back soon. Aya, so frail? He frowned and asked, Did she stay here last night? Lu Wanwan burst out laughing and replied, That she did not. This place is full of vulgar powder and rouge. How could the eldest miss of the Nan family deign to stay the night? She left 500 taels of silver. There's a whole line of sisters willing to serve your highness. Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu's face darkened. He shouted angrily, Get out. What am I so angry about? Why should Nanjing have to lower herself to do menial tasks for me? Paying someone to do it is already more than enough, but I still vaguely remember her voice by my ear last night. Was it a dream? Just then, Nanjing walked in. Meng Tianxiu and Lu Wanwan both looked towards her. Nanjing led two servants, one carrying pastries, the other carrying silks, bringing in the necessary items. Nanjing smiled and asked, You're awake? Meng Tianxiu looked at her and thought, She has faint dark circles under her eyes. She probably didn't sleep all night. Nanjing said, I've been staying in inns on the road, so I'm a bit tired. Do I look unwell? The other servants began arranging things in the room. Nanjing sighed and said, A small merchant's inn. The bed is hard, the bedding is damp, and the smell of the oil lamp is unpleasant. Meng Tianxiu then asked, So you bought all this? She smiled and replied, Coming to see if you're dead yet. I should at least have a proper place to sit. At this moment, a servant came over and asked her, Young master, were these sets of bedding bought by mistake? She then asked, Did I buy too many? Then help his highness change to a new set. After all, he's a famous playboy in Jinling, so he must be a bit particular. The servant replied with a yes, thinking to himself, Weren't these bought for him in the first place? How do they become leftovers now? Meng Tianxiu gritted his teeth and said with a smile, Then I thank you. She waved her hand. It was just on the way. No need to be polite. It seems everything has been smoothed over perfectly. I've still maintained my image as a lofty flower on a high mountain. The others were now busy putting a cloak on Meng Tianxiu. He touched it and said, It's just that this new set of undergarments, the material is really not good. She then said, In this red sleeve pavilion, What kind of fine material are you expecting? I spent 50 taels of silver just to have someone change you into this clean set of clothes. After speaking, she coughed violently. He smiled and said, this undergarment may be coarse, but in my memory, the hands that changed me were soft and smooth. I wonder which lady from the Red Sleeve Pavilion it was. Once I recover, I must thank her properly. Nam Kam immediately pointed at Lu Wanwan and said, her. Lu Wanwan smiled. I changed his clothes, but the undergarments were a bit inconvenient. I'm a courtesan who only sells my art, not my body. I hope the little brother understands. As for the rest, it was fine to leave it to her, and I'm very grateful in my heart. If your highness wishes to give thanks, you should thank this little brother. In one night, he managed to summon a doctor to your door. When taking care of you, he was gentle and meticulous, never asking for anyone else's help. Lu Wanwan went to the door, thinking to herself, although Miss Nam wanted me to keep it secret, saying it like this is probably the best way. Lu Wanwan opened the door and waved. Come in. Here. The other servants also said hurriedly, let's slip away, let's slip away. Nam Kam sat down, thinking angrily to herself, this girl. Now, only Meng Tianxiu and Nam Kam were left in the room. The atmosphere suddenly became very quiet. Meng Tianxiu gave a dry cough and said with a blush, thank you. She stood up shyly and said, the doctor helped change your pants. Can you sit up? Breakfast is getting cold. Meng Tianxiu then replied, if I can't, would you be willing to feed me just once? She sighed, her face darkening as she said, I'll pour it right over your head. Hearing this, he fell silent. He stood up, walked to the dining table, and sat opposite her. She looked at him, thinking to herself that he looked much better than last night. She handed him the chopsticks and asked, how did you end up like this? He replied, every year-end, I have to reconstruct my sinews and bones once. Otherwise, how could I afford to be a libertine for another year? Hearing this, Nam Kam thought to herself, does he mean he took the antidote bestowed by the emperor? The so-called antidote can actually make a person go through a near-death experience. It tortures a person so, in previous years, he always took the medicine at home. This time, it was to help me that She then asked, where is Qin Sheng? He replied, he's fine, he'll be here later. She nodded, oh, are you alright? Although I called the doctor for you, it seems he couldn't help much. If you stay at the Red Sleeve Pavilion, I will take care of you. If you want to go back to the villa, I will ask Songjia to escort you back. He was picking up a piece of food and paused upon hearing this. She continued, I have to go home. Jinghua can't hold out for much longer. He spoke up. Nam Kam, stop investigating. If you trust me, can you let this matter go? She replied, I can't. She frowned, thinking, to be told to trust others, to obediently wait for someone else to come to the rescue, is the same as handing over my life and death for others to decide. That has never been my style. I thought Meng Tianxiu understood me and was willing to investigate the truth with me. But in the end, was it just my own wishful thinking? He advised, if you rely only on yourself, you won't find the truth you're looking for. He thought to himself, I was originally an outsider who came to break the deadlock. But because of last night's secret letter, I've also been drawn in. Nam Kam can only be safer by staying away from this vortex. She looked at him, thinking to herself, I considered him a friend, but now he wants to draw a clear line and go our separate ways. She crossed her arms and sighed. If your highness wants to go our separate ways, then let's settle our accounts clearly. That's fine too. I'll just take back what I've put in. She continued, you helped me, and I took care of you for a night. We don't owe each other anything. As for this bedding and this breakfast, I'll charge you 200 taels of silver. Please have it sent to the Nam Manor after you return. He looked at her, imagining her turning away in anger, and smiled to himself, thinking the usual Nam Kam would just leave silently and arrogantly without saying another word. Acting so childishly and adorably now, doesn't it prove that she cares a lot? It makes one unable to resist teasing her a little. So he said, no, I won't accept that. Upon hearing this, she thought angrily, what is he doing? Can't he even be serious about parting ways? He sighed and said, I risked my life to help you, and you still have some gold and silver on hand, yet you're haggling with me over 200 taels. The eldest miss of the Nam family, like this. Is that reasonable? She was so angry she shot to her feet and said, I took care of you all night. He closed his eyes and asked, oh, wasn't it Miss Wanwan who took care of me? Hearing this, she was speechless with anger. He continued, so it was you? The one who poured tea, brought water, changed my clothes, fed me medicine, and watched over me all night. Was the eldest miss of a Nam family? She angrily turned to leave. I'm leaving. Meng Tianxiu said to Nam Kam, if that's the case, forget 200 taels. Even if it were 2,000, I would willingly pay. I'll have someone deliver it to the Nam Manor later to thank the eldest miss for her care. Hearing this, she glared at him angrily. Clearly he knows I snuck out. Clearly he knows our relationship is ambiguous and complicated in the eyes of others. And clearly he knows I was just speaking out of anger. If he really sends those 2,000 taels of silver, I'll die of embarrassment. He continued, just kidding. I will engrave this kindness of yours in my heart and won't repay it with money. As for going our separate ways, that was just baseless talk. Sooner or later, you will be a person of my Prince Jinnan's manor. Your safety in life, I care about more than anyone. Hearing this, Nam Cam gritted her teeth and thought, this guy is so shameless. She turned and said, perhaps after finding out the truth, I won't have to marry into the Prince Jinnan's manor anymore. Hearing this, he frowned and asked, then who do you want to marry? She replied, who I marry has what to do with you? Hearing this, he clenched his fists. A child's marriage is decided by their parents and the matchmaker's words. And besides, hearing this, she smiled and asked, oh, this doesn't sound like your highness at all. I remember at first, you tried everything to stop me from marrying into the prince's manor. You didn't think about the parents' decision or the matchmaker's words then. What changed you? Could it be my one night of care? Provoked by her, Meng Tianxiu fell silent. As soon as Nam Cam stepped out the door, she saw the burly man approaching. He asked, how is he? Is he awake? She replied, thank you, Songjia, for your righteous help. He is awake. People from his manor will come to pick him up. Hearing this, Songjia said, thank you, little brother, for thinking so highly of me. I have no home, no family, nothing at all. I really don't deserve to be called Jia. My name is Hu Yu Song. Little brother can just call me Old Hu. Nam Cam nodded, handed Hu Yu Song a letter, and said, Songjia is merely down on his luck. There's no need to belittle yourself. You said before that you couldn't find a suitable job. I've written this letter of recommendation. Take it to find Old Ninth Hu of the Chow Gang. Tell him to take care of you, and he will definitely arrange something for you. Hearing this, Hu Yu Song said in surprise, little brother, why are you so good to me? She smiled and replied, my family are merchants, we do business. I can tell you're a good man, and I hope you can help me with a thing or two in the future. Just consider it a preliminary investment in my own judgment. No need to be too moved. In the future, if you achieve success, you can pay me back with 30% interest. If not, it's fine. In business, there's no such thing as only profits and no losses. Hearing this, Hu Yu Song bowed. I will definitely not disappoint you, little brother. Once I made a name for myself, just say the word if you need anything. Nam Cam returned the bow. All right, besides Shui Bao and Jinghua, I need more reliable and useful people. That intense, momentary gratitude might be forgotten later. Only a kindness that seeps in like a long, gentle rain can go the distance. The Nam Manor woodshed. Nam Cam looked around, then pushed the door open and entered. She went to get the clothes and said, found it. Last night, she had told Shui Bao to hide the things here. She took out the items, thinking to herself, I just need to change my clothes, then go to the small kitchen to get some food to bring back to my room, and I can switch Jinghua out. Just as she pulled apart the pile of clothes, a puff of smoke rose, startling her. She immediately threw the clothes down, thinking to herself, this is bad. I was careless and still inhaled a breath. Is it a sleeping drug or a poison? Immediately after, she collapsed. At this moment, a person walked in from outside. She saw the person's face clearly and was startled, thinking to herself, Wang Jiao. Wang Jiao picked her up and carried her into the inner room. Nam Cam pretended to be unconscious, thinking to herself, luckily, I only inhaled one breath before holding it, which is why I could wake up so quickly. Judging by the scent of plum blossoms, I just smelled and the strong smell of agarwood now. I should still be in the Nam Manor. I'll just pretend to be unconscious and observe quietly. Wang Jiao placed her on the bed, caressed her face, and then smiled. Nam Cam screamed wildly in her heart, stop. If you dare touch me again, I'll fight you to the death. Just then, someone burst in, you can't do this. Wang Jiao then asked, why not? Ruin her virginity, then take her skin. We both work for the same master. Wouldn't it be better to complete the mission sooner? Hearing this, Nam Cam thought to herself, from the sound of this voice, it really is Wang Jiao. I knew he was no good. I didn't expect him to know the fourth concubine as well. The fourth concubine closed the door. She walked in and said, if it were that easy, then I wouldn't have had to kill those innocent people in the first place. This is the Nam Manor. If you touch Nam Cam, you will definitely alert the enemy. If you ruin the master's grand plan, neither of us can bear the consequences. Hearing this, Nam Cam thought in horror, Lien Xin and Xionyang were killed by these two. Wang Jio stood up and asked, Lien Xin was innocent? A mere maid who wanted to follow me back to Western Rome to be the Wang family's madam. With such delusional fantasies, didn't she deserve to die? As for the courtesan at the Red Sleeve Pavilion, you killed her anyway. I don't know if she was innocent or not. The fourth concubine then said, we both work for the master. Since we've already discussed it, you can't act on your own. Everything must follow the plan. Wait until the day of Nam Cam and the Prince Jinnan's heir's wedding. The eldest miss of the Liu family and the general of Lanling will also come to Qingzhou City for the wedding. Kill them and skin them then. Using the same method as before, we can pin the blame directly on that flower-picking thief. No one will be able to trace the motive for our skinning. He pointed at Nam Cam and asked, then what about the skin on Nam Cam? The fourth concubine replied, you don't need to worry about that. Once she marries into the Prince Jinnan's manor, I will naturally get her skin. You should think more about where your Wang family's human skin totem was stolen. Hearing this, Wang Jio was stunned. Nam Cam thought to herself, the Wang family's human skin totem was stolen. It seems finding the lost item is probably Wang Jio's real purpose for coming to the Central Plains this time. Disregarding the fourth concubine's plan and drugging me to take my skin was probably to gain the upper hand. In case he can't find the Wang family's skin, he can still use my skin to atone for his failure. Wang Jio snorted angrily. Stay out of my business. With your current status, a mediocre and useless fourth concubine of the Nam Manor, what can you do to me? Just then, a sound was heard, startling both of them. Meng Shantz walked in and asked, what if you include me? Hearing this, Nam Cam thought to herself, Meng Shantz. Meng Shantz was originally a gentle and refined gentleman. Actually, my initial impression of him wasn't bad, but the dangers around me made me gradually become wary and distrustful of him. So now, seeing him as the one behind the scenes isn't that hard to accept. But what about that fool? Does he know? If he knows, can he accept it calmly? After all, his love and respect for this older half-brother are genuine. Wang Jio looked at Meng Shantz and asked, you're also one of Jing Han's men? Hearing this, Meng Shantz frowned and said, none of your business. Meng Shantz then looked towards Nam Cam lying on the bed and said, you just need to find the lost human skin totem of the Wang family. You don't need to get involved in the matters of Qingzhou City. Hearing this, Wang Jio snorted angrily. Miss Shui has been in the Nam Manor for over a decade and still hasn't taken down Nam Cam. If we don't act now, are you going to wait until you marry her to kill her? Wouldn't that be even more cruel? Meng Shantz then replied, only by becoming my wife can she continue to live. I will forge the skin totem. No need for you to worry. Hearing this, Wang Jio said angrily, are you crazy? Do you know how great the price for this is? Once this is exposed, do you know what the consequences will be? Killing her for her skin is clearly the simplest way. Could it be? He looked towards Nam Cam lying on the bed and asked, no way. Eldest young master, don't tell me you've fallen for the eldest miss of the Nam family. As soon as Meng Shantz heard this, his expression immediately darkened. He looked coldly at Wang Jio. Nam Cam, lying on the bed, thought in a panic, why did he stop talking? Is he admitting it? Wang Jio smiled and looked at Meng Shantz. Then I'll leave Nam Cam for you to handle. After saying that, he left. Meng Shantz then glanced at the fourth concubine. The fourth concubine asked, are you going to sit here and wait for her to wake up before you leave? Meng Shantz turned and replied, no need. You handle it. The fourth concubine then said, all right, I'll call Shui Bao over right away. Meng Shantz asked again, Shui Bao? The fourth concubine continued, the eldest young master has a good eye. You've noticed a very clever girl. She discovered long ago that something was off about me. This time she ran to the Red Sleeve Pavilion. She might have found some clues. Instead of hiding it, it's better to be frank. Hearing this, Meng Shantz fell silent. The fourth concubine continued, saying, don't worry, she doesn't know your identity either. Besides, I can see that she and the heir don't get along. At the husband selection in March, she will still choose you. You two had a marriage agreement before. Marrying early can be considered saving her life. I've lived a life of luxury in the Nam Manor for so many years. Consider it my repayment to Nam Zeshan. Lying on the bed, listening to these words, Nam Cam trembled all over, a look of disgust on her face. Meng Shantz said to her, thank you. The fourth concubine interrupted, hey, don't thank me, although the master thinks highly of you. He even gave you the cold snow needle, but Nam Cam is not a canary in a cage. If she causes any trouble, you'll have to bear it yourself. I don't know anything. That kid from the Wang family is too impulsive. I'm afraid he'll ruin things. Meng Shantz then said, I'm keeping him. He still has his uses. She smiled and replied with a yes. Next, we'll proceed as planned, killing the eldest miss of the Liu family in Meng Tianqi. At that time, even if the Qingfeng Ling Dai is unreliable, we can still leave clues and push him out to take the blame. After all, he must pay for Lien Xian's life. Nam Cam lay on the bed, thinking to herself, there's a bit too much information today. I need to sort everything out. The Wang family has likely betrayed their alliance, killing their own people and skinning them to pledge allegiance to the regent Prince Jinghan. For some reason, those human skins suddenly went missing or were stolen, which is why Wang Jio came to the Central Plains to search for them. The fourth concubine, Shui Baochai, is a pawn that Ji Inghan planted in the Nam Manor from the beginning, and she came for me. The fourth concubine is probably hiding something else, but Nam Cam remembers that it's her weakness. Moreover, she might have developed some compassion for me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped Wang Jio from acting recklessly earlier. As for Meng Shantz, although I don't know why he became Ji Inghan's subordinate, he is highly trusted by Ji Inghan. He is likely the man in black who killed Shui Fan and Pei Kachong. Meng Shantz is more unfathomable than I thought. However, she remembered what Meng Shantz had said. Only by becoming my wife can you continue to live. She thought to herself, I can't marry him just to stay alive. Absolutely not. Shui Bao ran into the room, calling, Mississippi, Mississippi Nam. Kim opened her eyes, pretending to have just woken up. Shui Bao helped her up, asking worriedly, Miss, do you feel unwell anywhere? Should I call a doctor? She replied, I'm fine. Shui Bao was extremely worried. The fourth concubine told me to come get something. As soon as I came in, I saw you, Mississippi. I called several times, but you didn't wake up. You scare me to death. Do you know what happened, miss? She held her head, pretending to recall in fear. I only remember going to the old room to get some clothes to wash, and then I don't remember clearly. Let's not mention the totem for now. Hearing this, Shui Bao said angrily, Could it be that the fourth concubine drugged you, miss? What's she trying to do? She sat up and got out of bed, saying, I don't know either. We'll talk about it later. How is Jing Hua? He wasn't discovered by Mistress Chiao and Nam Howding, was he? Shui Bao replied, Not for now, but it's very likely he will be discovered. So, miss, let's hurry up and change back. After that, Nam Cam changed her clothes again, and together with Shui Bao, carried in 2 food boxes, saying, Miss, it's time to eat. The miss lying in the room said irritably, Not eating. Get out. Nam Cam then said, All right, it's me. You worked hard. Jing Hua, who was in disguise, was overjoyed to see her and said, Eldest Mississippi. The moment Nam Cam saw Jing Hua's face, the corner of her mouth twitched as she asked, Are you dressed like this to scare everyone who comes into death? Jing Hua stood up shyly. No, it's just that I was a little nervous, afraid of being exposed. The more nervous I got, the more I put on my face, so it ended up like this. Hearing this, she spoke up, Hurry and have Shui Bao help you remove your makeup and change your clothes. Jing Hua shyly took the towel and replied with a yes. Nam Cam thought to herself, I've accidentally turned him into a cross-dressing big brother. What do I do now? After wiping his face, Jing Hua asked, Eldest miss, what's the situation at the Red Sleeve Pavilion? Have you found any clues? She sat down. No, I got nothing. Hearing this, Jing Hua said angrily, Who on earth is it? Now all the young ladies in Qingzhou City are in a panic, afraid they'll be next. They don't even dare to go out. As long as the culprit isn't caught, I'm afraid the eldest miss won't be free. We can only wait for the master to return. She sighed and said, Never mind, it's fine to stay at home. Speaking of my wedding, are the eldest miss of the Liu family and the general of Lanling invited? Jing Hua then said, Young Master Lu Qing and the heir are both among the 4 young masters of Jinling. With the Meng family taking a wife, how could the Liu family not come? Besides, the Princess of Jinan previously intended to marry the eldest miss of the Liu family to the heir, just waiting for the eldest young master to get married. Everyone in Jinling City knows about this. Now that you, miss, have become the one choosing between the 2 brothers, how can the eldest miss of the Liu family sit still? She will definitely come. Hearing this, she thought, This sickly guy is quite famous. Jing Hua scratched his head and said, As for the general of Lanling, the invitation was sent long ago, but the general is at the front lines. He can't return without the permission of the emperor or the regent prince, so I really don't know if he will come on that day. Nam Cam then said, Keep an eye out for me. If there's any news, report to me early. Jing Hua immediately replied with a yes, then suddenly remembered something and said, There's one more thing. She waved Jing Hua over. She thought to herself, I don't know how many more innocent girls Wang Jiao and his group plan to kill. I can only do my best. Saving one is better than none. She whispered instructions in Jing Hua's ear. Just do as I say, and handle the rest as you see fit. Jing Hua immediately replied with a yes. In the morning, in the room, Nam Cam was sitting on her familiar chair, leaning against the bedside cabinet and eating snacks. Just then, a tapping sound came from the door, startling both her and Shui Bao. Shui Bao reached out and opened the door, only to see the long-unseen carrier pigeon, Zhenhai, pecking at the door. Seeing this, Nam Cam jumped up in surprise, thinking, what's the meaning of this? Is the ghost of a pigeon coming back to wish me a happy new year? Shui Bao hugged Zhenhai and said happily, Zhenhai, so you weren't stewed in a pigeon soup after all? Compared to before, you seem to have gained 2 tails. Nam Cam stroked it, petting it and saying, even its feathers are glossy. Then she discovered a letter tied to its leg. She took it out. On it was written, too fat, not suitable for stewing. Returned to its original owner, as a token of sincerity. After reading the letter, Nam Cam crumpled it up and thought with a cold laugh, we've already broken up, what's with this show of courtesy? Shui Bao closed the door, turned around and pointed at the letter, saying, Miss, there's writing on the back of the paper. Hearing this, she immediately flipped it over. On it was written, I am willing to accept the challenge. If you are idle and have nothing to do, I only hope you will show mercy. Please keep the peach blossom powder for your own use. After reading it, Shui Bao let out a chuckle. As for Nam Cam, she sighed. She tapped Shui Bao on the head and asked, what are you giggling about? Shui Bao held her head and asked, then what are you laughing at, miss? She replied, I'm laughing as someone who has forgotten the pain once the scar has healed and wants to come to me to ask for trouble again. Hearing this, Shui Bao said curiously, Then miss, should I go get the peach blossom powder? She said in surprise, get what? Peach blossom powder? His Highness the heir hasn't teased you. Don't be so petty. Hearing this, cold sweat dripped down Shui Bao's back as she cried out. Mississippi Nam Cam waved her hand. Don't just stand there, go grind the ink. Hearing this, Shui Bao replied, oh, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. In the study, paper already littered the floor. Nam Cam was still thinking seriously, not knowing what to write. She started writing again. Braised beef with shredded chicken, a rich and delicious flavor. After writing, she felt it was absolutely perfect. It had nothing to do with romance, but it was full of the breath of life, making the conversation just right, not too stiff, and also a good question to start topic. But after Shui Bao read the letter, her jaw dropped. My goodness. After writing all afternoon, grinding ink until my hands are sore in the end, it's just to ask what snacks to have with wine for dinner. Nam Cam was very pleased, rolling up the letter and handing it to Shui Bao. Shui Bao quickly tied the letter to Zhenhai's leg. Nam Cam cried out in surprise. Wait, I feel like something is missing. Hearing this, Shui Bao thought to herself. In the past, the miss was also this meticulous. Every letter sent to the heir was carefully worded, but the result was just thinking of ways to tease him to quickly bring about his demise. But why is the miss doing this today? Unable to figure it out, Shui Bao looked at Nam Cam in confusion and said hesitantly, Miss, I think this letter is very good. The words are good. The meaning is good. It's written very well. There's no need to change it, right? She nodded with a hum, but I still feel it's a bit plain. How about this? You go get a jar of pear blossom wine. Wrap the letter tube in a thin cloth. Let the wine's fragrance soak in for an hour. Then send it. Since I've asked him his question, I should also let him smell what authentic pear blossom wine is like, right? Hearing this, Shui Bao replied wearily, Yes, I understand. Miss, are you sure that after smelling this wine, Zhenhai can still find its way to the Prince Jinnan's Manor's villa? In Nam Cam's room, Meng Tianxiu's servant entered, bowed, and said, Eldest miss, my young master said that the city is not safe right now. Women are constantly being murdered. We also don't know which family is being so generous, buying out all the goods from every cosmetic shop, silk shop, and fragrance shop in Qingzhou City, and said there would be no stock before the 16th of the first month. Now the young ladies are even more afraid to go out. Nam Cam listened quietly, a ripple of emotion stirring in her heart. It seemed Meng Tianxiu had already figured out that she was the one who bought it. The servant continued, This servant has digressed. It turns out the Chu family stew shop was also for a girl, and my young master followed that person's example and bought up all the stew. Nam Cam's lips curled slightly, a profound glint flashing in the depths of her eyes. she thought to herself, then slowly asked the servant. The tofu shop next to Gulen Bridge, 3 zhang away, there's also a tea house. Isn't that also run by a woman? Not only had he figured it out, but he was also willing to lend her a hand, helping those women who had to show their faces for the sake of their livelihood. The servant slapped his chest excitedly and replied, "My young master said, whatever the young miss wants to eat, he will buy it all." Hearing this, Nam Cam couldn't help but laugh out loud, murmuring, "Truly a silly rich young master." Shui Bao, standing by her side, had a flash of nostalgia in her eyes. Shui Bao recalled the day Nam Cam and Meng Tianxiu raced their sedan chairs to see whose was faster and fell into the water. Afterward, when Nam Cam went to the most luxurious bathhouse in the capital, she had said, "You know the one who knows how to spend money is me, your young miss, and the one who doesn't know how to spend money is that silly rich young master, right?" Thinking of this, Shui Bao thought to herself, "It seems the young miss said the same thing a long time ago, only back then it was full of disdain, whereas now it carries a hint of shyness." A few days later, in the study, the atmosphere was quiet, with only the sound of a brush pen gliding softly across paper. Nam Cam sat upright at the desk, holding a brush pen, and lightly dipped it in ink. Stroke by stroke, elegant characters appeared on the paper. Shui Bao stood by, watching quietly, while Jing was staggered over. His weary appearance was like a moving perch for other pigeons to land on. He lamented inwardly, from asking what snacks to have with wine to what dishes to make tomorrow, then to arranging to drink together. The young miss and the Shitsi must have exhausted Jinhai, having to use a whole team of pigeons taking turns to deliver letters. Thinking of this, Jing was subconsciously looked up at Junhai. Sure enough, that pigeon was lying on its back on the table, wings spread out, as if cursing the heavens and the earth. But after just a moment, it recovered, flapped its wings, and flew to Shui Bao's side. Shui Bao let out a soft laugh, took the letter from its leg, and then respectfully said, "Young Mississippi." Nam Cam put down her brush, opened the letter, and the candlelight shone on the page. The characters on it were like a spring breeze brushing past her heart. The Lantern Festival is approaching, and even the Imperial Guards cannot stop the brilliant lights. Though the situation is chaotic, I invite only you to accompany me. Shui Bao quietly observed Nam Cam's expression and then realized, these past few days, I've come to understand. On the surface, the young miss is like a proud flower, but deep down, I'm afraid her heart has long been stirred. It's not as if young Master Shansaw hasn't visited. The young miss handled him with great propriety, but there was always an unspoken coldness. The Shitsi has never come in person, but a few lines in a letter are enough to make the young miss ponder all day. Oh well, the suitor selection in the 3rd month, when the grass grows and orioles fly. Spring returns and flowers bloom. The bride's heart flutters, having married the one she desires. Thinking of this, Shui Bao smiled to herself. Then she gently asked Nam Cam, "Young miss, aren't you going to reply to the Shitsi's letter?" Hearing Shui Bao's words, Nam Cam answered the question from a few days ago. There are quite a few women going out in the city. Having been cooped up for so long, come the Lantern Festival, the young ladies should also go out and enjoy the Lantern Festival, shouldn't they? Shui Bao heard this and said excitedly, "Isn't that right? Besides Lien, Xian, and Xionyang, no one else has been harmed. I think the matter has settled down. So, young miss, the Shitsi has invited us. Are we going? Do we have to go sneakily again?" Hearing this, Nam Cam recalled being confined in the manor and said angrily, "I'm not a criminal. How can they keep me locked up forever? Besides, I have to attend the family banquet for the Lantern Festival. Once I'm out of this courtyard, I'll have a reason to leave the manor. This time, we'll go openly and properly." Shui Bao heard this and replied cheerfully with a yes. "Yes, ma'am. But how will you explain it to the eldest young master?" Nam Cam immediately devised a plan, instructing Shui Bao, "The moon is full on the 15th, but roundest on the 16th. If there's an appointment, please postpone it a little. Perhaps on the 15th, he also has important matters to attend to." Then, Jinghua entered, bowed, and said, "Reporting to the eldest miss, this time, your subordinate has returned from the Qingbang and has found out an important piece of news. It turns out General Lan Ling has secretly set out to return." Nam Cam heard this, clenched her fists, and thought, the suitor selection in the 3rd month. If I choose Meng Shansaw, it would just be a marriage between the adopted son of the princely manor and a merchant's daughter. Meng Tianqi wouldn't need to return. But if I choose the Shitsi, Meng Tianxiu, the meaning would be completely different. Namkham began to recall Meng Tianxiu's family tree. The prince of Jinnan and the princess consort of Jinnan gave birth to two biological children. The legitimate daughter Meng Tianqi, who is General Lan Ling, and the Shitsi Meng Tianxiu. They also have an adopted son, Meng Shansuo, even though he is a prince of a different surname. The Shitsi's consort must also be entered into the family records. And what's more, it's her biological brother getting married. Meng Tianqi has no reason not to return. The imperial court would surely approve. On what basis is she so sure I will choose the Shitsi and set out secretly so early? And so, she immediately turned to Jinghua and asked, is the news reliable? Jinghua immediately replied, 80 to 90% certain. When the brothers of the Qing Bang are free, they also help people with smuggling. A few days ago, a military doctor came to Jiangnan to buy medicinal herbs. After drinking with him, he accidentally revealed this matter. Nam Kam gestured to the chair beside her, telling Jinghua, sit down and explain it more clearly. Jinghua expressed his thanks. Thank you, eldest Mississippi. Jinghua, holding a straw hat, sat down on the chair and began to recount what he had heard. This military doctor is in charge of medicinal herbs in General Lanling's camp. He said that the general was invaded by cold qi as a child, and although her body is now well-conditioned, if she stays in a cold place for a long time, she still needs medicine to expel the cold. So he has to prepare medicine for the general. After hearing Jinghua's words, Nam Kam thought to herself and murmured, with the climate in the southern frontier, medicine to expel the cold might not be necessary. Our Jinling City and Qingzhou City are not that cold either. Could it be that the general is going to a colder place soon? Hearing this, Jinghua blurted out, the north. Nam Kam nodded and said, the north, probably the capital. If Meng Tianqi wants to stay in the capital for a long time, I'm afraid it's not just to have an audience with the emperor. Considering she also has a totem on her, perhaps she wants to be granted a marriage. But Lu Qingshu and Wang Jiao are clearly not qualified. Nan Haoding is even more out of the question. With her family background and status, the one who would be a suitable match is. An image of a person immediately appeared in her mind, and she thought, this time, the waters are even murkier, impossible to see through, unfathomably deep. That night, Nam Kam tossed and turned in bed. Damn it, my head is full of riddles. I can't even sleep peacefully. This sleep-inducing treasure was brought back by my father, worth 1,000 gold pieces, but even with 1,000 gold pieces in hand, life and death are still in the hands of others. This feeling is truly too unbearable. I had previously given myself 5 years to accumulate and develop my power, planning to go from relying on my father for wealth to becoming wealthy on my own. But plans can't keep up with changes. Looking at the current situation, 5 years is really too slow. She looked out the window, startled. Is it almost dawn? My beauty sleep is all gone. With these 2 dark circles, how can I go on a date for the Lantern Festival? She recalled what Jinghua had said, reporting to the eldest miss, on my way back, your subordinate saw the carriage of the eldest miss of the Liu family parading on the main road. It seems she's aiming for that day. Nam Kam murmured, that's right. I might even run into Miss Liu. When love rivals meet, one's appearance cannot lose. She clutched her head and thought, wait, what did I just say? Love rivals. She immediately pulled the blanket up and shouted, Nam Kam, eldest Miss Nam Kam, you've really lost your mind. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. But after a while, she still couldn't sleep. She threw back the covers, sat up, and mumbled, it's not wrong to call her a love rival. If it's not for love, it's still considered a matchmaking meeting. Every time someone comes, it's a competition, if not love rivals. Are we competing to see who has a thicker face? All right, I've thought it through. Time to sleep. And so, she lay down to sleep again. The next morning, outside, the team of pigeons was taking a stroll. In the room, Shui Bao came to her side and said, young miss, you woke up a little later than usual today. The pigeons have already formed a long line. She replied, no rush. She opened the letter, on which was written, the Lantern Festival appointment. The young miss hasn't forgotten, has she? Is it to join a Lantern Festival on the Yellow River, chase the flower boats after a meal, or go to a small tea house for tea, or to the entertainment district to listen to songs? A private room in the tea pavilion, the faint scent of tea. If you still don't like it, I will focus on recuperating. That is indeed a good place. Just need to change into a set of men's clothes. After reading, she smiled faintly then flipped the letter over. On it was written, "Is something wrong?" The eldest miss tossed and turned last night and couldn't sleep. She must not be up yet. Could it be she already has an appointment today? I brought 8 caddies for breakfast, which can also be for lunch. They are all light and easy to digest dishes. Eat a little more. After reading, she was stunned. Someone outside the door said, "Is the young miss awake?" My young master said the young miss was too excited last night and didn't sleep well. It's too late for breakfast now, and not yet time for lunch, so he sent some food over for you. No need to heat it, it's still hot. Hearing this, she was so angry she clenched the letter and thought, the leftover peach blossom pollen from last time. Where did I put it? Namcam stood before the mirror as Shui Bao helped her change. Shui Bao asked, "Young miss, Eastern pearls are so precious. Why are you attaching them to your feet?" Oh my, look how every step shines, emitting the sparkling light of a bright pearl. Because Lu Rusi likes to wear bright pearl hairpins. Hearing this, Shui Bao immediately fell silent. She began to admire her young miss. To think what the eldest miss of the Lu family wears on her head. Her own young miss wants to trample underfoot. They haven't even met, and the battle has already begun. Nam Cam clapped her hands and said, "Shui Bao, bring another set of men's clothes." Isn't that sickly Shitsi also wanting to go to the entertainment district? Shui Bao then asked, "Yes, young miss, but will it be dangerous?" She replied, "Even a sickly person like him isn't afraid. What do I have to be afraid of?" Hearing this, Shui Bao nodded and said, "That's true." Nam Cam suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait a moment, I have one more thing to ask you. Is there any news from the eldest young master?" Hearing this, Shui Bao was startled. Oh yes. She took a letter from her sleeve and handed it to Nam Cam, saying, "This letter was sent personally by the eldest young master. The eldest young master said he has an important matter today and cannot admire the lanterns and solve riddles with the young miss. But he has sent over several rabbit lanterns, as well as a plate of exquisite pastries from Guanyuan Pavilion, all of which are the young Mrs. favorites. Sigh, the eldest young master is truly thoughtful, but I'm afraid he's in for a heartbreak. Actually, he's a very good person." She opened the letter and thought, "Today, what move will Meng Shansuo make?" Nam Cam put the letter away and instructed Shui Bao, "You tell Jinghua to go to the Lu residence. He must be a bit arrogant. Then tell Lu Rusi that tonight at the 3rd watch, someone is at Peach Blossom Lake to pledge their love. After that, go find Meng Shansuo and leave a message. Just say the pastries are missing a green bean cake and ask him to bring it over after he's done with his business." Hearing this, Shui Bao asked in alarm, "Young miss, isn't this giving the eldest miss of the Lu family a chance to disturb you and the Shitsi? And the eldest young master, how can you order him around like that? Isn't this being too arrogant and willful?" She asked coldly, "Arrogant, willful? Isn't that me? I'm afraid I'm not arrogant enough, not willful enough." Nam Cam greatly enjoyed this assessment from Shui Bao. Shui Bao replied, "Yes, this servant understands. Young Mississippi Miss Lu will surely dress up splendidly and formally for the occasion. We must prepare in advance. Young miss, do you need to ask the butler to call for people?" She then said, "Silly girl, does your young miss still need to use a human-see tactic? I have my own ways." That night at Peach Blossom Lake, Nam Cam was currently sitting in a room drinking tea, while Shui Bao was outside meeting another maid. Then Shui Bao came in to report, "Young miss, the eldest miss of the Lu family has arrived." Nam Cam nodded and said, "Invite her to the tea pavilion first." In the room, she turned to Meng Tianxiu and asked, "Shitsi, how about going to the elegant bath to rest for a bit?" He thought, the elegant bath and the tea pavilion are only separated by a wall of green bamboo. What is Nam Cam plotting again? But he still stood up. Shui Bao immediately said, "Shitsi, please." He thought to himself, oh well, it's just a matter of causing a little trouble with her. Nam Cam, in the room, rested her chin on her hand, watching Meng Tianxiu walk out. At this time, outside, the eldest Miss Lu also arrived with a line of palace maids. Shui Bao said, "Please, everyone, sit here and wait a moment." The eldest Miss Lu sat down arrogantly and said, "Outside there's green bamboo and silk curtains, putting on an air of elegance. But once inside, isn't it just extravagant and wasteful, with silk and brocade everywhere?" Ruodan, what do you think? Ruodan looked around and thought, it's rich, extravagant, but the coordination is poor, the taste is lacking, yet it's subtly suited to the young Miss's preferences. So I can't criticize it too much, or it will anger the young Miss. So Ruo Dan bowed and said, "It's nothing special, but not bad either. The young miss is still a cut above." Hearing this, Lu Rusi snorted coldly. Peach Blossom Lake is just this and nothing more. She thought happily, in terms of wealth and taste, I'm still a cut above Nam Cam. At this moment in the next room, Shui Bao was watching the eldest Miss Lu through a round tube in the wall, saying, "Young miss, the eldest Miss Lu has started drinking tea." Nam Cam nodded and replied with "Let her wait until she loses her patience, then we'll go." The expression of Shui Bao, who was watching through the wall, suddenly changed as she discovered something, astonished. Shui Bao covered the viewing tube and shouted, "Young Mississippi." Nam Cam asked back, "Why are you so flustered?" It turned out that in the next room, Meng Tianxiu was taking off his shirt, revealing his firm chest muscles. Shui Bao cried out in alarm, "Next door! Next door!" The Shitsi took off his shirt and went into the water. Shui Bao covered her eyes, extremely embarrassed. Hearing this, Nam Cam was astonished. Nam Cam looked at Shui Bao and thought, I didn't expect that one could peek into the tea pavilion from here, so naturally one could also. She cleared her throat and stood up. "Let me see." Hearing this, Shui Bao was extremely puzzled and began to suspect her young Mrs. motives were not pure. She then explained shyly, "I'll just take a look. I heard the Shitsi can't swim. We can't let him drown. I'm absolutely not here to see if he's capable or not." Hearing this explanation, Shui Bao broke out in a cold sweat. Young Mississippi. On the other side, the eldest Miss Lu impatiently threw her teacup on the table and cursed. What nonsense about someone wanting to pledge their love at Peach Blossom Lake at the third watch of the Sioux hour. Brother Tianxiu would never like her. She thought angrily. Brother Tianxiu respects his elder brother so much. He probably just didn't want Brother Shansuo to marry such a useless woman, so he took her away. I didn't expect that because of this, he would be forced into a suitor selection in the third month. It must have been Nam Cam who framed him. Besides, all of Jinling knows that the Lu family will produce the Shitsi's consort. That bitch Nam Cam, on what grounds, on what grounds? At this moment, Nam Cam calmly walked in and said, "Miss Lu, a guest is a guest. Although I may not necessarily welcome you, please make yourself at home. Don't be too formal." The eldest Miss Lu glared at her angrily, then was helped up and said, "Where is the Shitsi? I want to see him." Nam Cam smiled and sat down. "Where is young Master Chingshu? I want to see him too." Hearing this, the eldest Miss Lu asked angrily, "What do you want to see my brother for?" Nam Cam asked back, "Then what do you want to see my future husband for?" Hearing this, the eldest Miss Lu was so angry she cursed. "Nam Cam, you are truly shameless. An unmarried maiden from a boudoir constantly talking about her future husband. Did your parents teach you any propriety or shame?" Nam Cam smiled and replied, "Then I misspoke. Let me rephrase it. Miss Lu, what do you want to see my future brother-in-law for?" Hearing this, the eldest Miss Lu cursed at her. Nam Cam thought to herself, even if he's not my future husband, he's still my future brother-in-law. In terms of closeness, I'm still several degrees closer than the eldest Miss Lu. The eldest Miss Lu looked at Nam Cam, pouted, and thought, Nam Cam can absolutely not be the Shitsi's consort, but if she becomes my future sister-in-law, that's enough to make me hate her. And so, she sat down again in anger. Nam Cam lifted her teacup and took a sip, thinking to herself, she's run out of things to say. When it comes to verbal sparring, Lu Rusi is only SOSO, and Meng Tianxiu is bathing next door. This well-bred young lady, even if she tears off her gentle mask, can't last more than a few rounds against a sharp-witted Nam Cam. In the tea room, Nam Cam said, "I heard that you and the Shitsi are childhood sweethearts. Since you've come here for leisure, I will take the liberty of being the host. I must entertain you both well. Let's not spoil the harmony on the Lantern Festival." The eldest Miss Lu smiled and replied, "Brother Tianxiu likes to drink pear blossom wine and eat corn cakes from Jinling. This time I came to Qingzhou City, I specially brought them for him. After the Lantern Festival tomorrow, they won't be fresh anymore." She thought to herself, she must be jealous. Jealous of the childhood bond between me and Brother Tianxiu. Nam Cam smiled. Fine food is a serious matter. Naturally, it cannot be delayed, but the Shitsi is still bathing. To meet Miss Lu, he should also wash himself clean and scrub off all the dirt on his body, right? Meng Tianxiu, who was bathing in the next room, froze upon hearing this. The eldest Miss Lu immediately scolded. "Miss Nam, please be careful with your words. How could there be any dirt on the Shitsi's body?" Nam Cam heard this and thought to herself, let alone a mortal. Even if the 9 heavens profound maiden descended to earth. If you scrub hard enough, you'll still get some grime. Meng Tianxiu found these words to be completely improper and angrily slammed something down with a loud bang. The two people in the tea room were both startled. Nam Cam tactfully shut her mouth, then turned to ask the eldest Miss Lu, "Miss Lu, what do you think of this tea in my style? Are you satisfied?" She thought to herself, now that the pleasantries are over, I can start showing off. The eldest Miss Lu lowered her head to look at the teacup, thinking to herself, the spring weather is still chilly. To have this kind of sweet and fragrant rose tea, and for it to be so well preserved, is truly rare. Nam Cam must have taken out the best thing she had hidden at the bottom of her chest to avoid losing too miserably when confronting me. Miss Lu put down the teacup and said, "It's passable." Nam Cam smiled and replied, "That's good then. It's just some ordinary things. If I were to follow my usual spending standards, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find a second set to serve you with for a while." Hearing this, Miss Lu was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" At this moment, the door was pushed open and a group of maids carrying things entered in a single file. The eldest Miss Lu became vigilant and asked, "Why the need to display all this junk? Is it just to fit the occasion? If word gets out, it will damage your reputation as the eldest Miss of Nansha." Miss Lu started to talk tough, while Nam Cam laughed coldly. "Junk? Miss Lu, why don't you ask someone who knows their goods before you open your mouth?" With that, she glanced towards Miss Lu's maids, causing them all to be astonished. Ruo Dan thought to herself, "My young miss is lost, and it's a crushing defeat." The seat cushions are made of cattail grass from Tianchi Mountain. The floor mats are shoe brocade with dragon patterns woven for imperial tribute. The most precious is Miss Nam's tea set. If I'm not mistaken, it was the favorite of the former dynasty's Princess Yongchang. 1,000 gold pieces would be hard-pressed to buy it. So Ruo Dan leaned in close and said, "Young miss." She thought to herself, "I can only tell the young miss that the situation is set. Don't get entangled any further." Miss Lu heard Ruo Dan whispering in her ear, saying that she was very formidable, that she had already lost, incredibly formidable, completely outmatched. And so she angrily shot up and asked, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Then Lu Rusi angrily turned and slapped Ruo Dan. "If I say it's junk, then it's junk. Good things are also fakes. They're knockoffs." Nam Cam waved her hand. "Eldest Miss Lu, don't be angry. I can't afford to use good things like you say. They're all knockoffs. You don't need to get upset over this. If your maid spread this around, it would damage your reputation, which wouldn't be good." The eldest Miss Lu asked angrily, "Has the Shitsi arrived yet? I want to see him." Nam Cam quickly replied, "The Shitsi? All right, I'll ask for you." She turned to the next room and asked, "Your Highness the Shitsi, are you done bathing? Do you like this elegant bath of Peach Blossom Lake?" Hearing this, Lu Rusi also turned her head in astonishment. At this moment, from within the bamboo forest, Meng Tianxiu pushed open the door and walked in, saying, "It's passable." The eldest Miss Lu was stunned the moment she saw Meng Tianxiu. "My brother Tianxiu, bathe here?" Then Meng Tianxiu walked in, sat down, and drank his tea. The eldest Miss Lu's face flushed red as she shyly looked at Meng Tianxiu. Seeing this, Nam Cam thought to herself, "I've heard of his reputation as the #1 beauty in the 9 provinces, but is he really that handsome?" She began to glance at Meng Tianxiu, sizing him up. He does seem to be very handsome. Meng Tianxiu put down his teacup and asked, "How is it?" The eldest Miss Lu said shyly, "It's all right, sweet and easy to drink, but compared to the Ziyang tea from Jinling, it lacks a bit of sharpness." Hearing this, Nam Cam replied, "It's passable. The physique is not bad. I didn't see everything, but it doesn't look like there's much charm." Hearing this, the eldest Miss Lu became furious. "How can you say such things?" And Meng Tianxiu, hearing her assessment, coughed. Nam Cam feigned shyness. The Shitsi asked, "I was just telling the truth." "Humph, surely he wasn't asking about this." Meng Tianxiu waved his hand. "Never mind. Thank you for the praise, eldest Miss Nam. For this Shitsi to catch your eye is truly not easy." She immediately beamed like a flower and replied, "You're too kind. You're too kind." The eldest Miss Lu interjected, asking, "Brother Tianxiu, it was so hard to make a trip to Qingzhou City. Today is the Lantern Festival. Shall we go solve lantern riddles, drink wine, and eat pastries?" Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu frowned. Qingzhou City is not safe. what are you doing here? The eldest Miss Lu replied, eldest brother Shansoa is about to marry a wife. Of course I had to come. The prince is unfair to eldest brother Shansoa. He says it's marrying a wife, but the wedding is being held at the Qingzhou villa. Those who don't know would think he's marrying into the Nan family. Nam Cam, who was eating pastries, turned her head upon hearing this and asked, Hey Shitsi, if I choose you, will the wedding also be held in Qingzhou City? My father is reluctant to marry me off so far away to Jinling. Hearing this, the eldest Miss Lu angrily scolded. Your marriage to eldest brother Shansoa has long been decided. You are merely the daughter of a merchant. Isn't marrying the adopted son of the princely manor enough for you? On what grounds do you still want to be the Shitsi's consort? Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu angrily shouted, Rusi. Nam Cam clapped her hands and asked, Miss Lu, I recall that Uncle Lu merely donated money to buy a position as a minor court official, not even as good as my father. If we're talking about business, my family is the imperial supplier appointed by His Majesty, the #1 wealthy merchant in Jiangnan, while your family seems to have squeezed into the 4 great families thanks to the merits of your ancestors. Nam Cam stood up and asked coldly, One last point, I am the legitimate, official eldest miss of the Nan family, while you, although you are the eldest miss, you seem to be just a concubine's daughter raised under the name of the main wife. Hearing this, the eldest Miss Lu flew into a rage. Nam Cam, you're insane. Nam Cam replied, In short, I can choose one of the two, but you cannot. The one I don't choose won't necessarily be your turn. Hearing this, the eldest Miss Lu burst into tears, pointing at Nam Cam and crying, Brother Tianxiu, she's bullying me. Hearing this, Nam Cam paused, brushed her hand away, and said, How is this bullying? I am, in my capacity as your future sister-in-law, teaching you a lesson in advance. The moment Meng Tianxiu heard the words sister-in-law, he was stunned. Nam Cam took out a handkerchief to wipe Miss Lu's face, saying, All right, hurry home and hide. Don't come out and embarrass yourself anymore. Otherwise, I'll have someone write today's events into a play and have it told day and night in the tea houses. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Upon hearing this, eldest Miss Lu was indeed frightened. Nam Cam continued, It's good that you're scared. Absolutely do not leave your house again. Just wait until the wedding day to attend a banquet. After hearing this, eldest Miss Lu nodded and asked, You really won't choose my brother Tianxiu? Nam Cam sighed, You silly girl, why do you believe everything I say? Hearing this, eldest Miss Lu became even angrier, running out and saying, Nam Cam is too much. I'm going home. Nam Cam looked at the state eldest Miss Lu was in and thought to herself, This young lady will probably behave for a while, stay home to save her own skin, and wait for this storm to pass before marrying whomever she wants. Afterwards, Meng Tianxiu and Nam Cam went out together to see Miss Lu off. Meng Tianxiu asked, What, you really want to be my sister-in-law? She asked back, What if I do? Meng Tianxiu then turned his head and asked her, If that's the case, why did you only accept my invitation for the Lantern Festival? She replied, Who said that? Just then, Shui Bao arrived and bowed. Young miss, the eldest young master has arrived. He even bought the pastries you like and is waiting at the door. Nam Cam immediately asked, Did you see Lu Rusi? Shui Bao replied, I did, but Miss Lu was too heartbroken and left without a greeting. Nam Cam nodded. All right, just say I'm still bathing and it will take about an hour. Invite the eldest young master to the side parlor to wait, and serve him a pot of good tea. Shui Bao immediately nodded, yes. Nam Cam thought to herself, if I keep Meng Shansua here for an hour, can Lu Rusi get home safely? She turned her head and asked, Your Highness, didn't you say you want to take me somewhere? An hour should be enough to go and come back, right? Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu picked up a lantern and led her to a place, saying, This place is one of the entrances to the underground city of Qingzhou. Nam Cam heard this and asked in astonishment, An underground city? Heavens, so exciting right from the start. She looked down at the men's clothes she was wearing, having thought Meng Tianxiu told her to change into them to visit a tavern or a casino. Meng Tianxiu went down first, saying, Stay close to me. The paths down here are complex. If you get lost, you'll be in danger. She asked, It seems you're very familiar with this place? Meng Tianxiu replied, You could say that. She looked at him, thinking to herself, Why did Meng Tianxiu bring me here? Why does he have a connection to the underground city? This is the underground water system of Qingzhou City. It said that these intricate and complex pipes form a vast subterranean city. At some unknown point in time, some desperados, martial artists, and criminals wanted by the court all fled here to hide from the authorities. Over time, a powerful organization gradually emerged, controlled by the city lord and his Yin Tang. It's said the city lord is mysterious and unpredictable, ruling the underground with an iron fist while also being a powerful figure on the surface. So the imperial court turns a blind eye to the existence of the underground city. Meng Tianxiu led her to a door. He set down the lantern, and Nam Cam's jaw dropped, astonished by the bustling scene inside. Nam Cam immediately asked, "Your Highness, why did you bring me here?" He replied, "To investigate a case." Nam Cam froze upon hearing that. Nam Cam stepped inside, thinking to herself, in a place like this where dragons and snakes mix, it's best to stick close to Meng Tianxiu. At that moment, someone outside cursed, "Xian San, get your ass out here. I'm going to chop you to death today, you bastard. Don't hide if you have any guts." The man named Xian San cried out, Madam, please let me explain. Explain my ass." As soon as the words fell, a meat cleaver flew out, landing right in front of Nam Cam, scaring her into asking, "Isn't there a price to pay for murder?" Meng Tianxiu pulled her away, saying, "Killing a husband to remarry." She was startled. What? Just as he pulled her away, where she had just been standing, a man was sent flying, crashing into a pillar. He panted as he looked over and saw Nam Cam staring at the man. So he covered her eyes and asked, "Aren't you afraid of getting a sty?" She replied, "When my little brother-in-law was bathing, I, as his sister-in-law, took a peek. If I were to get one, I would have gotten it long ago. This one time won't make a difference." Hearing this, Meng Tianxiu flicked her on the forehead. She thought angrily, "He can't win an argument with me," so he resorts to violence. He warned, "Be careful, sister-in-law. This is the underground city. Men and women are unguarded. Life and death have no rules, and all the rules of the surface world are worthless here." Nam Cam heard this and thought to herself, that sister-in-law sounded so strange and sarcastic. It's clearly personal revenge. She then asked, "Did you trick me into coming here to threaten me?" He replied, "That wasn't the original intention, but it seems the effect right now isn't bad." She angrily scolded, "Meng Tianxiu." He leaned against the wall, playing the victim. "Spare me, sister-in-law. I don't feel well. I need a rest for a moment." She turned away angrily. "Then you can take your time resting. I'm leaving first." At that moment, the man from before suddenly ran over and bumped into her, and the woman with the knife also pushed her away. "Get out of the way." She thought to herself, "Damn it." Meng Tianxiu caught her from behind. "You want to be my sister-in-law looking like this?" He understood perfectly in his heart that some forms of address, even in jest, were not permissible. She immediately straightened her clothes and asked, "If I'm not your sister-in-law, I can only be your crown princess. Are you clear on that?" He smiled, nodded, and replied, I'm clear." Before, he didn't want her to be his sister-in-law because he didn't want any entanglement with this woman. But now, not wanting her to be his sister-in-law was entirely due to his own selfish feelings. He didn't like it, didn't want it, and couldn't bear it. He shyly turned his face away and said, "Let's go. Time for business." She also replied shyly, "Oh," and followed him. The two of them arrived at a courtyard. As soon as Qin Sheng saw him, he called out, "Master." Nam Cam was startled when she saw him and thought, "Qin Sheng." Meng Tianxiu grunted in acknowledgement. "Has that person arrived?" Qin Sheng replied, "He has. This servant has been tailing him for 3 days, and as expected, he came to the underground city to find someone. Meng Tianxiu told me to follow and said it was to investigate a case, so this person must be related to the skinning murder case. I've already delayed Meng Shansua at Taofeng Lake, so who could be coming to the underground city at this time?" She then asked, "Wang Jiao?" Meng Tianxiu began to speak. "This Yunlai gathering is the auction of the Qingzhou underground city, held every Lantern Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival. The auction items are of all kinds, but they are all rare and exotic treasures." Nam Cam heard this and thought, so does Wang Jio want to come here to find the Wang family's missing human skin? Or does he already have a clue? But the information I overheard that day cannot be revealed yet, or it will implicate Meng Shansa. I still haven't figured out how to tell Meng Tianxiu that the older brother he has always respected is actually one of Jing Han's men. Not to mention, I have no proof. Even if I told him, he might not believe me. She immediately played dumb and asked, "What does this auction have to do with the case?" Meng Tianxiu explained. The Wang family lost something, and he probably returned to the Central Plains from Shirong for this matter. Qin Sheng found out that a few days ago, someone pinned a letter to Wang Jio's door with a dart, wanting him to buy something back for 1,000 gold pieces, arranging to meet at the Yunlai gathering. We don't know if it's true or not, but it's a clue nonetheless. She heard this and asked, what does the Wang family's lost item have to do with the case? Could it be that Wang Jio is the killer? He heard this and sighed. You've been quiet for so long. Were you just thinking about what to eat later? Nam Cam froze, thinking to herself, it seems playing dumb in front of Meng Tianxiu is useless. He's probably already guessed that I'm hiding something from him. He continued, Nam Cam, I was wrong last time at Hongxiu Lu, so this time in the underground city, I'm taking you with me. Instead of stopping you and protecting you, it's better to investigate this with you and get to the bottom of it. She heard this and asked back, get to the bottom of it? He looked at her and replied, you just need to know I'm on your side, so you can choose to trust me. Nam Cam's face turned red upon hearing this, and she hurriedly ran inside, asking, then what are we waiting for? If we're late, there won't be any seats, and I don't want to stand. Meng Tianxiu heard this and smiled, indulging her. Inside the auction house, it was packed with people, buzzing with conversation. Nam Cam stepped into the crowded place and asked, here? He replied, it's about to start. Just then, someone passed by her, shouting, make way, make way. She leaned over to look behind her, and Meng Tianxiu immediately pulled her back. She replied, thanks. She heard a thumping heartbeat behind her and thought in surprise, is that Meng Tianxiu's heartbeat? Wait a minute, this position is a bit suggestive. She moved slightly away from him. He then said to her, I already told you, this is the underground city. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Eldest Miss Nam doesn't need to be alarmed. Between the outside world and here, you have to choose one at least. She heard this and asked, this close, aren't you afraid I'll use the peach blossom powder? He then replied, after harming others and yourself so many times, I think you should have learned to behave. She then coughed, of course, of course. She looked at him and thought, since we've made up, I'll spare him this time and not use it. But she still had the peach blossom powder ready in her pouch.